Marshall. Welcome to the sounds of suspense, to the fear you can hear. Horror that makes the flesh crawl as with maggots. Terror that turns the brain to jelly. These mark the work of Edgar Allan Poe. For nearly a century and a half, readers have wondered at the mad creations of his fevered brain, even as their blood ran cold with fear. As shall yours. Our mystery drama, The Fall of the House of Usher, was especially adapted from the Edgar Allan Poe classic for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Kevin McCarthy. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I must warn you that there lies ahead for you a tale so gruesome that when it ends, you will know beyond doubt that never in your life before have you experienced such revulsion. Are you prepared for this? Come, then, to a certain room where a man named Gabriel Mannering sits writing in his diary. A certain room in the House of Usher.
I sit here writing this diary, when in truth, were I not a fool, I should have already departed this frightful place. Already I have sensed such horrors in these first hours of my visit that I tremble at the thought of what may be in store for my friend Roderick Usher. And for me. During the whole of this dull, dark autumn day, I had passed on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of evening grew on, within a view of this bleak and melancholy house, the House of Usher. I felt at once an iciness, a sickening of my heart, and wondered what it was that so unnerved me. I was soon to find out.
You would be Mr. Mannering, sir?
Yes.
My master waits you.
One moment, my horse.
We'll be well cared for, sir.
Oh, that carriage standing there. That black carriage? Is there another visitor?
Only the doctor. He is attending Miss Madeline. This way, sir.
Thank you.
Follow me now, sir. We turn here, the passage on our left. Now, this to the right.
I had no idea the House of Usher was so vast.
Oh, yes, vast. Above and below.
Below?
There are chambers underground, vaults, dungeons that even I have never seen, and I have lived here as servant to Mr. Usher more than 30 years. Here we are, sir.
Come.
Mr. Gabriel Mannering, sir.
Oh, Gabriel. My dear good friend, you've come at last.
Roderick, I came immediately on receipt of your letter. It gave me cause for concern, deep concern, after all, Roderick. Not having seen each other in years, nor corresponded even, to receive a letter from you was in itself a surprise, but the contents, Roderick, the contents were a shock. How ill are you?
Ill? I'm not ill.
Not ill? But in your letter...
I am not ill. Oh, I may have mentioned something of the sort in my letter, but...
More than mentioned, you spoke of acute bodily illness, of oppressive mental disorder, of a malady, dear friend, so strange you could not bear to face it alone. Now, that is why I'm here. That is why I came at once. The terrible agitation in your letter.
Oh, mood. It was nothing but mood. Mood of the moment. Nothing more.
Come now.
Cato, the port. Good. Thank you. I'll pour. And, Cato.
Sir?
Dr. Wyndham is with my sister still?
Yes, sir.
I would speak with him before he takes his leave if he feels I can bear to...
Sir?
Nothing. Nothing. Just say I wish to see him.
Yes, sir.
The vintage Port Gabriel. You'll enjoy it. Its aroma, its fragrant bouquet will delight your nostrils. Its taste will fall sweet on your tongue. Your health, good friend.
And yours, Roderick.
Well, now, tell me about yourself, Gabriel. How has life gone with you all these years?
Oh, as all lives go, I suppose. Has been the good, the bad, the indifferent.
Yes, well, mine has been mostly bad.
I've prospered. My importing business in Baton Rouge.
Ruination, that's been my lot, my fate. The fate of the House of Usher.
Well, if you are financially in need...
No. I speak of another kind of ruination. Decadence. I speak of the evil that molders within my body, my mind, my house. House? Oh, no house this. A tomb that houses the living dead.
You are ill.
Yes, I lied. I am ill with what?
With what?
With fear.
Fear? Of what?
I know not. Well, what do we all fear, each of us? What living thing has not known fear? It lives within us, this fear. It rots within us, as I rot within this house. But mark you, good friend, whereas with others fear rides like a restless maggot, only now and again with me it's ever present, a colorless slime growing within me, spreading, engulfing, drowning me.
Roderick.
No. I'm all right now. I'm all right. You must go.
Go.
Well, you shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have asked you. You must leave this house of death, this tomb.
Stop that. Now stop.
I tell you that...
Enough. Enough now. Here. Sit down. Compose yourself. Now hear me, Roderick. I came a great distance through the foulest time of the year to be with you, and here I shall stay until you are well again.
No, you don't understand. I shall never get well.
Of course you will.
No. She is dying, you see, and I...
Your sister? Is it she who is dying?
Yes, Madeline.
But it's she who is dying. If it is...
No, you don't understand. You don't understand.
Come in.
Dr. Wyndham.
Fine. Come in, Doctor. Thank you, Cato. May I introduce myself, Doctor? Mr. Usher, as you see, is not himself. I'm a friend of his. Gabriel Manning of Baton Rouge.
Oh, how do you do? Louis Wyndham.
I entreat your pardon, both of you.
Now, Roderick.
Well, my nerves sometimes.
Yes, I know, and I'm sure Mr. Mannering understands. You've been taking the laudanum I prescribed?
I used the last only yesterday.
Well, I'll see that you get more.
Oh, thank you. My sister?
There's no change.
How long? Before death?
I don't know. Your sister's malady baffles me. I don't know what is killing her, nor do I know what keeps her alive, when in truth, she's all but dead.
Oh, would it be an impertinence, Doctor, for me to ask you what you mean by that?
Well, no, Mr. Mannering. Quite simply, there have been times when Miss Usher, Madeline, has been devoid of all vital signs. Well, by this, I mean I've been unable at these times to detect a pulse, blood pressure, any respiration whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And yet, moments later, she's opened her eyes and returned to the world of the living.
Strange.
Yeah, I've encountered nothing like it in years of practice. It's not too far from the truth to say that she is dead, and yet she lives on.
Yes. Like the house itself.
Now, Roderick, you mustn't
I
harp
tell
on...
you, we are like this house. My sister and I, we are this house. The house is us. The house is dead, and yet it stands.
Your aberration about this house...
It is no aberration. It's the truth. The house of Usher crumbles, yet it will not fall. Madeline is dead, yet she will not die. And as for me, oh, heaven, the horror that awaits me.
I'll send the laudanum as soon as possible, Mr. Mannering. There's little else I can do. Yes, I have other patients to attend. Thank heaven it's a moonlit night. I have many miles to travel. Good night.
Good night. Roderick. Roderick?
Yes?
Roderick, I want to help you in every way I can. That's why I'm here. But now, you must do your part to help yourself.
What do you mean?
Well, I could be wrong, but it seems to me you let yourself go to pieces all too easily. This talk, this wild talk of your sister Madeline being dead and yet alive. Well, now, that's nonsense, you know.
No.
Yes, well, I'll agree with you with one thing, and one thing only. In a way, you have become this damnable house. No healthy, sane man could live here for long without beginning to lose his sanity, without serious damage to his nervous system. I've never seen such gloom, inside as well as out. This very room reeks of dejection, despondency, undusted cobweb furnishings, black drapes covering the window. Here, let me throw them back and at least get some moonlight, if not sunlight, into this place. There. That's... Roderick.
What is it?
There's a graveyard. I can see it in the moonlight.
The family graveyard, yes.
Who would be walking in it at night?
What do you say? Well, where do you see it?
There. Amidst the headstones.
Oh. It's Madeline. What is she doing out there?
We'd better go and find out.
Good Lord.
In the doorway. What is it?
Madeline!
Am I that horrifying to look upon? Dear brother.
Madeline Usher walks among the headstones of the Usher graveyard, yet stands in the doorway at the same time. Does her spirit walk abroad? Is she that close to death? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Again, I must ask if you wish to go on, and warn that if you do, you will experience a kind of horror for which I can find no words. Even Gabriel Mannering, writing in his diary, found it difficult to express his feelings in that moment of first meeting with Madeline Usher.
I seek and cannot find words to recreate the terror of that moment. Not a woman, but a corpse stood before us in the doorway of that awful room. The very woman, or corpse, if you will, that but an instant before Roderick Usher and I had glimpsed in the moonlight graveyard beyond the window. If she is alive, I thought, she should be dead. Fatuously, I said, "You are Madeline Usher?"
Yes,
How do you do? I'm Gabriel Mannering.
I know. Ah, you winced as you took my hand.
What?
You felt its coldness.
No.
Yes. You need not dissemble with me. Even now, you find it hard not to stare at the dark patches on my face, the putrescence that lives. Yes, thrives in my dying flesh.
Madeline, my dearest sister, you should be lying down, resting. You mustn't waste your energy.
I wanted to meet your friend. Someone from the world of life outside this house. This tomb. I wanted to... needed...
Falling catcher. Put her on the couch, Gabriel. No. Better still, we'll carry her to her room.
No pulse. No heartbeat. Is she...
Well, heaven help me. It's impossible to say. Can you carry her alone?
She weighs nothing.
Follow me, then. Oh, what evil stalks the house of Usher. Help us, dear Lord. Please help us. Put her down, Gabriel. Gabriel.
In what? In that?
It's her bed. A coffin. But nevertheless, it is her bed. It's where she rests and sleeps. And haven't you noticed? What she's wearing isn't a nightdress.
A shroud.
Yes. She's been ready for her burial for nearly a year now. Oh, look. See? Her eyes are fluttering.
I'd have taken my oath she was dead.
Not yet. Not yet. Oh.
Gabriel, my friend, come.
Well, you don't leave her like this, alone, no company to cheer her when she wakes.
She may not waken again for days. She may not waken again. Come?
No. Oh, wait. There's something about her. Something in her face that... It reminds me... Well, of course, it's you.
Oh, you see, then?
The family resemblance. Obvious. In spite of what the intimacy of death has done to the face, the resemblance is still there.
It's more than a resemblance, Gabriel.
What do you mean?
Well, we are twins.
As my friend spoke those words in that chamber of death, a curious change came into his face. It floats before me even now as I write, a complexion gone so suddenly cadaverous, his eyes large, liquid and luminous beyond comparison, thin and pallid lips gone thinner, paler. For a moment, he seemed scarce human. I had tried to calm his fevered nerves by telling him it was his sister, not he, who was dying. And he had cried out,
You don't understand. You don't understand.
And now, in an instant, I did understand, or at least the shadow of what he meant touched me, and I was filled with a dread, a loathing of what was to come that I cannot fully express. Had I known the full truth of what lay before us, my loathing would have increased 100-fold, and I should have fled the house of Usher then and there. Certainly, I should not have found myself at breakfast with Usher the following morning.
Another helping, Mr. Mannering?
No more, Cato.
Then I can give you the message.
A message from whom?
Miss Madeline. She wishes to see you at your convenience.
Well, then I'll go to her, of course. Now, why do you look at me like that? And now why do you turn away? Cato, face me. Look at me. What is it?
Cato, is it the odor?
Yes, sir.
You'd best not go, Gabriel, or if you do, another time.
I don't understand.
The odor, the stench of putrefaction. It's stronger at times than at others.
And you mean that she... Take me to Miss Madeline at once, Cato.
No. It will sicken you, nauseate you, even infect you.
Well, it can kill me and be damned to it, but I'll not disregard a last wish of a dying woman. Unlike you, Roderick, I do not fear death. Miss Usher? Madeline? Are you too tired to speak now?
No.
Would you prefer I came back another time?
No. How good of you to come at all.
It's a privilege to be of use to you.
A favor. I wish a favor.
Anything in my power.
I want to die. I'm in such pain and I want to die, but I cannot.
Cannot?
I'm afraid.
There's nothing to fear. Death is only sleep, dreamless sleep. Don't fear death.
I don't fear. I fear.
You fear what?
Burial alive.
Why would you have such a fear? What makes you think you might be buried alive?
My mother.
She?
Promise me.
Spare yourself. Spare yourself. You need say no more. I promise. I promise you. You will not be buried alive. Rest. Rest now. Rest. That is what you meant, Roderick, is it not? Like her, like your twin, you don't fear death so much as you fear being buried alive.
Right, part of it. Yeah? Yes.
Only part?
Well, I fear... Oh, God, more than I can tell you. I fear what happens in death.
Another aberration. As with the house, so with this. You are a man given to aberration.
And what of that? You make as little sense as Wyndham. You think because you call a thing an aberration, it'll go away, that it will cure itself if you but name it.
Reason. Common sense.
Reason, common sense. When you speak to me and Usher of reason and common sense, Do you not know of the madness that has tainted this family through its history? From the beginnings of the house of Usher, this house, this family, until now, until Madeline and me, the last of the Ushers, from beginning to end, from rise to fall.
Roderick.
Rise to fall.
Roderick.
From rise to fall. I had not thought on it before, but that is what it will be when she and I are dead. It will be the fall of the house of Usher.
Yes, Cato.
The laudanum, sir, from Dr. Wyndham.
Oh, thank heaven. It has come none too soon.
Mr. Mannering, sir.
What? Oh, yes, Cato.
You've been sitting here in the graveyard for nearly 2 hours.
That long?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, Cato, how long have you been servant to Mr. Usher?
More than 30 years, sir. But I thought I'd told you that the night you arrived just a week ago.
Did you? Now, then I forgot. Were you here when the mother died? The mother of Mr. Roderick and Miss Madeline?
Why do you ask such a question,
I
Miss
don't
Mannering?
know. I don't know, really, except I've been dwelling on what Miss Madeline told me about her mother. Buried alive. Was she indeed?
Sir, don't ask such questions. Don't dwell on such thoughts.
Why not? It was discovered the mother had been buried alive.
Yes.
Tell me about it.
Sir, I entreat you. Understand. You cannot stay in the house of Usher. No one can without something. I know not what, but something evil taking possession of his mind, his spirit, his very soul. It will happen to you. It is happening to you.
No.
You've been drawn here to this spot. You've been sitting here in the damp and chill for hours because you, too, have taken the first step toward madness.
How did they discover she'd been buried alive?
Sir, I beg you, turn your thoughts away from...
How?
If you must hear it. A few weeks after she had been buried, the coffin placed in that vault you see under the trees, it was discovered that she had been buried wearing a valuable ring.
A ring?
It contained a stone worth a fortune. It had been...
Tell me about
She had always worn it, and when the undertaker encoffined her, he neglected to remove it. He had no idea of its worth, or surely he'd have inquired whether the family wished her to wear it to the grave. And as you will understand, such was Miss Madeline's and Mr. Roderick's grief. They didn't think of the ring until weeks later.
And decided to retrieve it.
Yes. We went to the vault, the three of us, slid back the slab that covers it, and... sir, let us go in.
Finish what you're telling me.
There lay the coffin. The lid was in two parts. A lower part that covered her body from the waist down, an upper part from the waist up. This I pried up, and there...
Go on.
She lay face down. Her hands had torn chunks of hair out by the roots. Such was the agony of terror. Hands, do I say? Claws. They had become rigid in the death throes.
Yes.
We turned her over. Her face, oh, my God, we will. Her face, I cannot describe. I cannot.
Enough, then. Oh, chill is getting to me.
No!
Henry! Quickly. Come.
Heaven help us. What is that?
They're coming toward us from the house. Roderick!
Help me!
What?
Help me!
What is it, man?
A corpse! A corpse!
What?
Madeline, dead. She's dead at last. Dead, but...
What? What is it?
She tried to take me to the grave with her. She tried to drag me into her coffin.
Oh, no.
Roderick, pull yourself together and tell us.
I went to her chamber to see how she was. I called her name again and again and again, and no answer. I felt for a pulse, none. I lay my head against her breast, no heartbeat, and then... Oh, God! Her arms were entwined around my neck, her cold arms around my neck, and I tried to break free, but I couldn't. I grabbed her wrists and I tore her arms from her neck.
Sir? I've got him. Help me carry him inside.
Oh, no.
Now be calm, Cato. When Mr. Usher tore himself free, he must have dragged her half out of the coffin. Come. We must put her back in. Cato.
I dare not touch her.
Very well. There.
Is she at last dead?
She seems so. Ride for the doctor. Tell him to come at once.
Yes, sir. Sir, you mean to stay here?
Yes.
But I will be gone at least 2 hours. You change your mind.
I grabbed her wrist.
Find your way back to the library in that maze of corridors.
Now, don't worry about it. I shall stay here. I made her she'd not be buried alive, and I mean to keep that promise, Cato. Beginning now.
Alone in that chamber of death, within the house of Usher, Gabriel Mannering seats himself beside the coffin of Madeline Usher to keep his vigil and his promise, and wonders if he himself may not be going mad. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Terror so awful as to shatter the human mind haunts the house of Usher, hangs like a shroud in the air, drips on the spirit like the very slime upon the decaying walls. As Gabriel Mannering sits beside the coffin of Madeline Usher, he feels this terror seeping into him.
Seeping into me like a rising tide of pollution. Cato said he would be gone 2 hours in fetching Dr. Wyndham, but to me, it seemed like 20 before I heard his returning footsteps.
You don't look well.
I'm all right.
Sir, you deceive yourself. Well, never mind now. I'm seeing Miss Usher. That bag, Cato? Thank you. Heart first. Mm-hmm.
Is she?
No, there's no heartbeat. None whatever. No pulse. No vital signs at all.
She is gone, then?
Hey, Mr. Mannering, I have attended her in this strange illness for nearly a year. I've seen her in this state 4 times before.
What's to be done?
What indeed? Well, I would wait a few days at least, and then I should bury her.
No.
No?
She feared to be buried alive.
Yes, I know. Her mother.
You attended her?
No, another man. From what I've been able to learn, I judge her illness was similar, just as unaccountable as baffling. Well, Mr. Mannering, she did indeed fear the same fate her mother suffered, but I think that after, say, 3 or 4 days...
I say no. At least a week. No, 2, even 3.
You don't know what you're saying. You can't keep a body for 2 or 3 weeks. Especially hers.
Why, especially hers?
Well, look at her, man. Here. See? Under the skin of the cheeks. Those gray patches. She's partially decomposed already.
I gave her my word, Doctor. I said we would make sure.
There is an evil in this house. A sinister, malevolent thing that fastened itself on the Ushers years ago. And is beginning to fasten itself on you.
Now, Doctor.
Now, hear me out. I have not seen you in some days. The moment I came into this room, I saw it. I tell you, I saw it. The change in you. The sickening in you. I do not use this word lightly, Mr. Mannering. The insanity in you.
You are right. I gave Madeline Usher my word she would not be buried alive, and she will not be.
Now, I see that I cannot dissuade you. Very well. Do as you wish. And may God help you.
I stayed by her coffin for yet another hour or so, making sure there were no signs of life. Then I returned to the library, led there, of course, by Cato, for I could never have found my own way through that maze of corridors and passages. I found Roderick Usher seated bolt upright in a wing chair, staring at I know not what. Roderick, I must talk to you. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Now, Roderick, as I told you, I promised your sister to take every precaution against her being buried alive.
She is dead. I know it in my heart, my soul. I know it.
I believe so, too. But we must be certain. Now, that presents a problem. Roderick, are you listening?
Problem?
Yes. Decomposition. If she is dead, she will decompose. And after a period of days, you could imagine...
Days? Days of what?
Of visiting her coffin, at least every 12 hours, say, to make sure she's dead.
Are you mad?
We must keep her body. 1 week, 2. And the question is, where?
Where?
We'll have to leave the coffin open in case she should regain her senses. On the other hand, if she is indeed dead,
Well, there are vaults deep down beneath the house. We could put the coffin in one of those.
Good. We'll do that, then. Yes. We'll do just that. Together, Usher and I arranged for the temporary entombment of Madeline, his twin. The vault, so long unopened that our torches were half smothered in its oppressive atmosphere, was small, damp, and entirely without means of admission of light, lying at great depth beneath the house.
There, Gabriel. It is done.
We must come here again. In no more than 12 hours.
As you say. As you say.
Before he wished only to bury Madeline, why had become so compliant, agreed so readily with what I said. He only had asked myself that question. But I did not, and in consequence, faced an unexpected problem.
Why do you not believe me?
It isn't that I don't believe you, Roderick. I wish to see for myself.
There is no need for you to do it. I have done it.
You have?
I have visited the coffin at least once every 12 hours, sometimes twice. She does not live. Take my word for it.
It is my word concerns me. I gave my word to her, not yours.
She is dead. I assure you, she's dead.
It was about that time the sounds began. Strange knockings, creaking. Perhaps had begun before, but I had not at first. I would hear some curious sound from below and say to Roderick, "What was that?"
What was what?
Listen. What is that?
Rats, perhaps? Rats? Well, the house is infested with them.
I've never heard rats make sound like that, I answered. Time went on, and it seemed to me the sounds grew louder, and I would say to Roderick, "Listen." And he would answer.
A door banging in the wind somewhere.
And I would say, "There is no wind." He would answer,
"Well, then it's something else. Don't bother me."
And on that fatal night, as we sat in the library, he sitting, staring vacantly at nothing, trying to read, but my mind was on that awful chamber of death far below him, outside the wind gathering for a storm. It happened. I became aware of distinct, hollow, metallic, yet muffled reverberation. Complete unnerved, I leaped to my feet and looked at Usher. His eyes were fixed before him, and throughout his whole countenance there reigned a stony rigidity. I said, "Roderick, do you not hear it?"
Yes, I hear it and have heard it, as you have. Long, many minutes, many hours, many days have I heard. Yet I dared not speak. No, touch me not. I am accursed. For I heard the sounds as did you, but I dared not speak and dared not go.
Not go? My God, are you telling me?
That not once have I gone down to see. I dare not.
We put her living in the tomb.
She comes. For me. Listen. Now listen and know. We've heard the rending of a coffin, the grating and iron hinges of a prison, struggles within the covered archway of the vault. And now, she comes for me. The moment she'll be here. I hear her footsteps on the stair. I hear the horrible beating of her heart. She comes for me, she comes. I tell you, she stands outside the door.
As if in the superhuman energy of his utterance there had been found the potency of a spell. The huge antique panels to which he pointed drew slowly back. And outside those doors did stand the towering and enshrouded figure of Madeline. There was blood on her white robe, evidence of some bitter struggle on every portion of her putrefied frame. For an instant she remained trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold. Then, with a moaning cry, fell heavily in on her brother, and in her violent, now final death agony, bore him to the floor. A corpse. A victim to the terrors of all he had anticipated.
This is E.G. Marshall. I shall return shortly. The manuscript of the fall of the House of Usher ends thus. I fled from the house, leaving all behind me. As I ran, I heard a sound so horrendous it made me stop and turn. My brain reeled as, looking back, I saw the mighty walls of the house burst asunder. And in a few moments, the moon, breaking through scudding clouds, a blood-red moon, revealed the end. The fall of the House of Usher. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Arnold Moss, Marion Sotis, and Robert Biden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Madeline Carroll and Brian Ahern in Beloved Enemy.
Lux presents Hollywood. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap appreciate the loyalty that you have shown for this fine beauty care. Loyalty which enables them to bring you the Lux Radio Theater every Monday night. This evening, you will hear Brian Ahern, Madeline Carroll, C. Aubrey Smith, and Donald Crisp. As guests, Ted Lesser, head of Paramount's talent department, and Walter Hoffman, creator of special battle effects you see in films. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, across the vast dominion of Canada, countless families are enjoying the Lux Radio Theatre for the first time. For tonight, 26 stations of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation have joined our great network. We're indeed happy to welcome these new stations and their listeners. We sincerely trust that every one of our new friends will enjoy these Monday evenings in the Lux Radio Theatre. A great many years ago in England, the wife of a Birmingham architect, agreeing with friends that it would be very nice for their city to have an amateur theatrical group, became the chief organizer of the Birmingham Repertoire Company. The good woman's enterprise later launched two of her fellow townsmen toward the pinnacles of international stardom. One was her son, Brian. The other was Madeline Carroll. When Madeline was attending the University of Birmingham, where her father was a professor, she was offered a contract by the Repertoire Company. To please her father, the offer was forgotten, and Madeline became a schoolteacher. But it was that unsigned contract that later inspired her with the determination to become an actress. You heard Brian Ahern here only a few weeks ago, but when Samuel Goldwyn gave us permission to bring Beloved Enemy to the air, we persuaded Brian to interrupt his work and be with us again tonight. We were equally fortunate to secure Madeline, for she returned to Hollywood only recently from abroad. Madeline's presence here is something of an anniversary. Those of you who were listening in at this time last December will recall her brilliant performance for us in Cavalcade, presented exactly 1 year ago. Tonight, she becomes Helen Athley, and Mr. Ahern is Dennis Reardon. Two great character actors will be heard in leading roles, C. Aubrey Smith as Lord Athley, and Donald Crisp as Burke. Mr. Smith's current film is Prisoner of Zenda. And Mr. Smith's current film is Prisoner of Zenda. Mr. Crisp is next seen in Jezebel. And now, the Lux Radio Theatre salutes the new year with Beloved Enemy, starring Brian Ahern and Madeline Carroll with C. Aubrey Smith and Donald Crisp. Ireland, in the year 1921. The fog-filled streets of Dublin echo to the martial sound of British troops, arriving under cover of night to stem the tide of Irish rebellion. On the side of Ireland, a young man fights blindly for his country's independence. A leader of the cause, he's unknown to the British, but known and loved by the Irish.
He's our man, Dennis. the British ever catch him, British or no, we'll stick with Dennis Reardon. Aye, Dennis is our man. Dennis Reardon.
In the cold gray light of morning, after a night of terror, Dennis Reardon stands in a doorway, his hand raised to knock. He hesitates for a moment. Behind that door is a young wife, now a widow. He knocks quietly, and the door is opened.
Dennis, come in. What is it, Dennis? What's wrong?
Kathleen.
Where is Sean? Where is my husband?
He's gone, Kathleen. Along with Donegal and Murphy. They did it themselves at headquarters.
They did it?
Aye, they blew up the place.
Oh.
They had to, Kathleen. It was a raid. They were raided by the British. If the records were found, it would have meant more lives than 3. And perhaps the end of the cause.
Where is he? Can I see him?
No, Kathleen.
They were crazy.
No, they were brave men.
And you're crazy too, Dennis Reardon. Oh, can't you understand? He was my husband. I loved him.
Quiet, girl.
Oh, what do you know about love? You've never let it come near you. You're ready to a cause. What good is that cause to me when he's dead? He's dead.
Mother?
Take hold of yourself, Kathleen O'Brien.
What was the great noise, Mother?
It's over now, boy. Go back to sleep. It's all over now.
Is me father home, Mother?
No, Father.
Then can I sleep in the big bed till he comes?
Yes. Yes, Father.
I'll have to be going now. There's a meeting of the committee. We'll not be forgetting him, Kathleen.
Nor will I.
Bombs. That's what it takes, gentlemen. Bombs talk loud and long. Tomorrow night, Lord Athley will be here from London. I vote we make a demonstration that will blow his lordship from the face of the earth and rock the very foundations of Ireland.
It would, that, Mr. Burke, and that's why we'll not do it.
And who's to pay for the loss of O'Brien and his boys?
For 400 years, Ireland has been paying for the mistakes our forefathers made. The kind of mistake we must not make tomorrow. We are not a handful of conspirators meeting in a dark room, but the government of a free people. Remember that. It is not for us to make war on the diplomatic representative of another government. Lord Athley comes with clean hands, and we'll receive him with clean hands.
I agree with Dennis. We'd be buying trouble and shame if we blew up an innocent man.
And who's to say he's innocent?
The decision's been made, Burke.
And who made it?
As Chief of Staff, I made it, and it stands. Lord Athley and his daughter will arrive tomorrow in peace, and I'll be there to see to it.
You'll be there? With £10,000 on your head? Are you mad, Dennis?
I'm not so mad as to think there's any good will come of wanton murder. On Lord Athley's boat, however, there is also a shipment of munitions.
Munitions, is it? Then we'll blow the...
No, Burke, control yourself. Jerry, what plans have you made for them?
Our little reception at the north wall. Now, I figured this. A cart backs out of the alley and rams the...
I'd feel a lot better, Lord Athley, if you and Helen were in the armored car back there.
Nonsense, Colonel, nonsense.
Well, but riding up here, sir, with the munitions, it's not safe.
I've never ridden in an armored car in my life. I'm not going to start now. How do you feel about it, Helen?
They always looked a bit stuffy to me, Father. There doesn't seem to be much cause for alarm. Where are all the people in Ireland? I don't believe I've seen one yet.
We've cleared the streets, Lady Helen. Precautionary measures.
That sounds like open warfare, Colonel Loder.
It amounts to that. Martial law, you know.
And I regret it. Can't deal with people until they have their civil rights. I'm here to see they get them.
Ireland and England. One nation and one people. Divided by a strip of water and the hatreds that men build.
Nonsense, nonsense. All one empire.
Driver, yes, sir. Watch out for that cart. In the alley there. Watch out! Clear the street there. Sergeant, put a guard around Lord Athley.
Yes, sir. There's nothing wrong. It's just an accident. There won't be any disturbance. There's nothing wrong, sir.
What's that?
I say it's just an accident. There won't be any disturbance.
What makes you so sure? Sergeant, arrest this man.
Yes, sir.
Bring him to headquarters. I want to see him there at once. There you have it, Lord Athley. May have been an accident. Then again, you never know. Armored cars may be stuffy, but they're safe.
My apologies, Colonel Loder.
Our apologies, Colonel Loder.
Here's the prisoner, sir.
Bring him in.
Go on. Stand over there.
What's your name?
Dennis Reardon.
What? You're taking a dangerous name, young man.
The best is none too good for me.
Did you find anything on him, Sergeant?
Just these letters.
What
No
did you say?
arms, sir.
Thomas Casey, medical student. Well, Mr. Casey, what were you doing back there?
Well, I was riding my pusher. And,
Pusher? A bicycle, my lord. Go on.
Well, I was riding my pusher, peaceful as you please, when all of a sudden I heard a crash. Brakes screaming and cars stopping. So I stopped. And then, would you believe it, I was hoisted into a lorry, pusher and all, brought up here and asked what I was doing back there.
You see, Lord Athley, you can't get a thing out of them. I'll let him go.
All right, outside. Go on. Go on home.
Oh, wait. Don't you think you ought to give him back his pusher?
Oh, thank you, miss.
All right, give it back to him, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Thank you, miss. That's very kind of you. Go on now. Go on, you kids. Get away from this car. Get away.
What's the matter, Sergeant?
These kids, Lady Ellen, they're riding with chalk on the car. I've been chasing them all the time you was shopping. Get off that car. Get off you.
Sergeant, that little one fell. Pick him up.
Let me alone. Let me alone.
It's all right. We ain't gonna hurt you.
I'll take care of him.
Go on now. Up it. Go away, the rest of it.
Did you hurt yourself badly? Let me see. It's your knee, isn't it?
Don't you touch me.
I was a Red Cross nurse once, and even the other side didn't mind when we helped. Let me see. Yes, it's just a wrench. I'll take you home. Where do you live? Well, would you tell me your name?
My name is Father O'Brien. I hate you.
You hate me? Why? I suppose you have a reason.
My father's dead because of you.
Because of me?
Well, because of your people anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're quite a soldier for all your size. Are you sure you don't want to cry? Grown-up men do sometimes. It helps. Go on. Go ahead, Father. Is this the house, Father?
It is.
Carry him in, Sergeant.
Yes, my lady.
Who's there?
Are you Mrs. O'Brien?
Yes, I am. But you... Father is hurt.
Don't be alarmed. He fell and wrenched his knee. Put him down, Sergeant, and wait outside in the car.
Thank you for bringing him home.
Would you like to have a doctor see him?
Thank you. We can manage ourselves.
She's nice, Mother. She has a nice smell.
You should be very proud of him, Mrs. O'Brien.
Oh, he's like his father.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. O'Brien. Could I be of any assistance? Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
They told me that Father was hurt. Have you called a doctor, Kathleen?
I should think a medical student like you could do well enough with a bruised knee.
No one can understand English jokes but the English. Let me see it. Oh, Father, I feel that you will live. Madam, I'm afraid this is the wrong section of Dublin for you.
We both seem to have a habit of popping up in the wrong sections of Dublin. Mr. Dennis Reardon, isn't it?
What?
You have a frightening memory for names, my lady.
I wasn't apt to forget that one, Mr. Casey. Is there anything I can do?
Aye, you can keep your benevolence to yourself. You shouldn't have come here at all.
I brought Father home because he was hurt. Of course you think it was all a trick to get into this house so that I could spy on Father's family for my father. We especially hate little children whose fathers have just been killed. If you would try to understand
I do understand you. You hate nothing and you love nothing. You live in your stuffy heads where no feeling ever enters. You people think you can kill us and still be our friends. It's an amazing kind of people you are, with ice in your hearts. Now go.
If you mean I'm not an unreasoning maniac like yourself, I'm glad I'm not. I came here because I wanted to help these people. But you wouldn't understand that because you're blind.
Oh, calm yourself, Lady Helen.
Fighting until you're all dead.
Needn't be so hot about it. Well, I imagine that's the first time in history that the Irish had to ask the English to calm down.
What is it, Sergeant?
Big pardon, my lady, but there's a crowd collecting around the car outside. I'll have to hurry to a garage or I won't get there at all.
Oh. May I wait here, Mrs. O'Brien? You may.
Thank you, my lady.
A crowd, is it? Kathleen, will you let Lady Helen take your bicycle?
Yes? It's in the alley.
Can you ride a bicycle, Lady Helen?
Yes. Must I?
Well, we don't like crowds in front of our houses. I'll show you your road. Will you come this way? Well, if I were you, I'd concentrate on riding and not on the bell.
Let me alone. I like it.
Are you tired?
No, not very.
But you don't mind if we stop while I fill my pipe, eh?
Oh, no, not a bit. You said you were just going to show me the road.
Well, that's what I've been doing.
You showed me a good deal of it. I imagine I could find the way now.
Oh, I don't think so. You'd never get back to Dublin.
Back to Dublin? Then this isn't Phoenix Park.
All Ireland is a park.
I don't understand why I have to cycle all over Ireland to get to my home.
I shall explain. From Kathleen O'Brien's house, there were two roads. The first were men cycling through city streets. And with your kind of cycling, you'd have been killed for certain by an Irish lamppost. And this is by far the most pleasant road.
I see.
And it's only 10 miles longer. Well, you're not angry with me, are you?
No, of course not.
Ah, that's right, too. Are you hungry?
No, thank you.
Well, I am, and there's not a place for tea for a mile. You wouldn't care for a hatful of berries, would you?
No, well, all right.
Good. There's a place by a stream, not far, where they grow so... Will you have some more berries?
Thanks, I've had enough, I think. What do you do besides going to medical school and riding around the country on a bicycle?
Would you really want to know?
No. On second thoughts, I don't believe I would.
Suppose I tell you instead what I'd like to do.
As if I could stop you.
It's a farm in County Galway I'd like, with some fine pigs and horses belonging to it, and a fine, spirited woman in the house, making a great clamour all the day, and the children driving me crazy with their goings-on. In County Galway, where they've never heard of the Troubles. What are you thinking?
I'm trying to picture your farm, and you on it. You belong there somehow, away from all this hate and bitterness, where men sing about dying for a cause, forgetting that it means they must kill for it. You're not like that, not deep inside. When a man wants peace as much as you do, there's no room in his heart for hate.
I'm Irish. There's room for all.
Is there? I wish you had that farm. I hope you'll have it soon.
Do you now? Then tomorrow, maybe, you'll meet me at the Dublin market. I'll be buying the first pig. Will you help me pick him out?
No.
Why?
I can't.
Why not?
I can't.
Oh.
I have to go now. Is it straight down the road?
Yes, I'm sorry I can't go all the way with you. Business takes me elsewhere.
Thank you. And goodbye.
And you won't meet me at the market tomorrow?
No. Oh, how will I return the bicycle to Kathleen O'Brien?
Well, why not ride it back tomorrow?
All right, I will. Thank you. And goodbye.
And you won't meet me at the market tomorrow?
No. Oh, if I ride the bicycle in tomorrow, how will I get back again?
Ride it back.
But how will...
I have it. You take mine and I'll ride it back.
But how will I get yours back?
Meet me at the market tomorrow.
Never mind. I'll take it back now. Goodbye.
At 4 o'clock by the pig stalls. I'll be waiting.
Hello?
Father, are you up and around already? How's your leg?
Oh, 'tis fine.
Look, I brought you something.
A present? Oh, thank you. But, I don't know if I should take it from an Englishwoman.
Oh, that's all right. We're all friends now. Look, Father, tell your mother I brought back her bicycle. I had a lovely ride with
With who?
Well, I don't know what you call him. I call him Dennis Reardon.
Oh, But Mother says we're never to call him that anymore.
What?
Never. She says we're not to call him by his right name.
Then we won't. We won't, Father.
You have just heard Act One of Beloved Enemy. In just a few moments, we will continue with Act Two of our play, starring Brian Ahern and Madeline Carroll. But now it's intermission time in the Lux Radio Theatre. While we're waiting for Act Two, we want you to listen in on Betty, who just got home from her job as a salesgirl in a popular Hollywood department store.
Child, you look all in. Was it a bad day?
Oh, you know, Mom, what the first week after Christmas is. Nobody ever guesses right about anybody else's size. And everybody comes back to the store to exchange what they got for what fits. Oh, my feet.
Why don't you take a short nap, dear? I'll have dinner ready in half an hour.
Oh, I'm too tired to even do that. Oh, there's the phone. I'll take it. Hello? Oh, hello, Bob. The Trocadero? I'd love it. In an hour. Goodbye.
Oh, Betty, you're not going dancing when you're so tired.
Now, Mother, don't worry about me. I'll just pop in a Lux toilet soap bath and I'll be out a new woman.
Well, I suppose if you must, you must.
Now, don't worry, Mother. When I relax in a nice warm tub full of Lux toilet soap lather, I can just feel all the aches and pains fading away. I'll be fresh as a daisy in no time, and dainty, too.
And later at the Trocadero...
Look, Bob, there's Joan Blondell. Isn't she gorgeous?
You're gorgeous enough for me. Oh, gee, Betty, you're swell to dance with. You're always so fresh and lovely, and your skin is so sweet.
Yes, and smart girls all over the country follow Betty's example. But now, let's return to our producer, our stars, and play. Mr. DeMille?
We continue with Beloved Enemy, starring Brian Ahern and Madeline Carroll, with C. Aubrey Smith and Donald Crisp. Later the same evening, Helen has arrived at home, tired and dispirited, knowing that the young Irishman who asked for her friendship is Dennis Reardon. She's met at the door by a servant who tells her that Lord Athley has been taken ill. She runs to his room and throws open the door.
Father?
Come in, dear.
Are you all right, Father?
All right, dear, yes. A little tired, that's all. And discouraged.
Discouraged? You?
Yes. This is the most hopeless position I've ever been in. I can't conceive a more dreadful situation.
War's a filthy job, Father. You know that.
War? It's Dennis Reardon. He's our war. Dennis Reardon, who strikes in the night and disappears like smoke in the fog.
Father, you mustn't excite yourself.
We've got to find him. If anything is to be done, we've got to bring that man to justice.
Father, how can you hate so much? He's one man, one out of millions. And he believes he's right, just as you believe it.
You've a rather compelling way of presenting the Irish side of it, Helen.
I can't hate them. I can't hate Dennis Reardon.
But you can love England.
And I do, but... does that mean we have to hound one man? Does it mean we have to sneak upon him in some alley, bring him to his knees with a bullet in his heart?
Yes, Helen, yes. Because the lives of thousands depend upon it. Because men are dying all over Ireland. Because of him.
Then you mean... if Dennis Reardon were captured, there'd be an end to all this trouble?
I firmly believe it. Men would go back to their homes. Back to their wives and children.
Love of England, love for people, it demands things of you, doesn't it?
Helen.
Father, I think I know where Dennis Reardon will be tomorrow.
Dennis Reardon in the marketplace he was. They almost had him that time. Not Dennis. He slipped right through their hand like seal in the water. Got away, he did. Slipped through their fingers. Right through their fingers.
And that's the program, gentlemen. Any other business?
Meeting adjourned.
Wait.
Good night, Burke.
Dennis, how can you find time to be ambling about Gregory Street Market? You have a great responsibility, Dennis. You should be more careful. Good night to you.
Well, Jerry?
Now, about that marketplace, Dennis.
What about it?
I wonder if you were wondering what I'm wondering.
What is it, Jerry?
That was no ordinary roundup, as I looked at it.
Well, Jerry?
Well, I was wondering if anybody besides you and myself knew you were going to be there. I was thinking there must have been somebody.
There was somebody. But I'd pledged my life she had nothing to do with it.
She's English.
You're right, Jerry. Everything tells me that she didn't. But I've got to know. And there's only one person who can tell me.
Herself?
Herself.
Well?
Oh, is Mr. Casey here?
Come in, miss. Lady here to see you, Mr. Casey.
All right, Jerry. Wait downstairs.
All right.
I didn't think you'd come.
I shouldn't have come, but I had to. I got your note.
Oh, I'm glad to see you here, Lady Helen.
Are you?
Well, you don't seem very glad about being here.
No, I can't pretend to be. If you hadn't written that note, I should never have seen you again.
Why not?
I know you're Dennis Reardon.
Ah.
Father told me without knowing it. That's how they knew you'd be at the market. Through me. I can't apologize. That wouldn't mean anything. Because I'm not your friend. I'm your enemy.
Did you tell them you were meeting me here today?
No.
Did you look to see if anybody followed you?
There was no one. I haven't betrayed you. Today.
Why did you come here at all?
I thought it would be honorable to come and explain why I did it. But now that I am here, I don't feel very honorable about it. I can't explain it at all. Except that what made me do it was stronger than I was.
Inform on a man, and then tell him about it. You're a strange woman.
Please, try not to hate me.
Oh, it's not you I hate. It's everything outside this room. All the things that have done this. No, don't go.
I must. Because even if you don't hate me, what I did proves that we could never be friends. That we must never see each other again. You know that now, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I know it now. But all the years after you've gone from me, I'll be thinking of what might have been. And maybe it would be good to know if we both thought of it the same way.
Maybe it would.
Every evening for a month, I'd have asked you to meet me at the hilltop. What would you have said when I asked you?
I'd have said thank you.
And all through the summer evenings, we'd have walked in the hills, side by side, not talking much. Wouldn't we have?
Yes.
And then one evening, I'd have put my arm around you, and us walking alone in the moonlight. What would you have said then?
I don't think I'd have said anything.
And then we'd have walked slower and slower and stopped. And I'd have said, it's an honest and a beautiful woman you are.
Please, you must.
Oh, but I must. And I'd have said, I love you. I love you. And after we were married, we'd be on the farm in County Galway, riding fine horses together, and us laughing crazy all the day.
Please don't.
And at evening, us sitting down in our own cool house, with the country tablecloth on the table, and the white bread, and the strong red tea in our cups.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, darling, God help us both.
Helen. Oh, Helen. My darling.
Don't stand near the window, Dennis.
It's not a street in Dublin anymore. It doesn't look like any street in the world.
Come here. There isn't any Ireland or England. There isn't any world outside this room.
Aye. That's what I was feeling, too. Only my imagination's not working very good. It's a bit staggered, maybe. It's because I never dared dream of you all my life. Ireland was the only woman I ever knew. Ireland was my mother, and my sister, and my wife.
Oh, Dennis.
In your slow English way. Are you ready to say it now?
Yes.
Say it then.
I love you. I love you. And Dennis, whatever happens, I'll want to be with you always. When peace comes...
When peace comes, aye. I'll begrudge every minute of every hour and every clock in the world until it comes.
But when it does, and we're together again, we'll throw time out into the streets and shut our windows on it. Forever.
Well, Jerry, have a look at the street.
What is it? Dennis?
Why, it's almost empty. There's 2 men in the doorway across the street, 2 on the corner. I don't like it. Jerry, go down and take a look at the back.
They're in the back, too.
Dennis!
You brought them with you. You betrayed him this time just as you did.
No!
Pull down the blinds, Jerry.
I tell you it was her.
Will you do as you're told?
He's done it properly this time.
Dennis, I'm frightened. I'm frightened, Dennis.
It's a raid. They may not be coming here.
They couldn't have followed me.
It's all right, darling. It may be nothing at all.
There's more of them now. Soldiers. They're setting up a gun on the corner.
Dennis.
And we talked of peace.
Alleys are plugged up. There's soldiers coming down Donegal Street. We've got to move.
That window, Jerry. We'll take to the roofs and hope we can reach the corner. Open it.
Go ahead.
Dennis, wait. Hold me. Once more, darling. Hold me close to you. Just once. Just once.
Oh, this can't be the last time, darling. It can't be. Go on, Jerry.
Deep down, coming out.
Dennis.
Oh, darling. It's a funny place to be saying goodbye, isn't it?
Goodbye, Dennis.
Goodbye, darling. Keep down, Dennis. They're all over the street. They'll be waiting for us at every corner. Look out! We'll never make it. We'll run into them at every turn.
No, we won't. Do you see that chimney? The big one over there?
Yes.
Well, when I give the word, make a break for it. We can climb down it and hang on the inside. Can you do it?
I can.
You ready then? Now!
Do you suppose it's all right to climb out now?
Aye.
I'm that stiff in my joints. If I die before you, Dennis, will you do me a favor? Will you make sure that I'm not buried hanging up? Faith, that was a near thing, Dennis. 'Twas a wonder we weren't killed entirely. The chimneys was quick thinking, and I'm grateful to you. But on the other hand, come to think of it, neither you nor I should have been in this neighborhood at all in the first place. You know I'd die for you, Dennis, if I was dying for the cause, too. Have you forgotten the cause, Dennis? Have you forgotten O'Brien? He died for you, Dennis. And Donegal and Murphy and the 18 lads at Duneen and the ones before them. Have you forgotten them all? Have you, Dennis?
Jerry, on my honor, I'll never see her again.
Ah, your word is good enough for me.
And you have it. I'll never see her again.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Madeline Carroll and Brian Ahern return to us shortly in the third act of Beloved Enemy. But now, during intermission time, let's take a glimpse behind the scenes of Hollywood and learn something about a little-known phase of picture-making. Standing watch in the crow's nest of every studio, like the lookout man on a whaling ship, is the talent department, scanning a sea of new faces, hopefully waiting to capture another prize with a well-aimed contract. The head harpoon man at Paramount was once a New York attorney whose name is Ted Lesser. He says a newspaper, 100 years old, brought him to Hollywood. How'd that happen, Ted?
About a year and a half ago, C.B., I had occasion to go to Philadelphia. There I found that old newspaper with a record of an amazing trial. It gave me an idea for a story. Very shortly thereafter, I met William LeBaron, head of production for Paramount. He agreed it would make a great picture and suggested that I write it. I called it Souls at Sea.
Writers have turned from stories to executive positions in every branch of the industry. In fact, many years ago, Bill LeBaron, whom you just mentioned, used to write vaudeville acts with me for Jesse Lasky. So I suppose you went from writer to head of the talent department. Huh?
Correct. And when I told Mr. Zucker that among my legal clients had been Jack Benny, Burns and Allen, the Easy Aces, George Jessel, Fred Allen, and a number of other radio favorites, he suggested that I find some more favorites for Paramount. But this is the first time I've ever been asked to talk about it on the air.
You picked the right program.
You bet. It didn't take me long to discover that Lux and Talent had been keeping company in Hollywood for a long time. Talent knows the importance of a fine complexion, and Lux toilet soap knows how to protect it.
Now, apart from appearance, Ted, just what do you look for in a newcomer?
Well, a certain amount of individuality, always coupled with determination. As soon as they come to Paramount, we start them in our school, where they learn dramatics, voice, and dancing. If we're right, it doesn't take long before our young cubs show particular talent in one of these departments. A case in point is Olymp Bradner. Olymp came to us as a dancer, but her ability as a dramatic actress so far outshone her dancing that we cast her opposite George Raft in Souls at Sea.
Well, two things are certain every Friday at Paramount. Fish on the menu and your weekly auditions.
Yes, they're both institutions. The purpose of the auditions being to acquaint producers and directors with the merits of new talent. We present the boys and girls we've selected from all sorts of sources. Radio, vaudeville, stock companies, little theaters, and some plain home folk who are brought to our attention. Our producers have been most generous about giving these young players opportunities. And you, C.B., your willingness to give a newcomer a chance is proverbial in Hollywood. For example, 3 weeks ago, you gave a little girl named Jane Dewey a chance to appear in our auditions, with the result that she'll have a role in the forthcoming picture.
Proving that all producers and directors are on the alert for new personalities. And by the way, that was a very interesting couple we heard last Friday.
Quite a combination, weren't they? Particularly when you know their history. The girl, Terry Ray, was discovered serving sandwiches at one of our local drive-in restaurants. The young man who played the love scene with her is, on the lot, Michael Brooke. At home in England, he is the Earl of Warwick, who got his first acting chance in The Buccaneer. A democratic place, Hollywood, where a little waitress plays a scene with a British peer, each hoping to get a part in a picture. Thank you, C.B.
Thank you, Ted. Madeline Carroll, Brian Ahern, C. Aubrey Smith, and Donald Crisp in Beloved Enemy. Despairing of peace in Ireland, Lord Athley's returning to England with a recommendation for drastic military action. The boat plows heavily through Dublin Bay. At the rail, Helen sadly watches the lights of the city disappearing in the fog. Her father comes from his cabin and stands beside her. There's a long silence. Then he takes her hand in his.
Helen, dear, you mustn't take it like this. I want you to know that my decision to return home had nothing to do with you, with your friendship for Dennis Reardon. Although I can't pretend that the whole incident hasn't been a shocking nightmare to me. It's quite beyond my understanding.
There's no need for you to understand it now.
You mean by that it won't happen again?
Yes.
Good. Best of us go off the track now and then. The main thing is to get back.
Father, don't talk to me as if I were a child. I've done nothing I regret. Nothing compared to what you've done.
Helen.
Maybe I did go off the track. But at worst, it was only a matter of wrecking myself. With you, it's wrecking 4 million people.
Helen, what are you talking about?
You came to Ireland to make peace. And now you're going back with a recommendation of war. Drastic military measures, you said. Bullets in their bodies and grenades in their faces. Is that a way to stop bloodshed? You've tried it for years and failed. Why can't you try something else?
Helen, control yourself. You're not talking sense.
Is it sense to think you can mow down the young men of 2 countries, theirs and ours too, and not leave a hatred that will last 1,000 years? It's you who have gone mad, not I. Why can't you treat them as human beings? War. Can't you see what it will mean? Can't you see?
Helen. Helen.
Good evening, Lady Helen. Won't you come in?
Is my father still in the council room, Preston?
Yes, they've been in there all day.
He telephoned me to meet him here. Father.
Good evening, my dear.
Is there any news?
Very good so far. The Commission has agreed to talk it over with the Irish delegates.
You've done it. That's wonderful.
Now, don't be too optimistic, my dear. It'll only be a temporary truce. Nothing may come of it. We've merely guaranteed them a safe conduct if they'll come here for conferences.
But they must.
If they do come, we'll have a reception for them at the house.
Our house?
Yes. He'll be with them, Helen. Dennis Reardon. I shall hold you to your promise.
And Duchess of Newcastle, the Portuguese ambassador and Madame Zamora, Lord and Lady Belmont.
Well, Lord Athley, any word of our friends, the Irish?
None, except that they arrived this morning.
Rather late. Awkward if they don't come. You know, I never thought that.
But tell me, is this Reardon really coming, Dennis Reardon?
I suppose so. Nobody's seen him yet.
Harry, look. There they are at the door. All 6 of them.
Yes, the tall one, Reardon. They've come. Well, that's something anyway.
Are we all together, gentlemen?
Aye.
Well, let's go through with it. And call it history we are making. Names, please.
What?
What names shall I announce? Liam Dureg, Seamus Flaherty, Cahill McGarhall, Thomas Braga, Michal Cahallan, Donna Rehearden.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Liam Dureg, Seamus Flaherty, Cahill McGarhall.
Never mind. Just announce the delegates of the Irish Republic.
That's the fine spirit.
The delegates of the Irish Republic.
Republic. Delegates of a republic. What infernal cheek. Republic, indeed.
Helen, dear.
Don't look at me. Pretend you're watching the crowd. Welcome to England, Dennis.
Ah, you're so beautiful. Oh, darling, if I could just touch your hand.
Darling, if only you could.
We can't see each other alone. I gave my oath.
I had to do something like that, too.
Do you want me to leave?
No, please.
Oh, it's torture, seeing you like this.
It's better than not seeing you at all.
Darling, what things in your life happened in this room?
Over there's where I played the harp when I was 14, in a pink dress.
And in that room?
My mother's sitting room. I used to say my prayers in there before she died. Then, for 10 years, I never went into it once. Till now.
And do you pray there now? For peace?
And for you. I pray there for you. Oh, Dennis.
Reardon.
Aye?
We've made our appearance here and they've all had a chance to stare at us. I'm thinking if we're having a meeting tomorrow, it's time to go home.
Very well.
Good night, Lady Helen.
Good night, Mr. Burke.
Good night, Lady Helen.
Good night, Mr. Reardon.
And in our efforts to find a satisfactory arrangement, I claim the Irish delegates are reaching for the moon.
The moon, is it? We ask for a republic and you tell us it's the moon.
You've granted us minor concessions, yes. But you've continually avoided consideration of what we came for. You knew what was in our minds when we came. We hoped it was in yours.
In the face of this deadlock, I urge the leniency of our friends and beg the continuation of this conference tomorrow.
I can hold out little hope that anything further can be accomplished. But before we all take an irrevocable step, we consent to one more meeting.
Sit down, Dennis. There's nothing to be gained but pulling a long face. They sent their best to Guinness and we didn't flinch.
What I want to know is, are we going to compromise with them?
We're not. There's half of us wants it and there's half of us doesn't. Dennis Reardon has the deciding vote, and we know his feelings. Am I right? Dennis, here, where are you going?
I'm going for a walk.
At this hour of the night?
I've been cooped up in rooms with people for 4 days. I want to get out by myself.
A word with you, Dennis. Come here. Maybe I don't know your mind. Maybe you're willing to sign that treaty. But remember this, you took an oath. And if you break that oath, you'll be a dead man the minute you set foot in Ireland.
Get out of my way.
Dennis!
What are you doing here?
I've been looking for you. The clerk of the hotel said you'd gone out, across the bridge.
You shouldn't have come, Helen.
I had to speak to you. I was afraid to call.
But I've sworn not to see you.
And I've sworn, too. But why shouldn't we? We're two small people in a very large world. They can't begrudge us this. Dennis, what's going to happen tomorrow? Are you going to accept England's terms? It's war if you don't.
I know. It's my vote that will decide it.
Yours? Then vote for peace, Dennis. Vote to sign the treaty.
And lose half of what we've asked for?
Don't think of the loss. Think of the half you've gained.
I can't forget the lads who've died.
Remember those who want to live. One of us must be big enough to compromise. Don't you see that? Dennis, sign the treaty.
You don't know what you're asking, Helen. I've sworn to support my people.
I'm only saying what your people would say if they could.
It's a hopeless argument. You're talking in a teacup.
I'm talking like a human being. Remember what you said. That you'd begrudge every minute of every hour on every clock in the world until peace comes. Well, it's here. Peace is here, Dennis, if you'll just say the word.
Don't let me alone, Helen.
Dennis.
Oh, darling. Oh, forgive me.
All of this means so little. We're nothing, you and I. It's the right of a whole people to live and to be happy. Help them, Dennis. Help them. Good night, Dennis. Good night, my darling.
Here's the paper. Irish agree to sign treaty. Dennis Reardon signs treaty today.
England will sign first. The pen, Lord Athley.
Thank you. I really don't know what my party will say to this. It's political suicide for me, Mr. Reardon. Perhaps for both of us.
Did you say political, Lord Athley? The pen, please.
Then he stood up in the meeting. It's peace that Ireland wants, he said. We'll take the treaty home with us tonight.
And then he signed?
I've come to respect that man, Helen. The bravest man I've ever known. Heaven help him.
Father, what's wrong?
When he signed the treaty, he admitted he was signing his own death warrant.
Death warrant?
He's going home to great danger.
No.
The fanatics of his own party, Burke perhaps, they'll turn against him as a traitor.
They can't do that. He's not a traitor. He only wanted peace. Father, you've got to help him.
How can I, Helen? What can I do?
Then I'll help him. I'll tell them why he did it. I'll see the leaders of his party myself.
Helen!
Let me alone. I'm going to Ireland. I'm going to Dennis.
And a good thing, too. There's peace in Ireland.
There's some don't think so.
He's speaking tonight. A meeting in the square. He's speaking to the crowd.
Aye, if a bullet don't stop him. A bullet?
Aye, a bullet.
Go on, Dennis!
free state and a free people. The glory that is Ireland's now, we owe to those no longer here. The glory that will be Ireland's rests with you. We look to the future, to the youth of Ireland. For our land and our ideals are their inheritance.
Dennis Reardon, he's shot! Take him to the hospital! Hey, to the hospital! Come on, to the hospital!
Dennis,
Oh, I'm glad you're here.
now shut your eyes and be very quiet.
It's such a little time to see you. It's always such a little time. Our love's been like Solomon Grundy's life. Born on Monday, married on Wednesday, and on Sunday. Huh. It's been a funny kind of love.
A funny kind of love.
We knew in the beginning. We never had a chance.
We're going to have our chance now. Oh, Dennis, we're going to live with each other the way other young people live. Oh, my darling, when you're well, we'll never talk about anything important again.
Your hair is such a fine color. I never had the time to tell you.
You will.
And that's a pretty dress you're wearing. I like your dresses.
Just wait and see the dresses I'll wear for you.
And I like the way you walk. Not looking where you're going. Someday you'll fall down and break your lovely neck.
Oh, darling, does it hurt?
No. It's funny. We've said goodbye to each other every time we've met.
It's not goodbye. We'll always be with each other. Always.
That's right. We'll never say goodbye. Because we'll always meet again somewhere. Won't we, darling?
Yes. We'll never say goodbye. We'll always be together. Somewhere.
And so, Beloved Enemy joins the long procession of Lux Radio Theatre productions. Later, we'll hear again from Brian Ahern and Madeline Carroll. The next time you see a film with war scenes such as Beloved Enemy, bear in mind that you're witnessing the most dangerous and realistic phase of motion pictures, a phase in which our next guest is unsurpassed. The explosions that occur in the midst of actors that apparently blow them to pieces are not trick explosions. They're caused by those deadly instruments of destruction, dynamite, flash powder, and black powder. And the fact that no one's actually harmed is to the everlasting credit of men like our guest, Walter J. Hoffman. In his grimy, powder-stained hands have rested literally the lives of 100,000 actors. For 27 years, he's devoted himself to death and disaster. He's started battle after battle, wiped out countless armies, discharged enough ammunition for a dozen wars, and has actually destroyed millions of dollars in property. Yet he has the amazing record of never injuring a soul, never causing an accident. He created the battle scenes in The Birth of a Nation and helped me in one of the first pictures I ever made, The Warrens of Virginia. And so I've gone to him ever since. In the old days, we called him Slim Hoffman, and he bore the title of Powder Monkey.
But today they call me Mr. Hoffman and tell me I'm a special effects man.
Apart from the safety of our actors, which is always the first consideration in our minds, we've also learned to depend on you, Slim, to do a technically perfect job the first time. Retakes in your line could easily cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yes, once a building or a battlefield is blown up, it usually stays blown up. There's not much you can do about it.
To show how great an expense is involved, suppose you tell our audience what a good battle scene will cost.
Well, here's an idea of the amount of money I blew up in All Quiet on the Western Front. 61 tons of dynamite at $340 a ton, 20 tons of gunpowder at $800 a ton, and 16 tons of smoke powder at $2,000 a ton. And that doesn't begin to show the value of what those explosives blew up.
When you get orders to prepare a battlefield for battle, how do you go about the big blowout or blow-up?
I do exactly what I did for you in the Buccaneer. You told me how many long shots you wanted and how many close-ups. And then I planted the charges of explosives accordingly.
Well, the fact that several times you see Frederick March actually shaken by the concussions of explosions near him is evidence of how effectively you planted them. Also, the fact that we blew a boat containing 8 men several feet out of water without scratching a man. I suppose we can thank the accuracy of the instrument on which you play your symphonies of destruction, the switchboard that sets off the explosions.
The switchboard resembles a keyboard of a piano, and each charge buried in the ground is connected by a wire to the switchboard and set off by electricity. Each individual switch must be thrown exactly the right second. If I throw it too late or too soon, some actor who is charging in that direction would be blown to pieces by the concussion.
Yet if they carry out instructions, actors can stand within a few feet of a terrific charge of explosives and not harm so much as the crease of their uniforms. How's that possible, Slim?
It's all in the way the explosion is planted or buried. If I want to charge a burst to the right of an actor, I'll plant the powder in a wedge-shaped hole. The side of the hole nearest the actor will go straight in the ground. The other side will slope into the ground at an angle. The angle is what aims the direction of the explosion. As long as the actor stays where he belongs, he's absolutely safe. We can't mark the location of the explosive because the mark would show up in the film. This means that sometimes I have to memorize the exact locations of as many as 20 different explosions, knowing that a mistake in timing or location will mean death. I guess that's why I take my work pretty seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Slim, for a bang-up performance. And now, Brian Ahern and Madeline Carroll.
The last time I was here, Mr. DeMille, I played an Englishman to an Irish girl, but tonight I'm quite on the other side of the fence. I feel especially glad to have had the opportunity of playing my old part in Beloved Enemy this Christmas, because in a world which lies in the shadow of wars and threats of wars, it's a story which reaffirms the Christmas message of the necessity for peace and goodwill among men. I would like to wish you, Mr. DeMille, and everybody in the Lux Radio Theatre tonight, and all those who may be listening in, a very happy New Year.
Thank you, Brian. And now, after 4 months abroad, Miss Carroll, you should have a lot to tell us.
Before I do that, I want to say that while it's been just 1 year since I was here last, I haven't forgotten this program or the product behind it, Lux Toilet Soap. I'm sincerely glad of the opportunity of telling you how much I enjoy using it. And as for the trip abroad, I was greatly impressed by one thing. Wherever I went, I was always asked the same question. What do the American people think of us? I realized then as never before what a responsibility we of the films have. In our small way, we can be ambassadors of goodwill, not only for Hollywood, but for America. And I did my best to tell them how eager this nation is for friendship and harmony. Yes, this year of 1937 has had its grim aspects. But let us fervently hope that as the old year fades, it will carry away with it doubts and distrust, that the new year will bring the world a new outlook of peace and understanding. Good night.
Good night, Miss Carroll.
Miss Carroll appeared through courtesy of Walter Ranger Productions. Mr. Ahern is now making Merrily We Live at Hal Roach Studios. C. Aubrey Smith is from Selznick International Studios and Donald Crisp from Warner Brothers. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studios and was in charge of music for their new picture, Love and Hisses. Back again to Mr. DeMille.
The Lux Radio Theatre starts its new year with a flourish next Monday night when we bring you Claudette Colbert, Fred McMurray, and Walter Connolly. The drama in which you'll hear them was originally written as a novel by that master Booth Tarkington and later became a hit film. A simple, tender romance of universal appeal. The story of a small-town girl who tried so hard to be worthy of the man she loved. Its title, Alice Adams. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray in Alice Adams with Walter Connolly. They join me also in saying thanks to you for your support of their products, which enabled them to bring you this program throughout 1937. With your help, they'll make 1938 the greatest year in the history of the Lux Radio Theatre, a program dedicated to your entertainment. It's the sincere hope of all of us who work continually here in the Lux Radio Theatre with this weekly presentation that the new year will bring all of you the things you most desire, the things closest to your hearts. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The musical selection, A Pretty Girl Is Like a Melody, is from the Ziegfeld Follies of 1919. Your announcer's been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, April 12th.
The Lux Radio Theatre presents Walter Houston, Nan Sunderland, and Fay Bainter in Dodsworth. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Walter Houston, Nan Sunderland, Fay Bainter, Gregory Gay, and John Carradine. Our guests, Sidney Howard, distinguished playwright, Pulitzer Prize winner, and adapter of Dodsworth, and Walter Plunkett, one of Hollywood's best-known costume designers. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. From our stage on Hollywood Boulevard, our stars, our guests, and our staff join me in a coast-to-coast greeting, as once again it's my privilege to say, welcome, everyone, to the Lux Radio Theatre. This program is brought to you by the makers of Lux Flakes, those tissue-thin diamonds of soap that women everywhere use for their nice things. You undoubtedly have a box of Lux in the house right now, like other Lux Radio Theatre listeners. But have you a package out in the kitchen, near the sink where you do the dishes? Lux has no harmful alkali, as harsh kitchen soaps often have, to parch and roughen the hands. Just a spoonful does the trick, and it leaves hands smooth and white, so they are as pretty a setting for your rings as the day you were married. So tomorrow, and every day after, reach for the familiar blue box of Lux Flakes as you start the dishes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Disregarding traditions has been the secret of many a man's success. Hannibal astounded and crushed his enemies by converting elephants from draft animals to war machines. Louis Pasteur by taking the virus of rabies and turning it into a cure for rabies. Benjamin Franklin faced the lightning, terror of all mankind before him, and with a key and a kite introduced us to the wonders of electricity. There are those who dare in words as well as deeds, and tonight's play provides the perfect example. The unwritten law of the theater says that best-selling novels do not always make successful plays. Sidney Howard wrote one of the exceptions to that proves the rule when he adapted Sinclair Lewis' novel, Dodsworth, for the stage. A dramatic triumph for 3 years, it was sold to pictures for the record-breaking sum of $160,000. Walter Houston broke the theatrical legend that actors never stop acting when he stopped acting to become a city engineer. He brought power and light to St. Louis until he was sure that he could bring power and light to the theater, which he'd left as an unknown. He returned to become a great star. As we greet Walter tonight, we also welcome the two other stars with whom he shared his Broadway ovations. His wife, Nan Sunderland, resuming her role of Edith Cartwright, and Miss Fay Bainter, who journeyed from New York to be with us as Fran. From the screen version, we have Gregory Gay as Kurt, while John Carradine, a discovery of mine, will be heard as Arnold Israel. Curtain time. Louis Silver's raised baton, the old familiar words the Lux Radio Theatre presents. And tonight we give you Dodsworth, with Walter Houston, Nan Sunderland, Fay Bainter, Gregory Gay, and John Carradine. Our scene is the comfortably furnished library of the Dodsworth home in Zenith. It's late afternoon, and Fran Dodsworth, smartly dressed for traveling, sits beside the fire, checking over a list of things to be done before her departure. Mary, the maid, listens attentively.
Let me see now, Mary. Wasn't there something else? Oh, yes, the books on the table. My husband's taking them along. See if you can't slip them in his big leather suitcase.
Yes, Mrs. Dodsworth.
And send all the old magazines to the Salvation Army.
Yes, Mrs. Dodsworth.
And when my daughter and Mr. McKee get back from their honeymoon, I put all the wedding presents that came after they left in the closet in Miss Emily's old room.
I'll tell her, ma'am.
Oh, Sam, how are you, dear? That's all, Mary.
Yes, Mrs. Dodsworth.
Well, is everything settled?
It's all over. The Revelations Motor Company, Samuel Dodsworth, president and founder, became the property of United Motors a little over an hour ago.
How do you feel?
Well, how would any man feel who just sold 25 years of his life?
I suppose you feel sort of lost.
Well, I knew what I was doing when I sold, Fran, and I know what I'm after from now on.
But you mustn't feel lost, though. I mean, that feeling will wear off. Life isn't going to be empty from now on. It's going to be fuller than ever and richer for both of us, Sam. Think, darling, you're free. After 20 years of doing what was expected of us, we're free.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, don't look so mournful about it, darling. It's all so exciting to me.
But I'm just as keen on this trip as you are, Fran. I'm raring to go. I've always wanted to see London and Paris.
Oh, but I want much more than a trip out of this, Sam. I want a new life all over from the very beginning. A perfectly glorious, free, adventurous life.
What's to prevent?
Nothing if we start out on a free foot. Why, I'd almost be willing to sell this house so we'd have nothing to bind us here.
Why, good Lord, Fran, it's our home. We built ourselves into it.
What I want is to get us some new selves now.
Me?
Yes, you. Why, if you weren't tied to this deadly, middle-class, Western town...
Now, Fran, don't start knocking Zenith. I can be free enough without going back on my hometown.
Well, I'm thinking of my freedom, too. In Europe, a woman of my age is just getting to where men take a serious interest in her. And I just won't be put on the shelf by my daughter when I can still dance better and longer than she can. I've got brains. Thank God I still got looks. And no one takes me for over 35 or 30 even. I'm begging you for life, Sam. No, I'm not. I'm demanding it.
I see how you feel. All right, I'll enjoy life now if it kills me, and it probably will.
We've earned this trip, Sam. It's coming to both of us. You've got plenty to show for all your work. We brought up Emily and seen her married, and I've done my part, Sam. It hasn't always been easy.
Well, it will be, dear, from now on.
Sam, I'll love you so much more when you're not just an old horse in a treadmill.
I saw you, bloody European travelers.
Hello, matey. Hello, Tubby.
Oh, dear.
Hollywood Francais, Springsy Dites, got the spaghetti.
Oh, stop being funny, Tubby.
No, I'd let him alone, matey. He's just glad to see us go.
Sure. How are you, Fran?
All right. Let me take your things, matey.
Thanks. We weren't satisfied just to come to the station with everyone else, Sam. We are going to New York with you.
What?
That's right. Me and the wife's going to see you off at the pier. Toot-toot. All ashore.
Hey,
Bye-bye.
that's great. Isn't it great, Fran?
Yes. I'll run up and close the bag.
Oh, let me come along, Fran. I won't be in the way.
Well, Tubby, old son of a gun, how about a cocktail?
No, thanks.
What's wrong with you?
I think I'll stay sober until after I've given you a hunk of my mind.
What have I done?
You know darn well what you've done. Americans like you and me can't quit work, Sam. We're meant to keep on working till we die in harness.
Tubby, I'm out to make a new life for myself.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm out to learn how to enjoy my leisure now I've retired. I've been doing things that people expected of me always.
Oh, shut up. If you think I can see my oldest and closest friend turned into an expatriate parlor snake because Zenith isn't good enough for his
Easy
wife.
now, easy, Tubby, easy.
Ever since college, I've guessed you and looked up to you. You're pretty near everything I'm not and ought to be. But you're a blame fool when it comes to your wife.
You don't know what you're talking about.
What are you doing, Tubby? Trying to get Sam to buy back the company?
No, I wasn't. But Sam's going to regret this the end of his life. He knows it as well as I do.
No, I don't. I don't know anything of the kind. All I know is I'm out to see some of the world I haven't seen and get a perspective on the USA. I might get to know myself at the same time. I might even get to know my wife. Fran, did I remember to tell you today that I adore you?
There she goes! Take care of yourself, Tubby.
Goodbye, Sam. Bye, Fran.
Good luck, Sam. Look out for those drinks, gal.
Lockett.
Here you are. I've been looking for you, friend.
Have you? Wasn't the captain's dinner delightful?
Done up quite well, I thought. Where's your husband?
I left him out on deck to cool off. The fresh air won't hurt him. He thinks he sees a lighthouse or something.
Sorry it's over, friend.
Sorry, what's over?
The voyage.
No, not that I've been bored. You've taken excellent care of that, Major Lockett. If it hadn't been for meeting you Britishers, though. Sam says he can't wait to set foot on British soil. Well, neither can I. Oh, but when I do set foot...
You'll try your wings?
That's very pretty, Major. I hope I don't fall.
I've been laying out things for us to do in London.
For us to do?
Why not?
Fran, it was land.
Oh, was it, Sammy,
Yeah,
dear?
Bishop's Light, they call it. Say, if I had a motorboat, I could be ashore in half an hour. Ashore in England. I can't believe we've done it.
If you keep on across the ocean in a straight line, Sammy, darling, you're bound to strike land sooner or later.
I know, but England.
That's the most natural part of it, Dodsworth. If it were Africa now, where England ought to be.
Hey, my first sight of England isn't funny to me. Come on, Fran, come on and look at the light,
I'd
huh?
rather dance. Coming, Major Lockett?
All right, you two go along, and I'll join you after I've calmed down.
Mr. Dodsworth?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Cartwright.
What was it you just called that light? I saw it, too.
Bishop's Light. Of course, I've never been across before. I got excited.
There's nothing like a first trip to Europe.
Yeah, especially when you're old enough to know what you're after.
What are you after?
I'm enjoying my leisure. You see, I've been doing things myself for a long time now. I thought I'd give things a chance to do something to me.
The education of an American.
Yes, you might call it that.
How long have you given yourself?
6 months. Oh, I'll be homesick by then.
Yes. I was homesick the first year I came over.
Came over? Where from?
Michigan.
Oh, are you an American, Mrs. Cartwright?
Well, I don't know what I am. I used to be a British subject by marriage. I don't know that one can be a British subject by divorce. I expect I'm just a woman who lives in Italy.
Italy? Why?
It's cheap.
Say, what's it like?
That depends on what one's after, as you'd say.
Well, when a man has no more job and his wife wants a fling, there are worse things than travel.
Much worse.
But for a steady thing, give me America. For Americans, that is.
Your wife wouldn't say that.
She will by the time our 6 months are up.
I hope she does. Drifting isn't nearly as pleasant as it looks.
Say, if you don't like it, why don't you give it up?
One drifts for lack of reason to do anything else.
Well, what do you want?
What do you suppose any lone woman wants?
I guess I've been talking too much again. I'm sorry, Mrs. Cartwright. Hey, look around you, Fran. Piccadilly, London.
Sam, please.
You know, I can't get over it. Smell it. Sooty. That's the coal smoke. Listen to it, Fran. New York may be noisier, but this is deeper.
Sam, don't act like a tourist. Come on.
All right.
Well, here we are. Come in, Major Lockett.
Thanks.
It was a grand evening, wasn't it?
It was for me.
Well, Sam. Sam, dear. I guess he's not home yet. Sit down, Clyde.
It's rather late.
Oh, please, Clyde. He's gone off to a stag dinner. Won't be home for hours yet. You can keep me company.
I say, he isn't likely to come in roaring, is he, and shoot me when he finds me here.
Sam. Sam has all the old-fashioned virtues except jealousy.
Call it a virtue, do you?
Well, when a wife who isn't exactly plain seems to be attractive to other men and doesn't mind when they show her that they are attractive.
Oh, quite. Yes, I see what you mean.
Clyde, you're not being as amusing as usual tonight.
I don't feel amusing.
Be informing, then.
I'd rather hold your hand. You don't mind?
You do it so beautifully, I rather like it.
Friend, do me a favor.
What?
Don't go trekking over to the continent. You belong here, friend. I need you here.
You don't mean that. And I don't want you to mean it.
Friend, darling.
Clyde, please. Please.
There. Does that show you that I mean it?
That was a very silly thing to do, Clyde.
Friend.
And I didn't like it. I think you'd better go.
Are you trying to make me feel that you resented my kissing you?
Did you think I wouldn't resent it?
Sorry. I thought I was doing what was expected of me.
I thought civilized people knew where an innocent flirtation stops. Will you go, please?
Of course. Fran, you've the most charming and childish misconception of yourself. You think you're a woman of the world. You're nothing of the sort. And I'm afraid you never will be.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello there, Dodsworth.
You folks just get in?
Yes.
How was the show?
All right. If you like entertainment that ends badly. Good night.
Good night. You know, he's not so bad. He's fresh, but he's not so bad. Why, darling, what's the matter? What is it?
I've never been so furious in my life.
What, Lockhart?
Don't you mention that rotter's name.
Well, what did he do?
He insulted me.
Yeah? How far did he go?
When I tried to put him in his place, he said things to me. He said things. I can't bear it.
Mm-hmm. I suppose it's up to me to go out and shoot him.
Don't joke, Sam.
Well, I would feel rather like a fool. You know, you and I aren't up to this sort of thing. It kind of makes us look like the hicks we are.
Sam.
Well, it does, and it's your own fault for leading him on.
So I'm to blame.
He must have had some excuse for making a pass. You have been flirting with him, and you've got such a sweet way of bawling me out in front of him that he'd naturally
I've
conclude
never said
he
anything
could...
to embarrass you. I've always been loyal to you. You'll be sorry. You'll be sorry.
Oh, Fran, I'm tired.
I'm tired, too.
All right, then we're both tired.
Sam,
What is it now?
we never used to scrap so much at home.
I guess we haven't got enough else to do over here.
Don't say that. It's England. England's such a strain. I want to go over to France tomorrow, Sam.
But I don't. I like it here.
I don't.
Now, I'm just beginning to get on to things in London. I've got a date to look at some aeroplane factories tomorrow.
I don't care if you have.
France will be so foreign.
I want it to be. I want to start all over. I'm so ashamed of this Lockett business. And I can't stay in this country with that man laughing at me and saying...
What, that you kicked him out?
You've got to take me away, Sam. I don't trust myself. I'm afraid of myself.
Afraid, sweetheart?
Yes, I am. I'm just a woolly American like you are. And if you ever catch me trying to be anything else, will you beat me?
Well, will I have to beat you very long at a time?
Walter Houston, Nan Sunderland, and Fay Bainter will continue in Dodsworth shortly. But now we take you into a typical Lux home on the West Coast. 16-year-old Rosalie is setting the table in the dining room, and young brother Bobby comes in. When he sees his sister, things begin to happen. Let's listen.
Mother, please make Bobby stop.
What's the matter now?
Oh, he's being horrid. Just listen.
She got runs in her stockings with holes in the toes. Awful to look upon, my pretty Irish rose.
Now, Rose, you mustn't blame your brother for criticizing your stockings when you have an enormous run like that.
But, Mommy, it's bad enough having runs without a boys making fun of them.
Who's to blame for your having runs, my pet? Haven't I told you again and again that it pays to stick to Lux? Because Lux cuts down on runs?
Of course, Mother's right, as mothers usually are. Lux Flakes do cut down on runs because Lux is especially made to preserve the elasticity that silk has when new. Then the threads can stretch under strain and spring back without breaking. Lux has none of the harmful alkali found in many ordinary soaps, and with Lux you avoid injurious cake soap rubbing. If you are not already using Lux Flakes for your stockings, make a note to buy some tomorrow. Our producer, Mr. DeMille, continues.
We continue with Dodsworth, starring Walter Houston, Nan Sunderland, and Fay Bainter. One month has passed, and the Dodsworths are in Paris. We're in their hotel suite, where they've been entertaining some of their newfound friends. On a balcony high above the city, we find Fran Dodsworth with Arnold Israel, a suavely polished citizen of the world.
And what can I do to make myself a part of your Paris, Mrs. Dodsworth?
Come to dine again, Arnold.
No, you and your husband must come to me now. Tuesday at 8. Quai Voltaire. Through the carousel and straight over the river.
Oh, what a charming address. Where do you call your home, Arnold?
I was born in Krakow. I grew up here. I keep my residence in New York, a flat in London, and a villa at Antibes.
What an ideal existence.
I believe in freedom and variety.
So do I.
Well, that should cement our friendship. Madame de Penable tells me that you and she are taking a villa on Lake Geneva for the summer.
Well, it hasn't been settled.
Then you will not return to America with your husband in June?
That hasn't been settled either.
I expect to be in Geneva in August. Perhaps
Oh, you must come to see us. I mean, if we're there.
I shall be delighted. Really delighted.
Mrs. Dodsworth.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Cartwright?
Everyone seems to be going. I must say good night.
And so must I. It's been a charming evening, Mrs. Dodsworth. I've been happy to celebrate your birthday with you.
Oh, I hadn't realized it was your birthday, Mrs. Dodsworth.
I wish I hadn't. No woman really enjoys getting to be 35.
When you're 40, as I am, you look back on 35 as a most agreeable age.
I hope I look as young as you do, Mrs. Cartwright, when I'm 40.
You're almost sure to, my dear.
Well, I must get my coat.
My dear, don't.
What?
You're so charming. Be sure you're right.
I don't know what you're talking about. Shall we go in?
Well, sir, then I went in where Napoleon was crowned, and I sat down. And there I was. Napoleon and Sam Dodsworth of Zenith together.
Mr. Dodsworth has been telling us his impression of Paris.
Oh, yes?
The manufacturer of automobiles comes into contact with Gothic permanence and finds it...
Right. That's what I like about sightseeing. Shows you how small you are in time as well as space. Of course, Fran says it isn't the thing to do, but I like it. What do you say, Kurt?
Paris? Oh, I detest it. For me, it's a motion picture made by lunatics.
I have listened while an American automobile magnate, an Austrian travel agent, and an international banker had explained Paris to me, a Parisian. Eh bien, now I go home. Good night, my dearest Fran.
Good night, Madame de Benoble. Good night, Court, dear. Thanks for my sweet flowers. Call me up tomorrow. Maybe we can dance somewhere for tea.
Oh, thank you.
Good night. Good night, Kurt. Good night, Arnold.
Good night, Mr. Dodsworth.
Oh, you going too, Mrs. Cartwright?
I must. I stole a bit of your letter paper to write my Italian address on. Here it is. Come and see me.
Say, we'd love to, Mrs. Cartwright.
Please do. Good night.
Good night.
You like that woman, don't you?
Well, you thought she was the most distinguished-looking woman on the boat.
She seems a frump in Paris. Though, you know, I'm always glad to see any of your friends, Sam, even the not particularly amusing ones.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll go to bed. Coming?
Yeah, say, Fran.
Yes?
Haven't we had about enough of Paris?
My dear Sam, unfasten the shoulder strap, will you, mon vieux?
No, I mean, isn't it about time we thought about going back home?
Home?
Yeah, I don't see much percentage just sitting here on my rear end. Got some business I want to attend to. I'd like to see how Emily's getting along with her honeymoon, and I'd like to be in New Haven for my class reunion.
Sam,
Yeah?
why don't you go home?
What, without you?
Yes. Get yourself a new lease on life, then come back and join me. Why don't you?
No, I wouldn't want to go home without you, Fran.
Well, I can see you aren't enjoying Paris. I'm only thinking of your pleasure. If you thought of mine, you wouldn't ask me to leave here when we're meeting such nice people.
I don't think they're so nice.
Well, we needn't go into that again.
Well, I don't, and I don't see what you see in. Now, this Arnold Israel may be all he says he is internationally and financially, but he certainly is no Barney Baruch.
Sam.
Mrs. Penable, well, she may be all right, but I hate to think who pays the bill when that young Austrian Kurt takes you out.
Arnold Israel happens to be one of the most distinguished living financiers.
Yeah.
Renee. And it is Madame de Penable, not Mrs. Is a true woman of the great world here. Court may be poor, but he holds one of the oldest titles in Austria, and they all belong to the most amusing and exclusive crowd in Paris.
Fran, do you think the real thing in Paris would hang out with a couple of hicks like us?
Hicks?
All right, now what else are we? I'm just an ordinary American businessman, and I married the daughter of a Zenith brewer who seems to be flying pretty high these days.
I suppose you know what you mean by that?
Well, why won't you sit at a sidewalk cafe with me?
Because smart people don't.
I'm not smart.
Now let's have the one about the great motor magnate and all he's done for the automobile industry. Yeah. You may be the most impressive man in Zenith, but you're not in Zenith now. You're in Paris now. And I'm sick and tired of apologizing to my friends.
Have you been apologizing to this crowd for me? Hello? Yes? Well, I'm sorry. All right. Well, we've been making so much noise, someone's complained.
Oh, how humiliating.
Yes, isn't it? All right, go ahead. Pipe down, but go ahead. I'm waiting.
You are hopeless. If you had the mistiest notion of civilization here...
Yeah, well, maybe I don't think so much of it, though. Maybe clean hospitals, concrete highways, and no soldiers along the Canadian border come near my idea of civilization. There are 20 million automobiles in America. I've contributed something to every one of them from my own personal civilization. And if that isn't more than knowing how to order dinner as your friend, the madam...
Don't call her the madam.
All right. Let's not go into that again. I'm going to get out of this town and back to doing something and take you along.
I'm not going, Sam.
Oh, yes, you are.
I think we need a vacation from each other.
Well, I don't feel that way about it.
I've taken a villa with René de Pinal in Switzerland.
Well, I think you might have told me.
I've got my own money.
Fran.
What?
Fran, my darling, you're not drifting away from me.
I hope not.
What, you and I, Fran, after 20 years? All right, I'll give it up. I won't go home.
You've got to go. I can't stand being torn this way any longer. I'm suffocating. I'm sorry for everything mean I've said, but if we're going on together, I've got to be left alone this summer. Oh, don't look so hurt, and please don't be angry. Or do be angry if it's going to make you any happier. But remember that I did make a real home for you, and I'll do it again. But you've got to let me have my fling now, because you're simply rushing at old age, Sam. And I'm not ready for that yet. What are you looking at?
Shipping news. I just thought I'd see the first boat I could catch.
Look at this. Sam Dodsworth's home.
Sam Dodsworth's home.
Said he had a class reunion.
Sam Dodsworth, and she's not with him.
Well, why should I say anything I didn't think?
You didn't think what would make me think.
Well, maybe I don't care what you think.
Well, you'd better care what I think.
Hello, Dad. Hello, Tubby. Matey's here. We've been waiting for you.
Sam, Tubby.
Was it fun in New Haven? Did you have a good time?
Had a wonderful time.
Oh, what is this, a heat wave or just a hangover?
It's Sam.
Sam, yeah.
I'm going home.
All right, go ahead.
Sit down, Tubby.
I'm going home.
Tubby.
Anything wrong, Dad?
No. Has a cable come for me today?
Not yet.
Well, there should have been a cable from your mother.
Well, I can telephone.
No, don't bother. If a cable had come, they'd have sent it out, wouldn't they?
Well, don't be cross, Father.
I'm not being cross. In the old days, I wouldn't have to ask if there was a cable. Been laid out on my table for me. The way things are run around this house, I can't find anything of mine.
Well, I know things aren't the way they used to be, but please don't be difficult.
Well, why shouldn't I be difficult when a man's made to feel more homeless in his own house than he did in Paris?
I'm sorry you feel that way.
It's true. Only I'm not being difficult. Where's my mail?
There isn't any.
No mail? My mail should be laid out on that table.
But, Father, if it hasn't been any...
Your mother
to lay
always
out.
had my mail laid out on that table. No cable, no mail.
Is that the trouble, Sam?
What?
No cable and no mail.
No. Have a cigar, Tubby?
Anything, Sam? Anything?
All right, where are the cigars?
Why, Harry smokes cigarettes. I'll order some.
No, don't bother. Never would have been like this in your mother's day. No mail, no cigars, no cable.
Father, I'm sorry things aren't the way they used to be, but Harry and I are living in this house now, and I wish you'd stop speaking of Mother as though she were dead.
I'm not speaking of your mother as though
yes, you are, Sam.
Well, her mother's coming home.
Is she?
Dead.
Well, she's coming any time now. I wrote her over a week ago. Told her to come back. I'm just waiting for her to cable. Tell me what the boat is.
Oh, Mr. Dodsworth.
Yeah, what's the matter with you?
Here's a cable for you. It came this afternoon.
Thank heaven. Maybe you'll get a little peace and quiet around here now, Emily.
What's the matter, Sam?
Isn't Mother coming?
Well, it's nothing. This is not from your mother.
Go outside, Tubby.
Huh? Oh, sure.
Come on, Tubby.
Yeah. So long, you old horse thief.
Sam, what is it?
She's not coming, matey.
I guessed as much. What does she say?
Want a few more months, Europe. Hope you're having good time home. Not one word about me going over.
No, she's thoughtless.
No, she's not, matey. She's scared.
Scared? Of what?
Of growing old.
Sam, those people she's with, the ones she mentioned in her last letter, do you know them?
Yeah, sure.
Like 'em?
They're all right.
Who's, Arnold Israel?
Israel. Well, he's one of those custom-built internationals you see in the road of graveyard section every Sunday.
Oh. Well, give us a kiss now.
Say, will you lay off those European liberties with my wife?
Oh, come on, Tubby.
Hello. Telegraph office. Hello, Samuel Dodsworth speaking. Take a cable. Going to Mrs. Dodsworth. Same address as my last. Ready? Sailing Aquitania Wednesday. Meet me Ritz, Paris. Love. Signed, Sam. And take another. Going to A.B. Hurd Agency, London. Sailing Aquitania Wednesday. Stop. Using utmost discretion, ascertain day-to-day address of Arnold Israel, Paris. Keep me informed, wireless. Signed, Dodsworth. Send them both straight. Yeah, repeat them, will you? Well, Fran, this looks natural.
This week was as cool as anything in Paris, so I took it again.
You must be tired from your trip. How long is it from Lake Geneva?
Oh, I've come much further than that. I've come all the way from Biarritz.
Biarritz, huh?
Yes, I was alone, of course.
Mm-hmm.
What are you looking at, Sam?
Did I remember to write you that I adore you?
Why, no. I don't believe that you did. Do you? Why do you keep looking at your watch?
I'm expecting a caller.
At this time of night, who?
At Cherbourg, I sent a man a telegram to meet me here. He's late. I'll give him 10 minutes more.
You're very mysterious. I've never seen you like this before.
No, I've never seen you like this either, Fran.
Well, if we have to stay in this stifling room, how's Emily?
Everybody's very happy, and she's fine. She's going to, And I'll answer it. Wait a minute.
I'll wait in the bedroom.
No, wait. I'd rather you stayed. Steady, darling. Sit down. Come in.
Arnold.
Good evening.
Fran, I tried to reach you on the telephone to let you know I was coming.
Yes, and you came from Biarritz, too, didn't you? I wanted to see you two face to face. I know the whole story.
I never heard anything so outrageous in my life. Suppose Arnold was in Switzerland. What if he was in Biarritz? Do you know how insulting you are?
You don't know how insulting I'm going to be if you don't stop this play acting.
Play acting?
Yeah, I know where you've been, and I know who you've been with. Now, what I want to know is, are you coming home with me or staying here in Europe?
Sam.
You wouldn't put matters so bluntly if you understood,
I understand. I'm sure that you and Kurt and Madame de Penable have given her things she wanted and never got from me. But I'm interested in what I need and want. And that happens to be peace of mind.
But if you bring yourself to see matters reasonably...
I've crossed the Atlantic to be reasonable. Fran, I've loved you and been married to you for 20 years. I'd like to hang on to you if I can. You want to marry each other?
My dear man.
No, we don't.
You want to divorce me?
I can tell you she doesn't.
Is that true, Fran?
Why should I want to divorce you? You're my husband.
You couldn't very well divorce me if I weren't.
You can laugh.
Yes, I can do worse than that.
That much having been cleared up, what have you to suggest?
That Fran and I try and forget what's happened. Start out on a long hike tomorrow, the Tyrol, Italy, any place. Then sail home in October.
No, Sam, no. No, not just yet.
Now, then you'll divorce me or I'll divorce you.
Sam.
Well, I've told you where I stand.
You're trying to take my youth away from me and tie me down to being an old man's wife.
You've got your choice.
You're trying to take my happiness away, the only romantic happiness I've ever known.
Fran, please, that was unnecessary.
Hey, listen, I didn't call you in here to defend me.
It's too ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
Certainly it's ridiculous. I knew we'd all end by looking like fools.
I'll go now, if you will excuse me.
Sure, I'll excuse you.
I hope you achieve your peace of mind. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Now, I'm going to see this thing through if I can. I'm ready to wipe the slate clean if you are.
Well, when do we start? Where do we go?
Wherever you like. Till we go home in October.
Zenith in October.
Well, you'll be wanting to go home. Emily's having a baby in October.
Emily, a baby? She didn't tell me.
No, she left that to me.
Well, how is she? Is she well?
She's fine.
I must send her a cable. Think of Emily having...
So, you see, we've got to behave ourselves because we'll be a couple of old grandparents in October.
Grandparents.
pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KMX, the Columbia Station, Los Angeles.
The last chapter in our story of Dodsworth, starring Walter Houston, Nan Sunderland, and Fay Bainter, is revealed shortly. For his many contributions to the American stage, theater lovers owe a great debt of gratitude to the playwright from whom we now hear, Sidney Howard. Besides Dodsworth, he has given us for Silver Cord the late Christopher Bean, Yellow Jack, and the Pulitzer Prize winner, They Knew What They Wanted. His latest play, The Ghost of Yankee Doodle, will open the fall season of the New York Theater Guild. Mr. Howard is in Hollywood writing the screen version of Gone with the Wind for David O. Selznick. He honors us with his first appearance before a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sidney Howard.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
As the man responsible for tonight's play, Mr. Howard, what made you select Dodsworth to dramatize?
Well, I wanted to do a job with Sinclair Lewis. Any job. You see, I'd just done a screen adaptation of another book of his, Arrowsmith. And I was spending the summer in Cornish, New Hampshire, just 20 miles from where Lewis lives in Vermont. And Red suggested we turn Dodsworth into a play, and that was the end of that vacation.
I've heard Sinclair Lewis has a disposition as fiery as his hair. How did you find him to work with?
Well, I don't know how fiery his disposition is, but he certainly puts fire into his work. I was writing the play over in Cornish, and whenever I'd strike a snag, I'd drive over to see him. We'd sit in his lawn in front of the loveliest view in Vermont, and he'd loop his long legs around the trunk of an elm tree and roll off ideas much faster than either of us could remember them. That's the way Lewis works, and there's no swank about him either. His typewriter sits right alongside of his bed. And when he's on a novel, he starts at daybreak and keeps at it for 16 hours at a stretch. And with that, he finds time to read at least one detective story a day. You might gather from this that I have considerable affection and admiration for Lewis.
Yes, but what about Dodsworth?
Well, I finished up my first draft and went to New York, where Lewis was reading proof on a novel. We locked ourselves up in a hotel for 2 days. I'd read a speech aloud while Lewis paced up and down. He'd turn on me and say, "That's terrible." Nobody'd ever say a line like that. Then I'd tell him it came right out of his book, word for word. I don't care, he'd say, "Now it's coming out of the play." And it was always his own speech he was hard on. You see, he wouldn't believe that what he'd written in the novel could be good in the play. It was good, though.
Who deserves the credit for picking Walter Houston as Dodsworth?
Well, very immodestly, that was my idea. And about the best idea I ever had in my life. And now, Mr. DeMille, let me congratulate the Lux Radio Theater on its fine treatment of plays for radio. It's a new field of writing, and these programs set an example that all air shows might well follow. I'm pleased that you've let another play of mine in on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. We'll have more plays of yours. Once again, Dodsworth, starring Walter Houston, Nan Sunderland, and Fay Bainter. October, and Fran Dodsworth and Sam are still in Europe. It's early evening as we find them standing at the window of their hotel room in Berlin, gazing into the faintly luminous darkness. Fran breaks a long silence.
I love Berlin, don't you, Sam?
I love you, Fran.
Oh, Sam, darling, will you let me thank you for all the lovely places you've taken me?
Have I won you back for my wife, Fran?
Yes, Sam. By not being a Tartar husband. By letting me have fun with that nice little court and not thinking I'm a hussy. By helping me to forget Arnold Israel. Sam, haven't you anything to say to me?
Well, what is there to say?
Well, after I've just opened up my heart to you, it's a little embarrassing for you to stand there and say nothing. It makes me feel self-conscious.
Self-conscious. I guess that's my trouble, Fran. I've lost my bearings. I don't know where we're heading. I think I'll call Emily and hear how the baby got through his first day.
Oh, but there isn't time. Kurt's coming to take us out to dinner, and you're not even dressed yet.
Well, Kurt can wait.
It isn't polite. And Sam, I know how thrilled you are over Emily's baby, but you mustn't tell Kurt.
Why not?
Because he thinks of me as young. And I am.
Fran. Come in.
Hello.
Hello, Kurt.
Well, is that wife of yours ready for us, Sam? I take you to a new restaurant for dinner. A very gay restaurant where only the smartest Berliners know to go. And dance after?
If you can make Sam get dressed.
I'm sorry I didn't feel like getting dressed, but, well, I guess I'll let you two go without me.
No, Sam. You must come with us.
What fun do you think it is for me to sit up all night watching you two dance?
Oh, do not speak so crossly, Sam. You should be happy to see Fran happy.
Well, I didn't mean to snap. But I've just had some pretty important news from home.
News?
Sam.
Yeah, nothing that would interest you, Kurt. But I'd like to sit by myself and think it over.
Perhaps Sam does want to be left alone tonight. But I want to go out. I want to.
All right, go ahead, Kurt. You and Fran run along. I'll be all right.
Come in, Court. I can't go to bed tonight. I've been having too much fun.
I do not like coming in here so late. I do not think that Sam would like it.
Sam's dead to the world. Don't talk loud, that's all.
But, Fran, dear...
Oh, please, Court. Let poor little Fran have her fun while she can. There isn't much time left.
Darling. Darling Fran.
Court.
You know I love you, Fran. You know that. Have you not been happy with me here in Berlin?
Oh, yes, I've been terribly happy. I've loved it. Court, you know I have.
I think you could love me, Fran. I think you could.
There's no good talking about that. There's nothing we can do about it, is there?
No. No, you're married to Sam. I can't ask you to be my wife.
Court. You want me to marry you, Court?
Does that surprise you? Oh, Fran. Why are you not free?
If I were free, Court.
Oh, my darling.
Don't. Please don't.
Oh, forgive me.
I'm not angry. Oh, my dear.
Will you not say a more kind word, Fran?
Some other time.
Will you let me kiss you goodnight?
Oh, Court. Good night, Court.
Good night, Fran.
If I were free.
Is that you, Fran? Oh, hello, Fran. I didn't know you'd come in.
I didn't know you were awake. I'm sorry if...
It's pretty late. Oh, not that I mind...
No? Well?
Fran, wait. I've just been looking at sailings. How about it, Fran? Let's get out of this.
Sam, please. Why are you always so anxious to go home? I'm sick of it.
I'm taking no more chances on another Arnold Israel. Now, I know this friendship for Kurt is harmless enough, but you might get fascinated.
You think I might? You really think I might? Well, I love Court, and Court loves me, and I'm going to marry him. I only decided it just now, this minute, since I found that you were listening at the door. The great Dodsworth, great prowling elephant.
Fran.
I'm sorry Court didn't stay to punch your head for spying on
I
us.
wasn't spying.
You've never
I
known
didn't hear
anything about
anything.
me, not what I had on, nor what I thought, nor the sacrifices
Look
I
out
made.
now.
I'll be happy with Court. I'm fighting for my life. You can't drag me back.
Fran!
You can't.
All right. Can you get your divorce here?
What?
Your divorce?
Oh, yes. I suppose so.
I wish you'd wait for a couple of months.
Why?
And I'd like you to feel absolutely sure about Kurt.
Well, that's my funeral now, isn't it?
Yes, I guess so. I'll have to get used to that idea if I can. I guess I can.
American Express office, Naples branch. Yes, senor. I will attend to it.
Hello. Any mail for Dodsworth?
Not a thing today, Mr. Dodsworth.
Well, I guess I'll have to wait a few days. Maybe I'll get a pleasant surprise. What have you got to offer in the line of excursions?
Well, we have a tourist party just starting for Herculaneum and Pompeii.
I've been there.
Oh. Well, there's a drive around Amalfi and Sorrento.
Been there, too.
Would you like Paestum, sir?
What's Paestum?
Greek temple, sir, in excellent preservation.
That's more than I am. All right, I'll take a chance. Get me a car.
How many in the party, sir?
One.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dodsworth,
Huh?
do you remember me?
Mrs. Courtright, well, isn't this great?
Sit down if you've got a moment.
Well, time is something I have nothing else but.
How's Mrs. Dodsworth?
She's fine, thanks. I haven't got her along with me this trip.
She doesn't like traveling?
Does anybody?
Well, I don't know. I suspect most people travel to get away from themselves.
Well, I've been at it 2 months now. I'm glad to hear why.
Alone?
Oh, I'm getting used to it now.
I don't want to intrude or be impertinent, but, well, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess it's a pretty ordinary story. My wife's younger than I am and livelier. I oughtn't to be undressing in public like this. I never did that before either.
Will you keep on traveling now?
Yes, I've got to stay over and be on hand for the divorce.
Where?
Berlin.
Different thought.
Hello, Steele.
What the hell is going on?
Now, don't start being cantankerous. It's not my fault. How the devil did I know she'd take it into her head to join the hunt? She shouldn't be riding at all. It took me ages to find her. She's just showering and changing now. When are you leaving?
Shortly.
When did your plane go?
1:30.
Can't you possibly take a later one?
No.
Why not?
The later planes don't make connections.
I'm going to ask you a favor. I want you to stay over and give this girl a thorough examination.
I can't. I'm leaving at 1:30.
Put it off a day.
Parsons, I've quit.
But what's one day?
Do you remember the day you were married? Well, this is my day of days. And when I leave here, I'm leaving a life that's over and done with, and I'm starting a new one. However, I have a few minutes, and if it's of any help to go over the case, fire ahead.
Have you read the history?
Yes, I have. But what's your diagnosis?
Frankly, I don't know. But I do know the girl is desperately ill. She's got a persistent headache, and I've been watching her like a hawk, and she's losing ground every day.
Haven't you any line on this at all?
I can't put my finger on it. There's nothing to go by. I can't get anything out of her.
When talking?
No cooperation.
Is she usually irritable like this?
No, not ordinarily.
You say she's been having persistent headaches?
Yes, ever since the accident.
When did you first see her?
About an hour after she was thrown. She evidently rode home, had breakfast, and seemed all right. Then, apparently, she had a fainting spell.
Well, did she actually faint, or was she just very dizzy?
And I couldn't make out. She resented my examination and wasn't very explicit.
Is she a good horsewoman?
Oh, yes, the best.
Then why was she thrown?
Well, it was a queer sort of accident. You see, she and a chap named Ronnie McVicker were riding across country. They were making for an open gate. She was on his right. As they came near the gate, McVicker kept well over to the left to give her room. But instead of riding through the opening, she went head-on for the fence, as though she hadn't seen it.
What do you mean?
McVicker said she held her horse straight for the fence about 6 feet from the opening. Well, naturally, the animal shied and threw her.
You're certain she was on his right side?
Oh, yes.
Why haven't you kept her in bed?
I've tried to.
What do you mean?
Oh, you don't know that girl. Yesterday she got up, went to lunch and the matinee, and then played contract all evening.
What matinee?
Your revival of Serrano, I think.
How long have you known her?
I brought her into the world. I looked after her father when he died.
I see. Well, on the whole, I think your best bet's to get in touch with Finley.
Finley's in Europe.
All right, then get Park.
I don't want Park or any of the rest of them. Damn it, they're no better than I am. I want you.
I only postponed my leaving for Scotland for a few hours as a gesture of esteem to you, my old friend.
I feel you're always crying about the lack of human contact between doctor and patient. Well, there's humanity waiting for you in that room. You can't turn your back on it now.
Why should I upset my plans for some spoiled, undisciplined society young woman?
Because it's a doctor's business to cure sick people, because she'll die if you don't, and because I'm an old friend of yours, and I'm desperate.
Oh, very well. I'll do what I can. I can't promise anything. Could you manage the x-rays for me?
Yes, of course.
I may want to use it.
To make a diagnosis, I suppose.
I think we're ready now.
Now, still remember, she's a bit spoiled, used to having her own way. Oh, there you are, Judith. And may I introduce Frederick Steele, Judith Traherne.
How do you do?
Well, I'll leave you both to it.
So, you've just taken my living room and made it your office.
That's right. Want you to sit down, please?
Thank you.
Oh, how did you get those?
What?
Those burns, right there, between the first two fingers.
It's funny, I never noticed them till now.
Parsons tells me you're a great hunter.
Did you expect me to enter leading a pack of hounds?
I don't know, look rather well. Scarlet coat against a background of books. By the way, do you read them?
Not much. That is, not lately.
Why, your eyes been bothering you?
No,
I understand you don't like to talk about your health.
I do not.
Any reason why?
It's a boring topic.
Yes, I agree. Most people love it, and I make my living by listening to them.
Then I'm afraid I'm wasting your time.
Oh, don't worry, I'll send you a bill.
In that case, I'll only be wasting my money. There's nothing the matter with me. All this fuss over a little fall is beginning to get on my nerves.
Does that light bother you?
No.
Do you use your eyes a great deal?
I generally keep them open, Doctor.
What on earth do you do with yourself here?
Oh, hunting, tennis, golf, shooting, yachting, parties, travel, gossip, all the pleasures of the idle rich. I like it. Anyway, that's my racket. What's yours? Come on. You've cross-examined me. It's only fair to take your own medicine.
High-pressure surgery, wealthy clientele, about 10 days off each summer.
Why do you do it?
Well, because like you, I've been caught in a roundabout.
What a relief. You're no better than I am.
No, I'm quitting. Clearing out.
Where are you going?
A little town in northern Scotland.
What on earth are you going to do up there?
I'm going to live there and be a country doctor.
In heaven's name, why?
Why? Because I've lost direction in what I really wanted to give to medicine.
I thought you were at the top of your profession.
I'm nothing but an efficient and personal machine, so busy doing my job that I never have time to be a physician. I couldn't recognize most of my patients 6 months later, except by the scars.
Why should you want to?
Do you seriously imagine that a doctor's job ends on the operating table? Have you any idea of what being a physician means? That light is bothering you.
Why do you keep on insisting that? There's nothing the matter with my eyes.
You're squinting.
I'm not squinting.
There. Now, that's better. Tell me, what did you do yesterday?
I played bridge in the afternoon and went to the theatre in the evening.
Other way around, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, I guess it was.
What was the play? Serrano, wasn't it?
Yes, why?
Did you like it?
Well, my head was aching, so I thought Serrano would never die.
How did you come out at bridge yesterday?
I can't remember.
You lost.
Oh, how can I remember? I play bridge every day.
You've been losing a lot lately, haven't you?
Yes.
Playing badly?
I suppose so.
Forgetting what cards are out and what's been bid? Did Parsons say you might go out yesterday?
I'm accustomed to looking after myself, Doctor.
But you did disobey his orders, didn't you?
I've never taken orders from anyone, and as long as I live, I'll never take orders from anyone. And there's something else. I'm well, absolutely well. I'm young and strong, and nothing can touch me. Neither you nor Dr. Parsons can make an invalid out of me.
What are you afraid of? That's why you held certain things back from Dr. Parsons. You were afraid to admit...
That isn't true.
Oh, yes, it is. You didn't tell him that you've been having these headaches for months, but you have. And they've been getting worse lately, until now you're never free of them. And your eyes have been acting queerly, too, until your vision is almost cut in half. That queer, dull feeling in your right arm, you couldn't laugh that off. And I'll tell you how you got those burns. A cigarette. It burnt your fingers, and you never felt it, because your tactile nerves are paralyzed. Your memory's all shot to pieces, and you can't concentrate, and you're irritable because your nerves are on edge.
It's a lie. I'm well. Oh, why do you bully me like this?
Because I want to help you. And I can't possibly do it unless I can get you to cooperate. Now, give me your right hand, please. Now the left. Now, squeeze. Tight. Yes, good and tight. Thank you. Now, would you mind closing your eyes for a minute? Hold out both your hands with palms upward. Can you tell me what this is?
It's a cube.
Is it hard or soft?
Hard.
Now, the other hand. What's this?
I'm not quite sure.
And what's this? Turn it over in your fingers. What shape is it?
I can't quite make out.
Now, can you tell me what this is? Finish those x-rays, Eric? Yes. A good idea that you brought that portable machine. Thanks for doing x-rays for me. Where's she now?
Having tea in the study. Well, what is it?
Brain tumor. Glioma of the brain.
Where?
In the temporal and parietal lobes. She has a right visual defect. Well, the plates won't show much, but I think they'll confirm what I say.
Is it operable?
With luck, yes.
Good enough.
But if the plates show that it's diffused, as I think it is...
She'll get a recurrence.
Mm-hmm.
And that means?
About 10 months to a year.
Oh, blast. An invalid?
No, that's the one decent thing about it. She'll probably never know until the last. Then she'll go blind.
And myopia?
Of course, the blindness will only last for a minute. But that's the signal. There'll only be a few hours after that.
Are you going to tell her?
Would you want her to know?
No.
Then that's the answer. Well, let's have a look at those x-rays. Can you get them for me, Eric?
Yes, of course.
Looks as if my new life's postponed for a couple of days. Thank you. And give me the left one, please. Oh, that doesn't show much. Oh, it does look suspicious. IAP. Yeah, look here. See that? Notice the difference in intensity there.
Yeah, that means calcification, doesn't it?
Yes. Oh, rotten business doctoring. Why did you have to call me in on this case?
I've brought you some tea. Or would you rather have a drink?
No, tea's fine, thank you. Come, sit down, Judith.
I'm sorry I was so childish.
Oh, I like the way you fought back at me. You're a good sport.
If I weren't, Doctor, I'm afraid I wouldn't be much of anything.
Judith, I'm afraid this may come as something of a shock to you, but it's only the idea that's hard to accept, not the thing itself. You see, something's gone wrong in that incredible labyrinth of wires, the brain.
The brain?
Well, the brain's like any other part of the body. Things get out of kilter and have to be adjusted.
Exactly what is this thing?
The technical name is glioma.
Sounds like some kind of plant.
Well, it is rather like a plant, a parasitic one.
What does adjusted mean?
I'm afraid it means an operation.
Oh, that's absurd.
Judith, you've got to say it.
I don't believe it. Are you positive? No. I won't have an operation. I won't let you. It must be pretty serious.
Yes, it is. Very, very serious. And it's going to take our combined efforts to beat this thing. I shall need all the help you can give me. I must have your complete faith.
I'm afraid faith isn't my long
Well,
suit.
from now on, it's going to be. And in return, I'll give you all the skill at my command. Your job is to trust me.
I do trust you.
I hoped you would. Well, when can you be ready?
I'm in your hands, Doctor.
Well, we can't operate for a couple of days, but I'm going to take you to the hospital this afternoon. I need some further x-rays, and I want you to get all the rest you can. I'll call for you, let's say, 3 o'clock.
How long will I have to be in hospital?
Oh, about 6 weeks.
And will you let me ride as soon as I get out?
Well, I think we'll put that off a little longer. Suppose we talk over that later.
Well, why not now?
Well, our first job is to bring you through the operation and start you on the road to recovery.
It's beginning to sound like a long road. Afterwards, will I be able to live a completely normal life?
Yes. Well, of course, it will take some time for you to get your strength back.
Will this operation absolutely cure me?
I think I can guarantee that you will make a complete surgical recovery.
A complete surgical recovery. What does that mean?
But it means that you'll get well. No worries now?
None. I just wanted to be sure I knew the truth, that you weren't keeping anything back from me. I do now. You see, I trust you. Have you been here long?
Hours.
Oh, terribly sorry.
You look it.
Oh, Alden, it's been a gorgeous day. Fruit blossoms all out, horse chestnuts, tulips. Oh, the time went so quickly.
And how was the ride?
I was nervous at first. I couldn't forget the day I crashed the fence. But then I put my mare to a hedge, and we cleared it beautifully. And the fields ahead were clear and green, and I was free.
I'm very pleased with you.
Me? Why?
You're such a decided improvement over your old self.
Am I?
They did more than give you a new brain. They gave you a new disposition as well. Now, darling, I need your help. I want you for dinner at 8 tonight to seduce my publisher. He's being nasty about my book. He says the public's no longer interested in sex.
What?
The truth is, he's 48 and a little jaded, and he needs to meet someone who's alluring and dangerous. Which is you. There'll be quantities of the best champagne, and I'm not going to be refused.
Alden, I can't.
So he's coming for dinner, your doctor.
How did you know?
I'm a novelist, darling. Besides, I've been snooping. But you'll just have to put him off for the day.
Oh, he's leaving for Scotland tomorrow. But he may not get here till after dinner. He said he...
You wanted to see me, Miss Traherne?
Oh, yes, Michael. I don't like the way Red Queen behaved.
Well, she hasn't been ridden enough.
She's been handled roughly. She's not used to that.
Why, that mare's no more than a filly, and she's a natural cut-up. I put a curb on her just to let her know it was there.
You ought to know better. Her moth's too sensitive.
Well, don't I know? It's like velvet. I handled her as light on that curb as you would on a snaffle. But she needed a lesson, and I gave it to her.
You'll not do that again.
Sorry, Miss Traherne, but she'd better leave the handling the horses to me. I'm in charge of the stables. A month from now, and you don't like the way things is going, you can fire me.
Believe me, I
You'll
will.
not be firing me, Miss Judith, no. You and me are going to get on well together.
Hasn't much confidence, has he? The worst of it is, I know he's right.
If I were a horse, I'd recognize that in his eye, which I would call master. Oh, if only I had him for a publisher. He's a handsome fellow, too. Oh, by the way, darling, there's a telegram for you.
Oh, why didn't you tell me?
Well, because I knew it was bad news for me.
Oh, Alden, he's coming any minute. Oh, you beast, Alden, for not giving it to me at once.
You've been pretty hard hit, haven't you?
Alden, nothing like this has ever happened to me before.
I think, my darling, that this time it's the real thing.
Oh, it is, Alden. I know it. I do love him so.
And he? That's always the first question.
I don't know.
Well, you should know. You've had enough men in love with you.
Well, they haven't helped me understand him. He's a strange person, Alden. He's so hard to see into. Oh, he's conscious of me, I'm sure of that.
That sounds a trifle like understatement to me.
It may be much more. I don't know. He may be in love with me, Alden. I don't know whether he even admits his emotions to himself. He does like being with me, that I know. Oh, we've talked endlessly. He's given me hours of his time. He could have left a few days after the operation, but he stayed on. Oh, Alden, I do want him.
What about Scotland?
I'm afraid Scotland and I won't understand each other very well.
What's sending him there?
His work in London was too impersonal. That's what he says. Of course, there's a deeper reason, too. He's never been able to adjust himself to the city. He feels out of place. That's why he's lived so much within himself. Have you noticed, Alden? He hardly ever smiles. Oh, heavens! Oh, there he is now. Oh, Alden, do I look all right?
Super. Well, my pet, get him if you can. And my blessings. Only remember that when an irresistible force collides with an immovable object, it's, well, there's hell to pay.
I hope I'm not too late for tea.
Ah, Dr. Steele, I've just been waiting to say hello to you.
I'm glad to see you again.
Oh, that's a compliment coming from you. Well, goodbye, darling. Oh, incidentally, Doctor, you'll get a wonderful view of Judith's brain tonight when you see her in that new dress. Bye.
Bye. Hello.
Hello. You look fit. How have you been?
Splendid.
Here, let's have a look at you. No headache?
None. You haven't been near me for 3 days.
Sleeping well?
Beautifully. Have you been busy?
Very. Appetite good?
Marvelous. All things according to Hoyle.
Good. Now stand with both feet together. Close your eyes. Right, how's the balance?
Perfect. You see, I know all the answers.
Patient dismissed.
So you're off tomorrow?
Unless the heavens fall.
I've no luck with heaven.
I'm already 2 months late, Judith.
I didn't realize until Dr. Parsons told me that you'd given up all your plans for me. How can I ever thank you?
Well, just seeing you as you stand there has repaid me 1,000 times for anything I've done.
I think that's the nicest thing anyone ever said to me. Are you so generous to all your patients?
Judith, you know what I mean.
Perhaps I do. Perhaps I don't.
Then let me say that I care enough that I'll come to you halfway across the earth whenever you call me. Is that better?
You sound awfully serious.
It was a serious speech.
It had such finality. So, you're really going to be an old-fashioned country doctor?
Hideously old-fashioned.
You'll get down here occasionally?
Well, not often. I expect they'll keep me pretty busy.
I expect so, and you'll have no regrets. Not one.
There are always regrets. Do you remember the drive we took the morning of the operation?
The world was very simple and clear that morning, in spite of what I knew was in store for me.
I think because of it, Judith. It's apt to be that when you know exactly what you're facing and you aren't afraid.
People don't show fear in front of you, Fred.
It was a challenge and you accepted it with perfect courage.
Oh, I was glad you were beside me.
If you knew I'd always be beside you, do you think you'd ever be afraid of anything?
Oh, Fred, we're getting into deep water. Before it's too late, I've got to make you understand. You're a very great person. I'm not. I'm shallow.
I know that isn't true. I once asked you for something very important. Your complete faith. Have I still got it?
You still have it.
Judith, I want more than that now. I want your love.
Oh, Fred. Oh, I wanted you to say that for so long. Oh, my darling.
I've never felt anything like this before. I never thought it could happen to me. I know that without you, I'm incomplete.
Do you really think this can make you happy?
Darling, you never know how much.
Are you sure?
I'm sure only of my love.
Oh, darling. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, I suppose you want me to entertain all your grateful patients.
All of them.
And pay the bills on time, and run the house on a budget.
No, Miss Jenny will see to that.
Oh, I'd forgotten about her. Your housekeeper, the one who taught you at school.
Yes, that's me.
Oh, Fred, I'm going to love it. Every minute of it. And we'll have a garden.
Mm-hmm.
And I promise you I'll make your home beautiful for you. And babies. We'll have 2 boys and a girl. What's the matter?
Nothing, dear.
There is, darling. I can see it. What are you afraid of?
What is there to be afraid of if we're together?
That strange, solemn note whenever we talk about my future. What are you trying to keep from me?
Nothing.
I get a strange feeling sometimes. Ever since the first day in this room, I felt that you were keeping something from me. I've sensed it 100 times. No, it's not. All those carefully guarded, a complete surgical recovery, and I'll come to you halfway across the earth whenever you call me. Fred, I'm going to ask you a very simple question, and I want you to answer it. Is there anything wrong with me?
I've told you, Judith. You may do anything you want now.
Oh, that won't do. I shan't let you evade this time. What is it? Don't lie, Fred. I'm asking for the truth.
Judith, I'd hoped with all myself that this wouldn't happen. But it has, so we'll face it. And we can now, can't we? There are some things that surgery can't do. I shan't be technical, but when I took that thing out of your head, there was a tiny part of it that couldn't be reached. It's what we call an infiltration.
So you didn't get it all out?
No.
Then the operation didn't cure me?
It did. This thing isn't going to harm you at the moment. You see for yourself you're perfectly well.
For the moment?
In time, it will grow.
Does that mean another operation? No. You mean that wouldn't do any good? Will I have to face those headaches and that ghastly confusion all over again?
No, darling, you won't. It's all behind you. I promise you that. There'll be no suffering, no invalidism of any kind.
But how will it happen?
As quietly as going to sleep.
You say I'll be perfectly well up to the last.
As well as you are at this moment.
Then how will I know? I want to know if I'll have any warning. Some chance to be ready.
There will be a moment when you won't be able to see as usual. That's all.
You mean I'll go blind?
Just for a moment. Then you'll be perfectly all right again. But after a few hours, 2 or 3, you'll go to sleep.
I see. How much time have I? How long have I before the end? Go on. Tell me how long. 5 years? 1 year? 6 months?
Possibly more. One can't be certain. 6, 10 months, eh?
You knew this all along, from the very first?
Yes.
And you're offering to marry me and take me to Salisbury. That's very chivalrous of you, Fred, but I can't. I couldn't get used to this thing. 6 months. I couldn't stand it. I'll stay here with what I know, where I can forget. Well, that's all I want now. Just to forget and then be forgotten.
You're coming with me to Salisbury as my wife.
I'm staying right here. And I'm going to live so fast and so hard that I won't be able to think.
And where will that lead?
Where all roads lead in 6 months. Only I haven't time to go exploring. I'll stick to the only life I know.
We love each other.
Oh, no. You fooled me for a minute. Now I understand how you weighed each step, planned each move, even to marry me. Now I know why you did it. Fred, I want you to know. I'm terribly, terribly grateful.
But darling, I love you.
You're only sorry for me, Fred. It's not your fault. It's the way you made. Go to the islands. And just let me die my own way. If you must think of me, then think of me as your patient. 10 years from now, you can look the case up in your files. Traherne, Judith, age 27. Diagnosis, March 10th. Operation, March 14th. Patient made brilliant recovery. Died 6 months later.
Stop it, Judith.
Oh, Fred. You despise everything I stand for in life. My set, my friends, my world. Well, thank heaven for that world now. My friends will help me forget. Oh, at least they know how to be amusing. And that's all I want. It's good enough for 6 months.
It won't work, Judith.
Oh, he takes away my life and offers me what? Extinction in 6 months. Oh, but don't worry. I'll fill them. I'll cram them full of living. I'm not sweet and generous. I'm a bitter, angry woman, and hard as nails. Well, why do you stand there? Why don't you go? I've turned myself inside out for you. What more do you want?
Sit down, Judith.
This isn't your office now. It's my home, and I'll do in it as I like. Please go away. I mustn't ever see you again, ever. So, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get ready for a dinner date.
Judy, how long do you think you can go on this way? You've been raising hell for months. You could fill Earl's Court with the people who are angry with you.
Pretty soon I won't be a problem to you, Alden. Pretty soon.
Well, I hope you've been having a better time than you seem to be having. Even in this best of all possible civilizations, women still get annoyed if other women cop their husbands or lovers. I'm not suggesting that you slept with them. Well, I hope not all of them, at any rate.
Shall I send him flowers, Alden?
Judith, are you still eating your heart out about Steele?
Oh, you mean that extraordinary surgeon?
Well, I knew something went wrong there.
Oh, all according to plan. He planned for Scotland. He went to Scotland.
Well, why didn't you go after him?
Scotland's a long way off, and it's cold when you get there.
Well, then, forget him. The way we both feel, we better go on a binge tonight.
Stay with me, Alden.
2 neurotic females watching the sun come up? No, thank you.
I can't bear being alone.
Darling, the club's full of lads who'd be glad to take care of that.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Traherne. Josie's out shopping, so I brought you some coffee.
Oh, not for me, thank you, Michael. I got to fly. I'll phone you later, darling. Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Michael. Won't you join me? You've set for 2.
Oh, thank you, Miss Judith. It was a grand show this afternoon.
Was it?
And you, the best one in it.
Thank you.
But you've been going too hard, Miss Judith. You've got yourself tired out. And no one can go on as you've been going, riding and swimming and dancing and going day and night. You can't do that and keep on with your jumping horses. The glorious jumping you did at the show this afternoon, you did on your nerves. You had me heart in my mouth a dozen times. That was terrible hard you was driving yourself for a cup you didn't want.
I did want it.
Sure, for the winning of it, but that's all. It's the fighting that counts with you. But you'll win no more cups, Miss Judith, the way he's going. All I can do is to get the horses ready. It's you that does the riding.
Is it hard being a groom, Michael?
At times.
Forget you're a groom, Michael, and talk to me as a man.
This is a terrible road you've been traveling. Forgive me for all I said. I could cut my tongue out.
Oh, dear Michael, it's not so hard to die. I feel that. It's dying without having lived. Come here beside me. Hold me, Michael. Hold me close.
Oh, how I've longed to hold you like this.
Oh, dear Michael, so close. And yet I'm so far away from you. So far away. Oh, forgive me, Michael. Tomorrow I leave you. Tomorrow I'm going away.
No.
Yes, I must. I know now I must. Oh, but tonight, stay with me. Keep me safe for my journey.
My, you're late tonight, Dr. Fred.
I had to stay at the Fraser's longer than I expected.
It's after 9.
Yes, I know. Saw the train pull out as I came by the station.
This is the third night you've been late.
From now on, Miss Jenny, I'm at your service, as always.
From now on, Dr. Fred, you're to be home every night for a hot supper.
Oh, Miss Jenny, every time I hear that nurse voice, I'm right back in the schoolroom expecting that inevitable Frederick Steele will remain after school is dismissed. Gives me a chill just to think of it.
Oh, you're tired tonight.
I hadn't thought. Yes, maybe I am.
I don't like you looking so tired.
You haven't changed any, have you?
You have.
I have everything I need now. I'm home and doing what I always wanted to do.
Sometimes I think life here is on a pretty small scale.
Well, that's because you have something to measure it against. The hills.
Perhaps it's just an old woman's fancy. You see, I've never been away very much.
Well, I have. I didn't find life any bigger. Just a lot noisier and more confused, that's all.
There's something haunting you, and you'll never be happy until that ghost is laid.
Ghosts die, Miss Jenny, like anything else.
I wish you were contented, Frederick. If you stay up here, best put another log on the fire. It's none too warm. Well, I'll be away to bed now. Good night, Dr. Fred.
Good night, Miss Jenny. That's all right, Miss Jenny. I'll get it.
All right.
Judith.
Yes, Fred. I've come.
Judith, how did you get here?
What?
All the way from the station?
There wasn't a taxi.
Here, come, sit by the fire. Tell me, how did you find the house?
I missed it the first time. Then I came back. Oh, Fred, I must talk to you.
No, not tonight. Tomorrow.
I've come to tell you something important, and I've come a long way. You'd better hear me now.
All right. Go on.
Fred, I've done what I said I would.
I thought you would.
Everything. To the last empty boat.
Why'd you tell me all this?
Because I couldn't die knowing your bitterness towards me. You mustn't think of me like that. Please don't, darling. How good it is to call you that. I couldn't bear to have you go on feeling that way forever.
Do you think I found happiness in this empty house? Oh, I should have taken you with me, but never have told you all that.
It wouldn't have worked. I wasn't ready.
Oh, Judith, my Judith, I failed you.
I failed myself. I found that out at last. So I've come. I won't demand much. Your strength will help me free myself.
I can give you so much more than that.
I don't want more. I wouldn't know what to do with it. I'm pretty spent, Fred, inside me.
Oh, I love you, Judith.
The man and the girl have met to love. Oh, Fred, it's too late.
No.
Oh, how can you with what we know?
We're together now.
For a moment.
For always.
Oh, darling, a moment isn't forever.
That's all that lovers ever have. A few perfect hours. I tried to explain that to you before.
Then I must never interfere with your work. You must promise me that. It must be part of our bargain if we're to be together now.
Oh, darling, you're going to help me. It's through you that I'm going to be the kind of doctor I've always wanted to be. And tonight, it begins for us both.
Are you happy, Mrs. Fred?
Oh, terribly.
Oh, well, a 2-month bride should be.
Oh, please, don't speak of the months. Oh. Hello. Yes? Oh, Dublin is calling Dr. Steele. No, he isn't. I see. Hello. Oh, well, you may be able to reach him at Phillsborough 93, but he's probably on his way home now. Yes, but if you can't reach him at 93 and he doesn't get through to you within 5 minutes, call me back and, well, I'll get hold of him somehow. That's right. Oh, an emergency call. Oh, Miss Jenny, they want him to go to Dublin.
Oh, now, don't worry, Mrs. Fred. Even if he had to go, he'll be back.
Yes.
You mustn't fret every time he goes out of the house.
Oh, I know. Oh, but I can't help grudging every minute he's away. Every second.
Oh, you shouldn't have married a doctor.
Oh, I wish it wouldn't cloud up like this.
What are you talking about?
I don't like it getting overcast so suddenly.
It means a storm. But the sun's out. I never saw it brighter.
No, but it's getting dimmer. Each second. Look. Curious how I can still feel the heat of it. Why, how dark it's gotten. Oh, Miss Jenny.
Oh, what is it, dear?
Nothing. Just a bit dizzy. I'll answer it. Hello? Yes? Oh, you couldn't get him. No, he hasn't come. This is Mrs. Steele speaking. Could I take the message? No? All right. Tell Dr. Platt that I'd get him somehow. Right. Goodbye.
Oh, Mrs. Fred, are you all right?
I'm all right. Just felt a little faint for a moment. I think I can hear a car. See if it's Fred.
Oh, yes. Yes,
I'll be right back. I've just got to check the roast, then I'll pack Fred's things.
Here, let me do it, Mrs. Fred.
No, you stay here. Tell Fred to call the Dublin operator. Miss Jenny, say nothing to him about anything. Promise.
Hello, I'm home. Oh, hello, Miss Jenny. Where's Judith?
She's just in the kitchen. She'll be right back.
Everything all right?
Of course. Oh, Dublin's been trying to get you.
Dublin?
Aye, they've called twice.
Who was it?
You're to call the operator at once.
What do they want?
An emergency call.
Oh, all right. Hello, Jack. It's Dr. Steele speaking. I was to call the operator at Dublin. Right, I'll wait. It's a different place now with Judith, Miss Jenny.
Oh, aye. It's been such a short time. I can hardly remember what it was like without her.
Can't you? I'm glad you approved my choice of bride.
If ever I had a son, Dr. Fred, I could want no more for him. And she's learning to be a very good cook.
Yes, and just between you and me, hello? Yes, hello, Stephen. Yes, did you want me? Yes. No chance unless you operate. Yes, I've had good results. Well, offhand, I don't know anyone else who has. Yes, I know. Oh, but really, Stephen, there must be someone else. Yes, I see that, but... Well, even so, I don't see why...
Darling, you must.
But, darling, it means 3 days.
But you must.
Hold on, Stephen.
Dearest, this is your work, your life. This comes first.
But, Judith, someone else can do the operation.
The land is full of great brain specialists, isn't it? All of them better than Frederick Steele.
Darling, you're feeling perfectly well. Hmm?
What more can you ask? Don't I look perfect?
All right. Stephen, how about transport? Right? Right, I can make that by car if I leave right away. Hello, Stephen. What's the phone number at the hospital? Mount Royal 9000. And your house? Right? Right, tomorrow morning. Fine. Goodbye.
I'll get your bag, darling.
Oh, Miss Jenny, I'm just making a list of places and people and phone numbers and so forth. I'm leaving this here for you, just in case you need it.
Oh, I don't think I'll need it.
Well, one can never tell. I don't see why the devil Platt couldn't get someone in Dublin.
Don't worry, Frederick.
No, but if anything goes wrong, in any way, you're to phone me immediately.
I will.
You can reach me at one of the other of those numbers, okay? You'll take good care of her.
Here are your things, Fred.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Hasn't it been a perfect day?
Hmm? Oh, yes, of course it has.
I was going over the books today.
And what did you find?
Certain debts owing my husband that will never be paid.
Not one that you haven't repaid 1,000 times.
Or have I really been a good wife?
You idiot.
Oh, I've loved it so. Every minute. Oh, how can I make you understand? Look out there. Somehow it's been like that. Shining and quiet.
Judith, I've left a memorandum there, and I don't lose it. You'll be able to reach me at any time.
I see.
And if anything... Oh, my beloved.
Shh, darling. I walked to the Mill this morning.
I haven't been there lately.
We'll go soon.
The moment I'm back.
There's snow on the evergreens.
Snow everywhere.
Evergreens are wiser than other trees. They stay awake all winter while the others sleep. Oh, Fred, I found out at last.
What?
What the hills do to you. I understand. Oh, darling, you must never leave them. You must go on living here where you can see them. Fred, you must go now.
Yes.
Here's your coat, dear.
No, Jules, I'm not going. I'll call Platt and tell him that...
My darling Fred, remember our bargain.
Of course. Oh, to be given so much. This little time in all my life. And then to have it taken away.
Fred, we've just 1 minute together. Look at me. I was never to fail you or keep you from your best. We've had our love and we're complete. Nothing can hurt us now. What we've had can never be wiped out. That's our victory. Our victory over the dark. And it's a real victory. Because we're not afraid.
Thank you, my Julie.
And you'll never look back.
Promise. Never.
Oh, hold me close, darling.
I'll hold you in this way. Forever.
Forever is now, isn't it?
Yes. Goodbye, darling. I'm off, Miss Jenny. Take care of everything.
Goodbye, darling.
Leviathan 99, a radio drama by Ray Bradbury. Christopher Lee, Robert Edison, Walter Fitzgerald, and Dennis Hawthorne, as Ishmael, who tells the story, play the main characters in this radio-dramatic space-age poem, for which Tristram Cary composed and executed electronic music and sounds in stereophony. Ray Bradbury, whose many science fiction novels include Fahrenheit 451, which was filmed, and The Illustrated Man, which is being made into a picture, also wrote the screenplay for John Huston's Moby Dick, which may have given him the impetus to write his radio drama. This is its first production. Leviathan 99.
Ishmael, in this year 2099, when strange new ships sail toward the stars instead of under them, attack the stars instead of fearing them, a name like Ishmael... Yes, my parents flew with the first brave ones to Mars. Turned less than brave, gone sick for Earth, they went back home. Conceived in that journey, I was born in space. A child so birthed in desolations, homeless between yestermorrow and noon's midnight, must have a proper name. My father knew his Bible and recalled another outcast who wandered dead seas long years before Christ. child conceived, fleshed, and delivered forth in space. How better to name me than as my father did, touching the dark warmth where I hid restless in the days before my birth. And he did indeed call me Ishmael. As did my friends, who seeing the stars rise and the deep space in my eyes as we flew kites or sailed our homespun gliders, confessed themselves glad I had been named Wanderer, an aspirant of aerial devotions whose destiny would find him out. Some years ago, I thought I would soar about and see all the seas of wind that roam the world. Whenever it is a damp November in my soul, I know it is high time to take to the sky again. There is a magic in air that pulls all men, and man so drawn floats up with eagle, hawk, firewind, or whispering balloon, to test the cloudless winds that circle sweet seas of grass and salt seas of brine, until at last he faces on that greater sea of space with its billionfold of stars. And so, on a Saturday late in the year 2099, borne by my own jet packet power, I duly arrived at the Cape and hung upon the air. A fledgling bird among yet greater birds of fire and steel, and felt the floodgates of the vast and waiting universe swing open in my soul. Then I went down into town. I discarded my wings and traveled now by moving sidewalk. Into a fort, a metal barracks, a dropping place for tired spacemen. No, a beautiful, computerized, quietly programmed and machined Garden of Eden. For you see, a spaceman's hostel must be half into outer space. It is a world between. A chapel, perhaps, where men come to commune with their raw souls, organize their isms, prepare their bones to be broken on the great rack of gravity and far traveling. Here, the new altars where we might panoply ourselves in strange new costumes, take unguents, genuflect the proper genuflections until the day our souls spoke up. Condition go. I register by pressing my hand to a metal identity plate, which reads my sweaty prints like some modern witch of palmistry to plan my future and choose my roommate by machine. Floor 1, cubicle 9. My roommate's name, Quail. Well, let's look at him. The moving floor glides me past robot museums, where other spacemen, like myself, sit with mechanical Platos and Socrates under a Mediterranean sun.
They do not know me, for they will not.
In 100 fantastic new-styled schoolrooms, electric oracles of Delphi, robot men, complex as beehives, honeycombed with knowledge, wise as the names they bear. Schweitzer, Huxley, Aristotle, run secret tapes in their oil machinery heads and speak forth truths to listening fools who would be wise. But here's my room. There's my thumbprint on the scanning lock. I hope my roommate is not a huge spider. I do try to like spiders, but... There. The door open. shut. I am in my room. And there, on the far side, in bed, in the dark, lies a shape hidden. A stranger, the size, shape, color, I can't see. I'm trembling. Perhaps I feel it might be.
A spider?
What?
No spider. No. Put on the light.
Huh?
Well?
Well, you speak, but your mouth doesn't move.
My mind moves. You watch it move with your own mind.
This is my first meeting with a telepath.
And a creature 9 feet tall.
I was wondering where your beanstalk was.
My name is Quell. I come from an island planet many light years away in space. A green world like your own, which grows, however, animal men which do not look quite right.
Oh, no.
I read your mind. You think I have too many eyes, too many ears, far too many fingers, a greenish skin.
But me, I've only 2 eyes, 2 ears, 5 fingers on each hand. My skin's cheese beside yours.
Well, then, we're both very funny.
And both human.
Yes. For what is human? Size, shape, color? No. An idea. To behave well. Creatures of the sun that we all are, to not give darkness to others. That is human. So, too many eyes have I, too many limbs, too many fingers, too many years, but still we're the same. Now, Ishmael, shall I grind your bones to make my bread? Or shall we be friends?
Friends. Yes, friends, I think. And friends we were. 2 terrible and fine, ugly and beautiful children of nature. For what is nature? Why, God surprised. God continuing to surprise himself with odd miracles of flesh. And there was nothing odder or more miraculous than Ishmael and Quell from the far islands of the great Andromeda Nebula. We lived together, studied together, and, at last, went off to find our rocket together. A great kite and a small. We flew like autumn leaves above the Florida Cape. And from a distance watched the rockets fall up to drown in summer lakes of space. The scars of their traveling soon healed by wind. And below, in their towering gantries, stood the other ships that sailed for stars. Gemini 97, Star Trek 3. Which will it be, Quell? Choose.
The computers have already chosen for us.
Quell, pretend. Make believe the machines don't run us.
How young you are. There then, choose.
Jupiter 10, Apollo 88. Hold on. There.
Cetus 7.
Cetus 7.
Do we fly to see her?
We fly. There. Biggest rocket ever built.
Cetus.
Sirs.
Yes?
Friends.
We are no friends of yours.
Oh, you're quick to read my mind. Is that your rocket?
It is.
Ah, you tread the rim of the abyss. Pull back.
Ah.
Don't go. You, young one, Listen, do you know that rocket's captain?
Not eye to eye.
Eye to eye. Ah, you've touched the nerve. For when you meet him, do not peer into his eyes. Be warned, he has none.
None? Gone blind?
No, stricken's more the word. Burnt blind in space some years ago. His skin, his mind, his soul, all burnt, but somehow hung together he lives on. But you knew it.
No, I want no more from you.
No? You've read my mind. Now, tell your friend about your captain. What burnt him blind? Where? When? For what strange reason? Was he a priest of space run after God, and God turned and gave him darkness with one blow? Is your captain all one piece, or does it show where he was sewn back up? Does midnight still peek out through holes the doctors couldn't mend? Is he all one scar? Was he born albino, or did terror color him up and whiten him out like awful snow? No, fine. Then turn away. The Cetus is not your ship for space. It's no man save the captain's, and the captain's lost forever. Morning, friends.
Wait, don't fly! What's your name?
Elijah. James Elijah. Morning, dear friend.
The thunder of Elijah's prophecy was lost in the grand thunder of the rocket being tested. The last of 1 million supplies were going aboard. Oh, the logistics of the rocket. Computerized the decisions, going on 1 billion for each trip. The nursing bottles full of super homogenized gunk for suckling men. Botanical gardens. Rare, small, compacted jungles which inspire bad, suspire good, oxygenated airs. Capsuled ocean seas which grow algae for atmospheres and salads. Machines which spin the sweats of rocket man to fresh new rains to be drunk again. Not the Lord's Prayer inscribed on a pin, but whole books stamped on needles whereby to sew up the tears in one's space-worn soul. Strange machines, stranger men. The half our crew were accidents of nature in a baroque humor. That is to say, midgets and dwarves.
We were babes, to be cradled in the lap of space. Half size, but cheap at half the price, for each pound of rocket man is worth thousands of dollars. In oxygen, fuel, food, water, living room. So much of our ship was toy cabins, with toy people squirrel caged in them.
Years back, dwarves, midgets like us, had short lifespans and poor health. But now they have put our chromosomes in a vice and compressed us down a healthy, cookie-cutout genius. A gargoyle lost from the front porch of Notre Dame, and we small boys, age 30, fresh from the womb that has diminished his cells, journey with your giant 6-foot men and make space our incredible toy chest.
So the final burgeoning of the Cetus 7 was with titans and bright child men toddling in their shade. But at no time in all this bustling preparation did any of us see, blind or otherwise, the prophesied captain of our ship. At last, the Cetus 7 stood ready. Nearby upon the Florida sands was a church, a vast place which entered was a replica of deep night and 1,000,000 stars. No astronaut failed to wander here before his long night in space. Here came Quell and I on a rainy Sunday to find our way among bright tombstone plaques which touched, whispered the fates of lost astronauts and their wandering graves.
Near Mars, July 2015.
Traveling graves, yes. What better place to be buried cast forth on a sea of measureless stars and eternal cold? Such men as spacesuits, both coffin and shroud, stay young forever. Come back 1 billion years from this noon, and what would you find? Fast frozen, the young man you knew at breakfast 10 million morns lost ago. No worm has touched, no rain destroyed him. All summer flesh, he will circle the sun like a tiny moon until the last sands have run through the hourglass of creation. Who would not want such graves and the fair cosmetic that space can give? In the pulpit, at the center of the spaceman's chapel, stood a man who had died 100 years ago. Dead, yes, but so remarkable a man was he that they did computerize his soul. That is, they did up his voice on tapes, made circuitries of his merest breath and motion, then locked it all in plastic flesh and steel. So now before us stood Father Ellery Colworth. A monster robot? No. Gentle essence of the man.
Is God dead? An old question now. But once hearing it, I laughed and replied, no, not dead, but simply sleeping till you chattering bores shut up. A better answer is, are you dead? Does the blood move in your hand? Does your hand move to touch metal? Does that metal move to touch space? Do wild thoughts of travel and migration move behind your flesh? They do. You live, therefore he lives. You are the thin skin of life upon an unsensing earth. You are that growing edge of God which manifests itself in hungers for space. So much of God lies vibrantly asleep. The very stuffs of worlds and galaxies, they know not themselves. God reaches for the stars. You are his hand. Creation manifest. You go in search. He goes to find. You go to find himself. Everything you find along the way, therefore, it will be holy. On far worlds you will meet your own flesh, terrifying and strange, but still your own. Treat it well. Beneath the shape, you share the Godhead. You Jonahs are traveling in the belly of a new-made metal whale, the rocket ship. You swimmers in the far sea of space, blaspheme not against yourselves or the frightening twins of yourselves you find on far worlds, but ask to understand the miracle which is space, time, and life in the high attics and lost birthing places of eternity. Woe to you if you do not find all life most holy. Better than if you stay locked forever in the belly of the rocket like Jonah, never to be vomited out upon dry land.
The thunder of the storm ended the sermon. The thunder of a rocket echoed the storm. And suddenly it was the night before our fall into deep space. In our room, Quell and I lay sleepless, watching the diminishing rain on the great sky windows, listening to the voice clock announce the hours.
Tick, tock, 2 o'clock. Tick, tock, 2 o'clock. Tick, tock, tick.
Quell?
Tock, tick.
Awake? Part. The rest of me sleeps well.
How do you do that?
It cannot be taught. Next time you are born, we will arrange it.
That part of you that's awake. What are you thinking?
Of our journey. Of that man who warned us.
Elijah, did you believe him?
That the captain is blind? Yes. That he's mad. We must discover that.
But by that time, mightn't it be too late? Well? What? All asleep now? All right, friend. Lie there. Your body the strange color of a world I'll never see. Your skin tattooed over with signs from the Horsehead Nebula, the Coal Sack Orion, bleached by white suns, burnt by red suns. Cold blood, but warm heart. Your mouth silent, but your mind, even in sleep, breathing friendship. Quell, thank God for you and the days ahead.
Take our time at sunset, 7:31 hours. Take our time, sunset, 7:31 hours.
At sunset, aboard the rocket, we, the crew, waited. And the sun rose again. That is to say, the gantry elevator bearing one man rose up through the twilight air. And the elevator, rising high and swift, caused the sun, just gone below the earth, for a last moment to reappear. The sun, thus summoned back, played golden light upon this man who came alone and last. But if the sun played upon his face, he did not know nor see. And as for us, we only heard our captain step upon the landing.
That's him, the captain. Shh. He's going direct to his quarters. Why? He sounds like a robot. No, idiot. The radar screen, all miniaturized, it carries in a mask across his eyes. Blind, but not blind. A sweet machine, that.
Board. All on board. Prepare for checkout and countdown.
The blind captain was indeed with us, unseen and locked away. We lay like spiders in our shock absorber webs, waiting for the fire wind to seize and throw us at the sky. And seize and throw it did. And with a long cry, we rose to have our cry cut off. Silence took us like penitent monks to its bosom. For even the loud rocket which rips the soul on earth walks silent, a few miles up, treads the stars without footfall, as if in awe of the great cathedral of space. Ship's log, Cetus 7, August 2nd, 2099. Out of sight of land. How strange to put it this way, yet true. Out of sight of the blessed land, which means all earth and those we hold dear upon it. All faces, houses, trees, streets, towns, cities, meadows, ocean, seas. Gone. All longitudes, latitudes, meridians and hours, all nights and days, all time. Yes, time too. Gone. No sunrise, no sunset, no sound, no wind. How lonely. Quell, will we make it back? See Earth again?
Friend, I read minds, not futures. Space is large. They say it curves. Perhaps our end is in our beginning.
Work squad report on the double.
10 days, 20 days, 40 days gone in space. Our destination, a star in Cygnus, about which might roll a planet moist and green as Earth. We could not tell, we only went to see. Traveling at the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, we could reach and return from that far world in 10 years. 10 years. 3,650 days of endless traveling night. And only work could save us from the boredom that slowly slides into moron insanity. Work in the chemistry lab. Work in the compacted jungle swamp which cycled our carbon dioxide and gave us fresh oxygen and green salads for lunch. Work at repairing the ship's skin when rare meteors hit.
Meteor strike! On a double! Facility pass! Take cover!
Work which meant in seconds we must slap the great adhesive patch fast, so our air did not rush out and leave us swiftly dead. Work, work, work. And through all the days, our captain stayed unseen within his quarters. His orders came as if delivered from a far place. But sometimes, at 3 in the deep morning, standing watch, I heard the captain pass in the elevator vent like a long-drawn whispering and sigh. Or heard him take the airlock door outside alone, there to stand sentinel to all space, to walk with magnetic boots upon the sounding flesh of our ship under the stars.
Hist! There he is.
Again, every mid-watch of this hour.
What does he do out there? Play ball with the meteors. Inhales the infrared, exhales the ultraviolet.
No, he doesn't trust our radars. Even blind, he thinks he sees better.
But what's he looking for?
Well, you can read his mind. What?
My mind may hear, but the captain's mouth must speak for him. When he finds what he is looking for, he'll let us know.
You read his mind. You don't like what you see. I can tell by your face.
There he goes. Walk, walk, Captain. Stand guard. Protect us from the universe.
Logbook entry. 50 days out from Earth. We...
Young man?
Mr. Redley, sir.
Don't jump, boy. Do you know the past 5 minutes you have stared at that door?
Well, sir, the captain's there. I thought 50 days. Well, isn't that a long while for him to stay shut in?
Long is short to him, boy.
Such loneliness would drive me mad.
Yes? Well, there are some who savor madness all their days. It is the cud and titbit of their life. They would not know what to do with themselves if they could not nibble round the thin grey circumference of their skull, peeking and gaping from all the sockets, wondering at the cracks, assaying the guilt, rendering out the wonder.
Yes, but does he ever eat?
His soul is marrow enough. Let him feed, boy.
I have this urge to knock upon his door.
Give it a try. No, bang it. There.
Does he never answer, then?
If he knew God were out there, he might stroll out for a chat, but you or me, boy, do your chores. Do your chores.
Hear this! Hear this! Captain's inspection! All hands! Inspection!
He's coming out.
The captain! Don't stand there, idiot! Line up!
Mr.
Ridley.
All present, sir.
The temperature has gone up 3 degrees in this cabin, all present indeed. Here's one who runs a very furnace of youth. The name?
Sir, Ishmael Honeycutt Jones.
Isn't that the sound of Blue Ridge Wilderness or the scarred hills of Jerusalem? Now, Ishmael, what do you see that I don't see?
I saw a man tall in stature and tall in years. Not old, but with oldness skinned over him. A prime unprimed by lightnings. His face white, hair white, hands white, uniform white, all everything cut from the same nothings. This was our blind captain who led us toward the stars. Behind his dark firefly machine radar electric glasses, I knew if I seized them off, I would find eyes the color of minted silver of fish that had been born, lived, and died in the deep night. White, the man was white, all white, to match the whiteness of his much affrighted soul. I felt some years ago the universe had shot off a photographic flash. God blinked and bleached the captain to this color of sleepless nights and lonely terror. His heart did not beat so much as run down eternal panics. Hamlet's father's ghost stood here astride our lives and breathed out further ghosts.
How runs a ship in space, men?
With tight seams and oxygen suits at the ready, sir.
Well said. And how do you treat with a meteor, men?
A 5-second patch job and all hands saved, sir.
Then, how do you swallow a flaming comet whole, men? No answer.
We have not as yet seen comets on the breakfast menu, sir.
You have not.
And then, Captain, mustn't you kill a comet before you can eat it?
True. And they do not make nightly strolls through our basement half of the universe, and yet...
Sir?
They do come by. Ridley.
Sir?
This star chart here, now. You with good eyes see. From the region of the Horsehead Nebula, among 1 billion lights, one special light shows forth. Blind, I feel its spectral presence. Thus. Do I touch the maelstrom, Ridley?
You do.
Closer now. So, not a meteor, a moon, a world. Who'll name it?
Sir, that is a comet.
Comet? No. A vast exhalation of mystery upon the deeps. A pale bride with flowing veil come back to bed her lost unbedded groom. Isn't she lovely, men? A holy terror to the sight.
Captain, is that not the comet which first passed Earth some 30 years ago?
Leviathan.
Speak up.
The comet Leviathan, the largest in history.
Leviathan. The great numb terror, the brute chemistry and the universe thrown forth in light and trailing nightmare. Yes. Leviathan.
Was it not Leviathan, Captain, that put out your eyes?
To give me greater visions? Yes. Leviathan, I saw it close. I touched the hem of its great 1,000,000-mile-long bridal veil. I circled round the shimmering abyss of snow, gone lost in space, and then that virgin whiteness, jealous of my loving glance, rubbed out my sight 30 years ago. I see it still upon my inner lids, bunked down at night, so passing strange, so full of arctic miracles, that huge white rushing thunderhead of God. It brought me running. I offered up my fevered soul, all bright. It snuffed me out. Yet now I rub my bones to kindle me again, for look. Leviathan returns. Now the avalanche of nothingness comes back. For this I seek in space with rocket and with men. As one, we'll rush to meet that downfell light, which having doomed, now cycles round to doom itself. That Cyclops' eye long gone deserves a blow. I'll lift my hand, your hands, to make the strike. What? Silence.
They are overwhelmed, sir.
Yes, for ours is a holy mission. There will be none greater in the time of man, though our sands run forever through a glass as big as creation's landfall in far Centauri. Technicians, scan alert! We do not idle by for Leviathan to arrive, we run to catch. Then, it is a long white traveling funeral in space, a light that puts out light. Let us slumber it forever, make it celebrate its own death. Ready the alarms. The first man who scans it in gets double his fees for the journey. Squads, disperse! Fall out!
Tick-tock, 3 o'clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick.
Well now.
Is that all you've got to say?
Well, it's not every year a dwarf like me can hit a giant like Leviathan.
You sound like him.
If it's on our way, what's wrong with sight-glancing a comet 2 falls out of 3?
You don't even know what a comet is.
Ishmael, what did you find in the microfilms?
Same old guff. Photographs of photographs. Interstellar material. Vapors. Meteoroids. So few comets have passed near Earth since we first moved into space in the 1960s. The junkyards would best describe them. Chunks of old solar systems broken off. Accidents of huge nature on the prowl. Well,
in the stories of my people, such comets are known as pilgrim visitors, far-traveling spectres, the haunter of the feast, a collision of bright dreams which fuse to nightmare. You see, our history is as full of romantic nonsense as yours.
Well then, the captain has his reasons for finding the comet and we have ours. We're curious.
Curious, yes, and afraid.
Captain?
I say. Wait.
Captain?
What? Oh. Ridley. I do not sleep, I die. Lord, I dreamt I was falling down space forever, falling. Do you dream, Ridley?
No, sir.
Oh, fortunate man. Well?
Ship's log to be signed, sir.
I have a fine nose, Ridley. You've no heart for this chase.
If by chase you mean our proper business, charting stars, exploring, well...
No. Here. What do you know of the passage of dark planets and bright comets, mister?
I think you must teach me, sir.
I will. Here are 1,000 star charts, stamped, runnelled, and humped. You read Braille?
Aye.
Run your hand here, there. Touch the paths where the lost suns go. Here the planetary tracks, and here upon the universal deeps the vast long mark of Halley's comet, the comet of Aristophanes, and, who knows, that comet which may well have been the star of Bethlehem, a miracle to celebrate a miracle. Here are the maps and deep night plans for all God's circuitings and maunderings, his long thoughts. God dreams joy, green earths appear. God dreams torments, comets issue from his eyes and mouth. And the most terrible outcrop of these is...
Leviathan?
From 30 years' study I found a way to meet it head-on fast, 6 months before it brushes Earth. We move then to surprise.
Surprise!
Mr. Ridley, face 'em out. Well,
You cannot surprise a comet, sir. It neither lives nor cares.
I live. I care.
And shift the burden of your knowledge to some great wandering child, some universal accident that prowls between the worlds, homeless for eternity.
Go on.
Sir, the Riffers Reverend Oxley says all space is one flesh with us. All world, suns, creatures, extensions of one ground, one all-encompassing will. Then that ghost you speak of, sir, that comet, that great terror-trailing stuff, is but an outmouthing of God indeed. Would you stand against such breath?
If it wrenched my soul and burnt me blind, yes.
It is a dumb thing, sir. Mere chemistry, burst out of chaos, now pulled by this tidal star, now hauled by that. As well stop your own heart as try to stop that great pale beating.
But if both stop at once, will not my victory over it loom as large as its victory over me? Small man, large traveling doom, both weigh the same when the scale is death.
In rending it, you rend your own flesh, Captain, which God has lent you.
That flesh offends me. If it is all one, God manifesting himself in minerals, light, motion, dark, or sensible man, if that comet is my sister self, come preening by to try my Job-like patience, was it not blasphemy it first tried out on me? If I am God's flesh, why was I felled, struck blind? No, that thing is lost and evil. Its great face hovers the abyss. Behind its mindless glare I sense that juice which oils the cogs of nightmare and the pit. And whether I see it in hellfire man, cannibal shark, or huge white blinding mask flung down along the stars to frighten men and push them to impulse less than human, more than bones and soul can bear, I must attack. Talk not of blasphemy to me, sir. It tried me first. I want its flesh.
God help us.
He does. If we are his stuffs alive, then we sinew his arms seized out to stop that light-year beast. Would you turn from this greatest hunt?
Sir, I am against you, but don't fear me. Let the captain beware of the captain. Beware of yourself, old man.
Do you know a rocket feeds itself in space? It wallows like a great fish in streams of subatomic life, interstellar minnows as 'twere, subliminal seas and royals of energy, like those tides of grit, the tiny particles in Earth's oceans which feed whales. So a rocket dines on radio waves, fierce radiations, cosmic rays, and meteors. It gulps these maniac foods which shriek invisible on the groundless ground. Ever hungry, we searched for banquets of yammering sound.
Queen Elizabeth, your undoubted queen, wherefore all you to do your homage and service, are you willingly
and came by accident upon old wits and broadcast dreams of Earth. No sound, they say, is ever truly lost. In electric clouds, all safely trapped, we tuned up echoes of forgotten wars and peaceful summers.
The question of Anglo-German relations is of the first importance for the two countries and for Europe.
Waiting in the circle, Jerry, I agree.
Captain, radar post. Request slow speed. Now passing space cloud containing radio data from year 1938.
Turn away, Radar 1.
Sir?
Turn away.
And turn we did from the wandering voices, those lost children of time. And then, a few days later...
Blue alert! All scanning stations! Blue alert! Blue alert, please! Blue alert!
Beyond belief.
What is it? An ancient moon?
Yes.
From our system? No. From another star?
Yes. Torn loose in some accident. Traveling all by itself in space.
And covered with towns, cities, ancient gardens. I don't believe. Yet there it is. Terrible. Beautiful. How long do you think this moon, with all its dead cities, has been rushing through space alone? 1,000 years?
1,000 times 1,000. Oh, lovely. The spires. The jeweled windows. Lonely courts.
Retrograde rocket. Stand by all hands to diminish speed.
Disregard. Continue course.
Captain! Sir, we saw.
Mr. Redley, who commands this rocket?
Why,
Did I give orders for reconnaissance?
I quite forgot myself. This moon is very old and fine. Our job's to touch down on such worlds, to photograph, record.
Yes, I see. Lovely. Passing strange. There was a time when Our job lies elsewhere. Press on.
Well, there it goes. That moon. The incredible cities.
I shall not see its like again. Lost.
If on Earth it is a rare thing for two ships to pass each other on their trips, think what small chance there is for rockets to cross paths in the 1,000,000,000 times greater sea of space. Yet pass they sometimes do.
Lightfall 1, calling Cedar 7. Lightfall here, inbound for 12 years' travel, back from the Pyramids cluster. Shall we hang fire, Cedars? Mix cruise and drink a celebration?
Yes, drink.
We shall not.
Do I read you right?
You read me right or wrong. Stand up. Goodbye.
No sooner fleeing one than we came upon another, sadder rocket full of men.
Rachel's captain, calling captain of the Cetus there. Have you seen a small life rocket craft? A space storm took it off. We paced that comet.
Comet? What? Leviathan?
Leviathan, yes. My son, oh God, was curious. He took the life craft out to search the comet's wake. Now I search for him. Will you help?
I'm losing time, sir.
I've lost my very life.
I go to redeem your son. God help you, Captain.
God forgive you, master of the Cetus 7.
So the Rachel, mourning for its lost children, fell away. And we moved toward collision course with annihilation.
Roger. Smith. Quell. Mr. Redley, why all the secrecy?
There's your reason. The captain outside again, under the stars.
I'd like a stroll myself.
I do not speak on strolls at odd night hours, Mr. Smith. I speak on information we let pass. Lost moons we left behind. Jobs we did not do.
This comet's a job. We measure all that comes our way.
Measure with man.
Mr. Redley.
Quell.
Now what?
Quell.
I do read minds. Let my mind gather yours and move outside to stand watch with our captain. Now.
I leave a track down a wall of space, and space moves in to rub that white track out with meteor dust and worse, with new teeth. Well, let nothing do its worst. I pass. I make my mark.
Mr. Redley.
I protest.
All's white or dark. Stars or nebulae as black as inks from squids which scuttle down a blind god's back. Light, dark. But how we do prefer the first. For white our Negro souls much thirst. For such a white as this, though, terrifies. For was it not such all-encompassed white which thrust to panic out my eyes and would have quenched my soul had I not hid it safe away between calamities in nightmare's crib? I did. I thrived on simple crusts of dark and waited out the cyclings of time to bring you round and back again, O whiteness fair. My pale and wandering dreads stand forth. This time I will not swerve. My path is fixed beyond the gravities. Tracked like the whirls that hurl about the sun, so runs my soul in one trajectory. Blind, my body aches in place of eye. I'll darken you who darkened me. Your veil will be your winding seat. Your gossamer I'll bind to strangle you, and thus bank down the fire.
Gentlemen.
Unlawful, uncommon eavesdropping.
Upon uncommon dangers. The captain breaks a higher law.
Would you mutiny, sir?
To save lives, yes.
At ease, the captain blind sees everything you miss.
As for those thoughts of his, which we just borrowed, why, how do they differ from ours, which we tell no one? All men are poets in their souls, ashamed to speak it out. Judge thoughts? No, action.
And action now means juggling that fine, great fireball comet.
Excuse, Mr. Redley?
Excused. And damned.
By night, I totted up my list of growing fears. The radio voices spurned, the strange moon shunned, the celebration of 2 rockets passing in the long night refused, and the urgent need of a captain searching for his lost son ignored as if unheard. And then, most frightening of all,
Well, what is it? Speak up. Music? From where?
The island worlds. My home.
Your planet? Billions of miles away? Oh, Lord.
My world and more. The music of my father's suffering and death.
strange. We don't expect composers on other worlds, grandfathers who write symphonies. It was music, it was not. It was something I had never heard, but knew from times before my birth, and guessed from times beyond my death. I mourned myself. And Quell, I saw no tears, yet sensed he wept within. The music played. He grew so still, I feared his breath had stopped. He heard his own funeral dirge rolled down the shores of space to end his life. It's over, Quell.
He rose to find our metal worker.
Sir? Cut and weld and shape me a suit of death. I'll draw it for you. So, all black. And on the breastplate of this coffin, burn this sign: my family, my world.
You look fine. You don't really think...
I do not think. I know. Make the suit of dark metal.
Quell did not move. He sat by the great star-scanning port, his gaze fixed beyond Andromeda, as if he plumbed the fathoms of his own grave and found there all our graves in mutual kin. Quell, taller, stronger, more human than all human men, yet knew his Achilles' heel, but lodged most sadly in the circle of his ear, where the funeral tune of his father's father wrapped him in winding sheets of sound beyond my threats and pleas. Quell. Quell. Meanwhile, the metalworker cut and burnished the uniform all black, which Quell would wear in death.
Red alert! Space storm ahead!
White terror, the rushing comet approached. But first it sent a messenger ahead to warn us off. A storm of gravities, atomic whirlwinds, cosmic explosions, and warpings of space, which wrecked our ship.
Captain, permission to turn back. We'll be destroyed. We do not turn. It's testing us. Head on, Mr. Ridley. Head on.
What? The storm, it's vanished.
Captain, the comet Leviathan. It's disappeared too.
Vanished? Disappeared?
Quell, you're awake again. Oh, Quell, what happened?
He has come round. Quell, what in God's name?
The funeral music, gone. Our traveling burial grounds, gone. The comet, the nightmare, all gone.
Yes, but why?
The storm has twisted time.
A warp in space?
We've turned a corner in eternity. The storm has thrown us back to another year.
What year?
Who's to tell? Before the wars, before your Caesar built a Roman road through Britain's moors. The great star beast, it pities us.
No, I say. Ridley, the radio telescope.
The comet is not there, sir.
The airlock, open it. Blind, I'll find for myself.
Our captain stood outside on a rocket ship becalmed in peace. It was indeed a time between. And Redley stood with him between the stars. Well, what are they saying?
This and this.
Peace and mild weather. Gone. All the fury, all the burning whiteness, gone.
Captain, it's given us a last chance.
to escape. Escape to what? To land back on Earth and be greeted by Charlemagne, to watch Caesar fall down dead in the Forum? Pull this trigger. Mr. Redley, you lack the power to fire that gun.
And if I could, how fine to land back home and go with simple cavemen in a cave. Live out a life much less a nightmare than all this. To rest a while.
We shall rest, Mr. Redley, at the dead heart of the comet. We shall fight free of this calm, rejoin time on a proper footing, seek, and finally destroy.
Oh, Lord, if I were sure of murdering you as you of murdering it, which will at last do murder to us all.
The sweet calm was over. We fought the storm of time in space, and freed ourselves of Roman legions on a Dartmoor wilderness, lost Waterloo, missed final chance to watch Napoleon soldiers pock the Sphinx's old Egyptian face with rifle fire, and broke free to find the comet.
There. I feel it. It is there, yes. Is it?
It is.
All hands stand by the emergency light rocket craft. You know the engines of destruction there. In each I've built a sweeping hunger to devour that thing. A beam more powerful than any laser ever built. Wider, longer, swifter. Use that power. Worry the beast. Lay him to waste.
The comet approached, and it was a great white holy terror that filled up all the universe and put out every star. And Quell awakened from his trance, and every man of proper will dropped their masks and took on madness. All human flesh was gone. Red blood was all that moved our ship. The comet loomed. We ran as children run to happy games.
Lightcraft 1, launch! Lightcraft 2, launch! Mr. Redley, take command. This rocket is yours. Boy, stay behind. Well, you come with me.
Well, you put on that black metal.
The suit, yes, with the death symbols on it.
Let me go with you.
Stay and live. You will live, I know, to be very old. Be happy, Ishmael. Good friend. Goodbye.
Oh, Quell. We moved. The three small life ships moved to cross that moving path of raw destruction. All was white now. We fell as in the great mouth of the sun. Well,
I hear you, friend.
Destroy and be destroyed. Like mice who nibble at one wave of milky sea, their laser beams all shrieking, but made small by greater shrieks of light-year maddened beasts now gone insane. The comet swept them up and turned them roundabout in time. The first storm seemed the merest bubble burst upon the edge of greater hurricanes of interstellar night. The ships now, one by one, fell down. Plucked free of skins, their metal skeletons revealed, the men tossed out in mill-race radiation. Flashing meteors eroded, baked, swallowed, vanished in the all-encompassing light. Each man thrown to a different warp in time. The men in Lifecraft One, their weapons still, hurled down to death, perhaps in burials, with King Richard on his plain, the crown lost at his feet. The men in Lifecraft Two spun further on to drop in open grave with Yorick's skull, or near the tomb in Illinois where Lincoln dreamt away.
I do not know. The captain lost. Through quell, I heard his cry.
What, the weapons gone, my men dispersed? Why then I have these hands? Blind I feed on you, gone dead I grapple you. Where's your heart? There, I'll stifle it. Oh, damn Leviathan, it comes to this!
Out, I was tossed forth myself. Alone I watched as now at last the whiteness went its way. With gibbering voice off down the long black mine shaft of the universe, its bridal veil trailing despairs and woes, celebrating itself, a mindless mystery forever in motion. Vanishing. An echo. Gone. And gone all ships, men, large, small, sane or mad, the captain with them, madness maddened. And for 1 billion years I knew that Leviathan on return, circling round, would bring back with it him who would have done it unto death. The two of them were one at last, the hunter and the hunted, the fearer and the feared, the flesh and the impaler of the flesh, the madness and the vaulting dream of madness, together forever through centuries yet unborn. Ships, men, and the captain of the men. An endless cortege for the spectre ghost. Alone, I floated on a coffin which came under my hands. Within the metal case, dear Quail was buried dead and still. I drifted so upon this strange life raft among the stars for timeless days, until a rocket passing picked me up at last. It was the Rachel, who in her long search for her missing children found but another orphan. I let the coffin go. I let Quell travel on his light-year burial ground. The drama's done. The great shroud of stars rolls over the ship, her crew, as the whiteness departs, all away. I, Ishmael, remain to tell you this.
Leviathan 99, a radio drama, was written by Ray Bradbury. The electronic music was composed and executed in stereophony by Tristram Carey. You heard Dennis Hawthorne as Ishmael, who told the story, and Christopher Lee as the captain. Robert Edison as Quell, Walter Fitzgerald as the warning man, and Dennis McCarthy as Father Ellery Colworth. Alexander John as the first mate of the Cetus 7, and Ian Thompson, Anthony Jackson, Christopher Bidmead, Nigel Clayton, and Leroy Lingwood as members of the crew. Frank Henderson as Lightfall 1's captain, and Rafe Truman as the Rachel's captain. Technical direction was by Harry Catlin, and the play was adapted for stereophony and produced by H.B. Fortyne.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Charles Lawton, Ella Raines, and Rosalind Evan in The Suspect. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Thomas Mitchell.
Thank you. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. 2 nights a week in a veteran hospital not far from here, wounded and battle-worn soldiers gather around a visitor. This visitor keeps them enthralled with magic words, delivered in an almost magic voice, as he reads from Shakespeare, Milton, Shaw, and Dickens. For no one can surpass Charles Laughton in bringing life and warmth and color to the English language. He's standing in the wings tonight, and he's ready to bring us Universal's thrilling mystery, The Suspect, with Ella Raines as his leading lady. You know, the last time Miss Raines was on this stage, about a year ago, we called her a brand new Hollywood discovery. Tonight, we changed that title to an established Hollywood success, a star whose meteoric rise is happily supported by sincere and brilliant talent. And also in our cast tonight is Rosalind Evan, the gifted English actress, whose ability to portray shrewish wives is in contradiction to a very gentle and delightful personality. All three appear in their original screen roles in a fateful triangle of marriage, love, and murder that makes for one of the season's most exciting and suspense-packed melodramas. In a minute, we'll take you to London in 1902, but while we're traveling, let's look in at Arabia in 1945. Perhaps you read in a recent copy of Life magazine an account of the King of Arabia's visit to an American destroyer on his way to Yalta. Well, the king brought with him a convoy of small boats carrying cattle, food, and personal belongings just to make sure His Majesty was served in proper Arabian style. But there was one important Occidental touch. One night, after a sumptuous state repast, the king's servants passed among the guests a huge and magnificent metal bowl filled with rose water. In the center of the bowl, resting on a little island, was the final touch of luxury, a case of Lux toilet soap. We always knew Lux toilet soap was fit for a queen, but we're happy to note that it also to the king's taste. Now, down go the lights, and up goes our coast-to-coast curtain on the first act of The Suspect, starring Charles Laughton as Philip Marshall, Ella Raines as Mary Gray, Rosalind Evan as Cora, and Dennis Green as Gilbert Simmons. London, in the spring of 1902. Down a respectable side street, Mr. Philip Marshall comes home from work. His face is lined, his shoulders slightly stooped from years of service to the firm of Fraser and Nicholson, purveyors of tobacco. But Philip Marshall carries himself with the dignity of an honest British tradesman. At his gate, he greets his next-door neighbor.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Simmons. You've done wonders with your tulips.
I've a green thumb, as they say in Devon. Would you like some bulbs?
Oh, thank you very much, but I'm afraid my wife hasn't much heart for gardening.
It was so good of you to bring my husband home last night.
Oh, I was glad to do it.
I'm sorry if Gilbert carries on so when he's drinking.
It must be a great trial to you.
Whoa! Oh, there's a cab at your gate.
Cab? Oh, excuse me.
Are you the one who called the cab, Governor?
No, there must be some mistake.
Orders was to come to number 26.
Well, this is 26. Just a minute. I better go in and see.
Well, Mr. Philip Marshall, no loving greeting for your wife?
What's the cab for, Cora?
What do you think? The penny bus is good enough for me.
Did John send for that cab?
Right as a button, aren't you? That's just what young Hopeful did. He's clearing out bag and baggage, the selfish, ungrateful, good-for-nothing.
What did you do to him?
What did I do to him? All I did was bring him into the world, nurse him, make myself a doormat for him to walk on. That's right. Go on upstairs. Go to him. And tell him from me that when he leaves this house, he needn't think he can come crawling back. Deserting his own mother, you can tell him.
Oh, hello, Dad.
Done packing?
Sorry, I'd stick it out here on your account.
Well, it was bound to come. What happened?
Oh, she was at me all day. I was trying to get those reports finished. It's been a race at the office, you know, and I'd give my right arm for that job in Canada. Well, she got into one of her rages, grabbed the report and threw it into the fire. 20 pages. a week's work.
Have you got another place to stay?
I'll stay at Jimmy Estabrook's.
I'm sorry, boy. Let me help you with those bags.
Oh, no, thanks. I can manage.
Hey, watch out for that broken step.
I'll keep in touch with you, Dad.
Yes. How's Sybil?
Oh, fine. I haven't seen her all week, though.
She's a nice little thing. Is it serious between you two?
Well,
Well, it's a pity this house isn't good enough for you, John.
Goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye, Mother, you mealy-mouthed hypocrite. Two of a kind, that's what you are.
I'll see you soon, Dad.
I shall miss you, son.
Goodbye.
Well, Philip, come here. Don't you go sneaking off upstairs, running off right when I'm talking to you, just as though I were a common servant. I know what's mine to you, even if you don't.
Cora, I'm moving my things into John's room.
Well, of all the insulting... We're married, aren't we?
Yes, we're married.
Then how dare you? I forbid it.
No, Cora, that's all over now that John's gone. I'm moving out of our room, and there's nothing you can do about it.
What's got into you? What are you thinking about?
Much better that you don't know, Cora. It might frighten you.
Here's your change, sir. Excellent tobacco. Fraser and Nicholson's best, and thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Merridew. Merridew.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Marshall wants to see you. Go on now into his office right away.
Yes, sir. Merridew, sir?
Come in. Merridew, I have a very serious matter to bring to your attention.
Yes, sir?
I regret to say there's a penny missing from the stamp box.
It was for a sugar bun this morning.
And the tuppence yesterday, what was that for?
Acid drop, sir. But I'll put it all back on payday.
That's what all embezzlers plan to do.
But I'm not an embezzler.
Yes, but you started that way. It's the first step that counts. After that, it all becomes very easy. 6pence tomorrow, half a crown the day after.
Oh, but...
Yes, I know you mean to pay it back, but you may finish by paying it back in the Portland prison quarries.
Oh, don't send me to the prison quarries, please, Mr. Marshall.
Well, not this time, Merridew. Now, stop sniffling. Here, take my handkerchief and wipe your eyes.
A young lady to see you, Mr. Marshall.
Oh, run along, Merridew. Won't you come in, Miss,
Gray. Mary Gray.
Miss Gray? What can I do for you?
I'm seeking employment.
Work? Here? Selling tobacco?
I mean office work. I can take dictation.
We're quite satisfied with our young men. Why, some of our young men have been with us here for 30 or 40 years.
I see.
I'm so sorry. I think you might have better luck at a draper's establishment.
I've tried. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Oh, Stanton.
Yes, sir?
Might as well lock up. 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. The days are getting longer now.
Yes, I've got a good mind to walk home. It'll be nice walking through the park at this time of day.
Good evening, Mr. Marshall.
Oh, good evening, officer. We're going to have a lovely sunset.
Yes, be a fine evening.
I thought... Hello. What's the matter with her?
Her, sir?
A girl on the bench. She's crying.
So she is. I usually let 'em cry it out. It does 'em good. Evening, sir.
Evening. I beg your pardon. Is there anything I can do?
No. Go away, please. Leave me alone.
Why, hello, Miss Gray.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I don't mean to intrude, but
You're very kind. I'm afraid I'm behaving rather badly.
Oh, now. Come. It can't be as bad as all that. You know, I'm really sorry about the work in my office, Miss Gray.
It wasn't just that. I was feeling a bit down. All at once it came over me how terribly alone I am. You see, my father died in the winter, and there were just the two of us.
Well, I know how it is to be lonely, and I know that it can be faced. Does that make you feel any better?
Ever so much.
Where are you going?
Home.
Oh, I see. A cup of tea, a sixpenny novel, and a good long cry.
I'm afraid you've been looking in at my window.
Shall we pool our loneliness?
What do you mean?
Oh, go somewhere and have a bite of dinner and a talk. You know, I'm sure that I know someone who needs a clever young lady to take dictation.
Well,
Why don't you join me just for this evening? You might enjoy it. It'd be a great kindness to me.
Well, I'm sure it would be to me. But aren't you on your way to someone?
Someone? No, there's no one. I know a nice little Chinese restaurant on Malvern Street. Now, come on, we'll get a cab. You know, it was really good of you to take me on trust.
Oh, not altogether on trust. I overheard you in your office with that little boy.
Married you?
The one you're not going to send to prison.
He's a desperate character, don't you think?
No, so desperate I wanted to hug him.
That's the danger with his type. They get round you, huh?
You were so gentle with him.
Gentle, my dear Miss Gray, you will discover in time that I have a heart of stone. Did you enjoy the dinner?
I loved it. But I'm afraid I'll never learn to eat with chopsticks.
Well, you know the answer to that one. Practice. We must eat here often after this.
Get your programs. Programs for tonight's play.
2 tickets, please, the stalls.
Philip, aren't you being frightfully expensive?
You forget, we saved 6 sitting in the pit last night.
Oh, Philip.
He plays beautifully, doesn't he?
Beautifully. It's been so long since I've been to a concert.
We'll come again next week.
Well, here we are. My rooming house, Philip. Good night. I've had such a good time.
These have been the happiest weeks I can remember, Mary.
Oh, you say the nicest things, Philip. You do the nicest things.
What have I done now?
Have you forgotten that you got me my job at Windward's?
I don't remember a thing about it. All I remember is we're having dinner tomorrow night.
Oh, Philip, I can't.
Why not?
Mrs. Packer, I've told you about her. She works at Windward's. Oh, she's been frightfully nice. I've asked her and her husband to have dinner with me.
Oh, I see.
But listen, why don't you come along? I'd like so much to have you
I'd
meet
like to, Mary.
Oh, now come along,
now,
Philip.
Mary, listen. You and I are pretty good friends, hmm?
The best.
We've had a lot of fun together. Can't we go on just like this, just the two of us?
Why is it, Philip, that you don't ever like to meet anyone?
Oh, I don't know. A chap my age has a right to a few peculiarities.
I know there's something if you'd only tell me.
Nothing to tell.
Well, as you wish. Good night, Philip.
Mary, what about the night after?
You know I'll say yes. Good night.
Good night, Mary. Cora? Cora? You awake? Cora, I know you're not asleep. I saw your light on from the street. Cora!
Oh, it's you, Philip. Come in. Flattered, I'm sure.
I'd like the key to my bedroom, Cora. You've locked the door.
Where have you been?
My key, please.
Answer me. You were out with that good-for-nothing from next door, weren't you?
Cora, please.
Don't try to deny it. I heard him staggering home just now, and you were with him.
Yes, Cora, I brought Gilbert Simmons home. I ran into him in front of a pub. He was drunk as usual and causing trouble.
And what business is that of yours?
Cora, hasn't his poor wife enough to put up with as it is?
His poor wife? Huh? What about your poor wife? How much longer do you think I'm going to stand for this coming in at all hours? For the whole street's beginning to gossip, and I'm not going to be made an object of pity in front of my friends. Do you hear me?
I'm sorry, Cora, if people choose to embarrass
Oh,
you.
a lot you care. What have I ever done to deserve this? Whatever possessed me to tie myself up to a poor stick like you? Walked through the forest and picked a crooked tree. That's what I did. A fat, ugly, crooked tree. And I don't care if I never hear an ugly voice again.
Cora, don't you know the neighbors can hear every word you say?
I don't care. I've nothing to be ashamed
If
of.
we could only talk quietly, come to some sort of understanding. Cora, now look, we've never been happy together, not once. In all the years that we've been married.
And whose fault is that, I'd like to know?
It isn't anybody's fault. Over and over again, we've tried. But when two people are shut up together and they don't love each other, everything they do becomes hateful just because they do it.
Oh, so that's it, is it? You hate me. You've always hated me.
Cora, I did not say that. Will you please listen to me? All I say is that we've got some good years ahead of us, both of us. Why can't we live them happily, apart from each other?
Apart? What do you mean?
Let me go, Cora.
Divorce?
Yes.
Divorce? Never in my life have I heard of anything so immoral. Divorce, indeed. Oh, no. I'm not going to be laughed at. A woman who couldn't hold a husband.
Just for that, you'd ruin both our lives.
We are married. And we'll stay married till death do us part. You hear me?
Well, my mind's made up, Cora. If you won't divorce me, I'm going to leave you.
Oh, you are you? Well, you just try. Just you try it. I'll go down to your precious shop and I'll tell your noble customers what sort you are.
I knew it was no use talking to you. There's no way out, is there?
Oh, yes, there is for you, Mr. Philip Marshall. Out of your shop. Out of your job. Ha! Won't I love seeing their faces when I tell them that their very respectable manager, Mr. Philip Marshall, wants to desert his own wife. And I will tell them, so help
me. Philip, you haven't eaten a thing. Aren't you well?
Oh, I'm all right.
Did anything happen on your way here? You were so late.
No.
But you're not like yourself tonight. What is it?
I've been wanting to tell you all evening, Mary. After tonight, we can't see each other anymore.
What did you say?
I said we mustn't see each other ever again.
Oh.
Don't look like that.
Philip, we're such good friends. It's meant so much to me.
It's meant everything to me.
Well, then, don't you think I deserve to know? Tell me, Philip.
I've behaved very badly, Mary. Do you remember the first time that we met? I told you that I had no attachments and no ties of any kind.
Philip, you're married, aren't you?
Yes.
Wasn't very fair, was it?
No. I was afraid you'd never see me again, and I was so sure that my wife would give me a divorce.
Won't she?
No. This is our last time together. You've risked too much already.
But, Philip, please, we're only friends. We're hurting no one. Is there anything wrong just seeing each other?
She followed me here tonight, or she tried to.
Your wife?
Yes. I managed to shake her off finally, but sooner or later she'll find out, and I'm not afraid for myself. What she might do to you. I'm much too fond of you, Mary.
What a pity this had to happen now. I hope your Christmas will be happier than mine.
Christmas? It's only 2 weeks away. Well, we can still drink a toast. Mary, my dear, to you.
My dear. My very dear.
Cora, come here. I've got something to show you, Cora. It's a Christmas tree.
Well, couldn't you find a better way to waste your money?
It'll help to cheer us up. Christmas comes but once a year.
And where will you hang the mistletoe?
Mistletoe?
What? Aren't you going to kiss me under the mistletoe? You could shut your eyes, you know, and pretend I was somebody else.
There's no one else, Cora.
No?
Wouldn't it be better if we try to make things a little pleasanter? Try to make this place a little more like home? Oh, I heard from John today. He may be going to Canada soon.
Always thinking about your family, aren't you, love? No more evenings at the pub. No more office work to keep you out late. A real little family man.
You'll help a bit, won't you?
There's no place like home, is there? Now, since that creature threw you out.
Cora.
And don't tell me there was no such person. Winwoods, that's where she works. Melbourne Crescent, that's where she lives. And Mary Gray, that's her filthy name. Well, why don't you try to deny it?
It's true, Cora, but it's all over and done with.
Is it? Not for me, it isn't. I'm going down to the filthy shop and show you up for what you are.
Cora, no!
And I'll do the same for her. I'll go to the house where she lives. I'll go to the place where she works, and I'll let them know the low creature she is.
Cora, you're driving me...
I'll drive you both into the gutter where you belong. And as sure as the sun rises tomorrow, I'll give her a Merry Christmas she'll never forget. Afraid now, aren't you? Afraid for her.
No, not afraid for her. Not for her.
Why, Mr. Marshall?
Mrs. Simmons, please. It's my wife. Would you go for the doctor?
Your wife? What's wrong?
Well, there's been an accident, I'm afraid. I'm afraid she's dead.
In just a moment, Thomas Mitchell and our stars will return in Act Two of The Suspect. I believe everyone will recognize this game.
Gosh, Mary, that's good bowling.
Beginner's luck. I'll probably never do it again, but here goes. Oh.
Oh, never mind, honey. Gosh, you look cute with your cheeks all pink like that. Say, don't worry about your score. You sure bowled me over.
Yes, Lux girls are winners when it comes to romance. Smooth, radiant skin never fails to charm. These clever girls take their complexion tip from Hollywood. They do what famous screen stars do. Depend on active lather facials with fine white Lux toilet soap every single day. Lovely Jean Tierney tells you how she takes her Lux soap beauty facials.
I cover my face generously with the creamy lather and work it gently in. I rinse with warm water, then cold, and pat my skin dry with a soft towel. It's the way to really lovely skin.
It's a fact. Hollywood's active lather facials really do make skin softer, smoother. In recent tests of Lux soap facials, actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time. Why don't you try them? Begin tomorrow to give your skin this gentle, cherishing care 9 out of 10 screen stars, lovely women everywhere, find so effective. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The Suspect, starring Charles Laughton as Philip, Ella Raines as Mary, Rosalind Evan as Cora, and Dennis Green as Gilbert Simmons. It's several hours later, while the neighborhood buzzes with the tragic news of Mrs. Marshall's sudden death, an early morning visitor fills out a routine report.
I've hated to ask these questions, Mr. Marshall, when you're so upset and all.
That's all right, Constable. The police department has its regulations.
Everything you've told me checks with the doctor's story. The deceased was coming down the stairway. She tripped on the broken step, suffering fatal injuries when her head struck the ballast.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. That's all I need.
Another day has passed. The funeral is over, and departing callers mumble sympathy to Philip and his son John. Last to leave is their next-door neighbor, Mrs. Simmons.
I don't know what we would have done without you, Mrs. Simmons, these past 2 days.
No, it's been nothing, Mr. Marshall. After all you've done for Gilbert and for me. Take good care of your father, John.
I will.
He looks so tired. Have you slept at all?
Oh, I think perhaps I'll sleep tonight.
You must. And I've brought you this. It's Dexter's anodyne, a sedative.
Sedative? Rather afraid of drugs.
Nonsense. Dexter's anodyne. Just 5 drops in a glass of water puts you right to sleep.
It isn't dangerous, is it?
Not if you're careful not to take too much. Just 5 drops.
Try it, Father. It might help you.
It's very good of you, Mrs. Simmons.
Good night. Good night, John.
Good night, Mrs. Simmons. Well, Father?
Well, boy?
I wish there was something I could do.
Oh, I'll manage.
You've borne up wonderfully. I'm proud of you.
You run along, John. It's getting late.
You sure you don't want me to stay?
No. I'll get along fine.
Poor Mother. I just want you to know, Dad, that you've nothing to reproach yourself with. No one ever tried harder than you.
It might rain. You better take an umbrella.
Maybe I'd better. I say, Dad, where's your walking stick? You know, the one with the heavy handle?
I don't know. I must have left it somewhere. Doesn't matter.
Good night, Dad.
Good night.
Mr. Philip Marshall?
Yes?
I'm sorry to intrude at such a time, Mr. Marshall. I'm Inspector Huxley, Scotland Yard. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Come in. Questions about what?
The death of your wife?
Oh, I answered all those questions.
Yes, I read the reports quite thoroughly. The coroner called it accident. Mr. Marshall, there was some insurance in your wife's name, £3,000.
Yes, we both took out policies some years ago.
Lots of people do that. Is this the stairway where the accident occurred?
Yes.
Do you mind if I look about?
Not at all.
Oh, this broken step. This is the step she tripped on, I suppose.
Yes, that's right.
You should have a thing like that repaired.
We meant to have it repaired a long time ago.
And that's the room she came out of.
No, that's my room. Hers is on the other side.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, it's much clearer now. It's much better than trying to visualize things from the written report.
Imagine it must be.
Oh. Is this where she struck her head?
Yes, the baluster was broken.
So you had it replaced with a new one?
Yes, I couldn't bear the sight. Why do you make a point of that?
Oh, no particular reason. Only it seems curious. We find the broken step unrepaired, but the baluster is replaced immediately.
What are you trying to suggest?
Suggest? Nothing. But let's suppose, purely from my point of view, that it was not an accident. That someone had made up his mind to do away with his wife, for reasons only he knew, but it had to be done. Now, let's suppose he took one of these canes, the heaviest. Then he went up these stairs, very quietly. He came to this broken step. Perhaps he pulled the carpet loose a little to make sure that it looked broken. Now he's in the darkness of the upper hallway. He puts his hand over his mouth so that his voice seems to come from a distance. Cora, he calls, and again, Cora. Her door opens. For a moment she stands there, grumbling and wondering why the hall light isn't burning. Maybe she cries sharply, "What's the matter?" He holds his breath. She stands so near. Her voice called once more, "Philip, are you all right?" His hand tightens on the stick. She passes him. She goes downstairs 1, 2, 3 steps. It's now or never. He raises the stick, the blow falls, and he follows her as she crashes. She isn't dead yet, but she has to die. Slowly he raises the stick.
Stop it! How dare you say I killed my wife? How dare you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Marshall. I merely said if your wife was murdered, it could have happened that way.
It could have happened that way, but it didn't. You haven't a shred of evidence.
But it is an interesting point of view. Now, if only we could find something, some little something as a motive. You understand what I mean, Mr. Marshall?
No, I don't.
No? Well, good night, Mr. Marshall.
Philip, it's been such a long time. A whole month since you wrote me, since you told me of your trouble.
I didn't dare to meet you, Mary. Even tonight, I'm afraid they may be watching me. They may have followed me to this restaurant.
But can't you see how frightfully unfair it is to let the outrageous suspicions of stupid policemen keep us apart?
Mary, I couldn't have you mixed up in this sort of thing.
But what are people for, people you love? Can't you see that if you were in trouble, I'd want to share it?
Not that kind of trouble. Just to be suspected leaves a mark.
All right. Let it leave a mark on both of us. Because I don't intend to let you go again.
Mary.
With the compliments of the house, sir. Our best wine. Well, it's very good to see you again, sir, if I may say so.
Thank you. It's very good to be here.
Shall I pour it?
By all means. This is an occasion. You see, Philip, they missed us.
Mary.
My dear. My very dear. You wish to see me?
Miss Gray, I'm sorry to bother you at your home. I'm Inspector Huxley, Scotland Yard. I'd like to talk to you about Philip Marshall.
Go on.
We know you've been meeting lately. In fact, he left you at this doorway last night. How long have you known Mr. Marshall?
Since last May.
Well, surely you knew he was married, yet you continue to meet him frequently.
What are you driving at? What are you trying to find out?
It's quite possible that Mrs. Marshall was murdered by her husband.
Philip Marshall, a murderer? Nonsense. I think you're making a fool of yourself, Inspector.
Well, what you think isn't evidence, miss. But you've admitted meeting Mr. Marshall, and that's very valuable evidence. In finding you, we found the motive we've been looking for. You'll be called as a witness for the Crown, Miss Gray.
Not Miss Gray, Inspector. Mrs. Philip Marshall. We were married this morning.
Oh, I see. A very shrewd move, wasn't it? A wife can't be made to testify against her husband.
You know, it's a very funny thing, but we never thought of that.
Didn't you really?
No.
And it's just coincidence that you silenced the only witness whose testimony might hang you.
Philip, must we listen to this?
No, we mustn't. Inspector, you're getting rather tiresome with your accusations. We don't intend to listen to them any longer. Is that clear?
Well, don't you think that an innocent man might be more understanding?
I think an innocent man might behave precisely as I have.
Well, I'm sorry. I can't agree with you.
Well, then here I am. Why don't you arrest me?
I'd like to, believe me.
Yes. But But you've run into a blank wall. You take my advice and don't beat your head against it.
Please understand, Mr. Marshall. I have a job to do. It's completely impersonal, and I might have been wrong about the whole thing. If I have, I'm very sorry.
Very well. Let's forget it.
May I wish you a most successful marriage and a long one?
Thank you. Darling, you must hurry. John and Sybil are here. They're waiting downstairs.
Sybil, what's she like,
She's
Philip?
a little bit on the light side, possibly, but she's very pretty. Anyway, she's John's first girl, and I hope you'll like her.
Oh, I'll do my best. But John's like you, a very precious prize for any woman.
Now, that's enough of that. You come along now. Your train for Margate leaves in 40 minutes.
Oh, what a pity you aren't coming with us.
I'll be down tomorrow morning. Hope the weather clears.
Well, if it doesn't, we'll come back tonight. I hate the seashore when it's raining.
Well, I've got to run along to the shop. Have a good time.
Goodbye, darling. Don't forget to feed the cat.
Margaret? Margaret? Another cherry tart, please.
Another cherry tart, Mr. Marshall, and you on a strict diet?
I know, but it's Saturday and my family's at the beach, and I've got to work in a stuffy shop. I need some consolation.
Very well, another cherry tart.
Oh, hello, Marshall. May your dissolute neighbor sit down?
Hello, Simmons. I suppose so.
Thank you. Well, since you press me, I'll have a spot of whiskey. Oh, miss, a double whiskey and soda.
Yes, sir.
You can forget that cherry tart, Margaret.
Oh, don't tell me I've spoiled your appetite.
Since you press me, you have.
You are not irresistibly drawn to me, are you?
No, I'm not. I saw your wife this morning. She said she'd cut her eye stumbling against a door.
Well, wives get tiresome at times, you know.
I know this. You've got to stop knocking her about.
No, it's easy for you to talk with a nice new wife and a very pretty one. All beer and skittles now, isn't it?
I'm very happy, if that's what you mean.
And by the same token, I'm not.
It's your own fault.
Oh, I quite agree. It so happens I'm a rotter by nature, a complete rotter.
Why can't you get a hold of yourself? You're still young. You've a charming wife.
And no money. You couldn't let me have a fiver, could you? Just until my wife's allowance comes due?
Not a brass farthing. At least not until you go to work.
Work? My dear Marshall, work is for the working man.
There, that'll pay for your drink. Goodbye.
Thanks. Shopkeeper. Miss, where's that drink?
Coming, sir.
Changeable weather, isn't it, Mr. Simmons?
Filthy. Who are you?
Inspector Huxley. Oh, miss, bring the gentleman another drink.
Thanks. Are you the police chap who came asking questions after Mrs. Marshall's death?
That's right.
Who are you stalking now?
Your neighbor, Mr. Philip Marshall.
I beg your pardon? What was that?
Did it ever occur to you that Mrs. Marshall's death might not have been an accident?
Do you mind saying that again? You interest me. You don't know how much you interest me.
Pussy, puss, 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 puss. Come on, pussy. Puss, 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 puss. Nice bullet. Oh.
Well, Marshall, left all alone to mind the cat, eh? I found your back door open, so I thought I'd come in and continue our chat.
Chat with you is something I could do without. I've got a pack. I'm going to Margate in the morning.
With the weather turned this beastly?
Clear by morning, so if you'll
No,
excuse me...
Come, surely you've a moment for a reformed character. I've decided to go to work. I've got an idea, and I'd like your opinion.
Yes?
It's a good idea, with a bit of luck. Luck is important, don't you think?
No, I don't. A man makes his own opportunities.
Well, you ought to know.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Only your wife died most conveniently. Wasn't that luck, pure and simple?
Now, look here, Simmons.
Mrs. Marshall dies, and you come into a pot of money, and the coroner says, unfortunate accident. Now, I call that lucky.
Get out.
But Inspector Huxley doesn't seem quite satisfied that Mrs. Marshall's death was accidental.
Huxley?
Huxley thinks that you, shall we say, helped your wife to a better land. But he can't prove it. He needs a witness.
Does he?
And I need £10.
You are a swine, aren't you?
In these houses, the walls are very thin, you know. That's how I happened to hear you and your wife arguing that night.
You heard nothing.
But suppose I were to swear that I did. Suppose I were to swear that I heard her cry out.
You didn't.
That I heard the blow.
You're lying.
That I heard her say, Philip, don't.
No one would ever believe you.
Possibly, but it might put you in a very awkward position if I were to give evidence for the Crown.
Yes, it might. You're quite right. Might put me in a very awkward position. Well, here's £5. It's all I've got with me.
Well, the banks will be open on Monday. On Monday, I'd like £25.
Another 25 next week?
Mm-hmm. I'd think that reasonable.
And the week after that, and the week after that.
Oh, I'll let you down as lightly as I can. I say, have you got such a thing as a spot of whiskey in the house?
Whiskey?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Should be a bottle somewhere. In the pantry. I'll go and fetch it.
Now, the bottle. Bring the bottle. You know, Marshal, you're taking this very sensibly. Well, you won't regret it. After all, you've got a lot to lose, even if you do have to stay at home and mind a filthy cat. Marshal!
Yes?
What the devil are you doing? Measuring out that whiskey? Bring it in here.
I'm sorry, I had a little trouble finding it. Here you are. Help yourself.
One glass? Aren't you going to have a... Oh, well. Oh, that's pretty foul whiskey.
Did it ever occur to you, Simmons, that blackmail might be dangerous?
Not if you know your man. And I know you, Marshal, like a book. I say, don't you ever show any fight?
No, I've never been a fighter.
Soft, like that kitten. Turn the other cheek, reward in the hereafter.
I like people, and I've never wanted to hurt them.
That's a great mistake. Do you suppose I ever worry whether I tread on the other fellow's toes?
No, I don't suppose you do.
There you are. And here I am, sweet and cozy for life. Or for as long as your life lasts. That's rotten whiskey, Marshal. Shopkeeper's whiskey. It's hot, isn't it? You see, Marshal, your lot were created to make life easier for my sort. Meek inherit the earth, and we inherit the meek. Not bad. Whiskey's bad, though. It tastes like...
Dexter's anodyne, perhaps?
Dexter... Never heard of it. You're a coward, Marshal. That's how I got you. No more fight than a sheep. You couldn't kill a fly. Oh, the whiskey, you poison. Oh, I can't. In just a moment, our stars will be back with Act 3 of The Suspect. Meanwhile, here's Mrs. Smith getting some extra special help in her kitchen.
Oh, Jim, you don't need to bother with those dishes. I want you to rest while you're home.
These are a cinch, Mom, for anybody who's done KP. Hey, don't throw that fat away.
Why? It's only a little scrap left on this plate.
They wouldn't let you get away with that in the Army, Mom. Why, they even save the soup skimmings and render down every bit of leftover solid fat. All you have to do is melt it in the oven, you know.
Is it really that important, Jim?
They tell us there's enough fat thrown away right in this country every year to equal what we used to import from the Far East. And boy, we sure need that used fat.
Yes, we do need that used fat desperately, and most of it will have to come from the kitchens of America. Our pre-war imports of 1 billion pounds a year have been cut off. We need fat for literally thousands of uses on the war front, on the home front, too. For instance, used fats help to make munitions, medicines, military and civilian soaps, synthetic rubber, and coatings to protect ships, tanks, and fabrics.
But with meat so scarce, how can I save more?
By saving every single drop of used grease, no matter how burnt or black. Render down all scraps. That's very important. Keep a tin can handy on the stove. Rush it to your butcher when it's full. If you live in a rural district and have trouble in disposing of your used fats, call your county agent or home demonstration agent. And remember, for every pound you turn in, your butcher will give you 4 cents and 2 red ration points. Your government needs your help in this vital matter. Won't you save and turn in all you can? We return to Thomas Mitchell and our stars.
Act 3 of The Suspect, starring Charles Lawton as Philip, Ella Raines as Mary, Rosalind Evan as Cora, and Dennis Green as Gilbert Simmons. Only a few minutes have passed since the lifeless body of Gilbert Simmons crumpled at Philip Marshall's feet. Calmly and thoroughly, Philip has started to remove all evidence. The whiskey bottle, the glass, the vial of Dexter's anodyne. But suddenly he freezes in terror. Voices he quickly recognizes are clamoring at the front door.
Dad! We're home, Dad! We're home, Dad! Dad, we're back!
And very wet. Sybil and I are drenched.
Hello in there! Dad, let us in. Unlock the door.
He has no time to think. Dragging Simmons' body to the parlor, Marshall hides it under the sofa and then, collecting his shattered nerves, he opens the front door.
Hello, Philip.
Hello, darling. Hello, Sybil. Hello, John. Hurry in, all of you.
We're soaked.
Sorry I took so long. I was upstairs.
Oh, our whole weekend's spoiled. Oh, this miserable rain.
Does it always rain at Margaret?
Always when we go there.
Let's go in the parlor. We can start a fire.
Parlor?
Yes, why not? A fire and a spot of something to warm us up.
Yes, of course.
A double spot to warm us up, eh, Sybil?
Oh, John, you're awful. You know we have to catch that bus.
You two just make yourselves at home. Philip, whiskey's in the cupboard, isn't it? Philip!
Yes?
Come on, help me find the whiskey.
I'm sorry, darling, but there isn't any.
Oh, Philip. Is that what you do when my back is turned?
How about some sherry?
Fine.
It's right here. It's a shame you had such bad weather.
Oh, well, it was lonely without you anyway.
Well, we'll try it again before long.
Come now, help me take these glasses in.
Oh, Sybil, I'm not going to bite you. Come on.
Look at those 2 lovebirds on the sofa.
Yes, they're...
Philip, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Ah, liquid sunshine to replace the real thing, eh?
Sybil?
Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
John?
Oh, I'll share, Sybil.
No, you won't either. Now, John, this...
What's the matter?
Oh, something touched me. Something's under the sofa.
Oh, Sybil, what nonsense.
Oh, but it did my ankle.
What an imagination.
Oh, but I'm sure of it.
Right, now, don't get excited. Here, let me reach under.
John.
By Jove, there is. There is something under there. Oh, and here's your spook, the cat.
A cat. How silly of me.
Oh, Sybil, 6 o'clock, our bus.
Oh, dear, I'm dreadfully sorry, but we must run.
Of course, only come again soon, Sybil.
Oh, it was ever so nice of you, Mrs. Marshall. Mr. Marshall. Come, John.
Here now, take an umbrella.
Thanks, Dad. Good night, Mary.
Good night.
Good night.
Philip, I believe John's really smitten.
I dare say she's a pretty little thing.
Oh, but hardly a thought in her head. I should hate to see him throw himself away like that. Wouldn't you?
Wouldn't I what?
You weren't listening.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Philip, you look positively done in. Has anything happened?
Of course not.
Don't try to put me off. You've got something on your mind.
Well, as a matter of fact,
Oh, come on now. No secrets between us.
All right, Mary, no secrets. How would it be if we packed up and went off with John?
What do you mean?
I mean to leave London, to leave England, go off with John to Canada.
Canada?
Might be fun, rather. The more I think of the idea, the more I like it.
You haven't been happy here, have you?
Well,
I thought when we had the house done over that you'd forget. It's no use, is it?
You mustn't blame yourself, Mary. I'd be happy anywhere with you.
Thank you, darling. Do you want to know something? Nothing would please me more than to leave this house. We'd be much better off any place else in the world.
You mean that?
Let's go it, John. It's a wonderful idea. I'm so happy I could dance.
Now, look here, my girl. You're dancing off to bed. You've had a long, hard day.
Oh, but I want to clear things up.
I'll clear everything up. There's only these few glasses. Now, run along with you.
All right, dear.
Pleasant dreams.
I'll dream about Canada. You won't be long down there.
Don't wait for me. I've got a few things to do.
Good night, dear.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Marshall. I don't know what the firm will do without you.
Well, it's very nice of you, Stanton. You've all been so wonderfully kind with the walking stick and the inscription.
Mr. Fraser himself composed it. You're sailing tomorrow, sir?
Yes, I can hardly believe it.
Well, I expect you're eager to get away, especially now.
How do you mean, especially now?
I mean, with all that's been going on next door to you. I read in the papers about your neighbor disappearing.
Oh, Simmons, of course, it's not the first time that he's dropped out of sight.
Been gone a week now, though. My wife's cousin lives in the next street, you know. The police have been there. Who saw Gilbert Summers come? Who saw him go? Who saw him last? I expect they've been seeing you, too.
The police? No, not yet.
That's odd. And you, his next-door neighbor?
You'll say goodbye to Meredith for me, won't you? I'm so sorry not to see
The
him.
lad's on an errand. He'll be heartbroken. But I'll tell him, sir.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Good luck to all your family.
Oh, won't you come in?
I just dropped in to say goodbye, Mrs. Simmons, and to thank you for giving our cat a home.
But I've always loved animals. And now that I'm alone so much...
Have you had any news of Gilbert?
Not a word. Oh, I suppose this latest disappearance is the talk of every gossip in the neighborhood.
Well, you know, when you get the police hanging about, it does set a lot of tongues wagging. I wish there was something I could do.
You've always been so very kind, but there's nothing anybody can do. Sometimes when Gilbert goes away like this, I almost wish he wouldn't come back. I'd go and stay with my sister and her children in Devon, but, that's only a dream. He always does come back.
I can't tell you how sorry I am, Mrs. Simmons, and I think we know each other well enough for me to say that I hope that someday soon you'll be able to go back to Devon. Five more minutes till we sail.
I can't believe it. My heart's thumping so. Oh, where did John go?
John's below in the purser's office taking care of the tickets. Mary, you're sure you won't regret this?
Regret it? Oh, darling, we're going to be terribly happy in Canada. You and I and John.
I feel that, too.
Listen, isn't that for you?
Marshall. Mr. Marshall.
Oh, steward. I'm Mr. Marshall.
Oh, there's a gentleman here to see you, Mr. Marshall.
Who is he? What's his name?
I'm sorry, sir.
Mr. Marshall, it's me.
Oh, Mary, dear.
Mr. Marshall, I didn't want you to sail, sir, without saying goodbye.
Mary, this is my fellow worker, Meredith.
I'm very glad to know you.
I brought you a present, Mr. Marshall.
Present?
It's a solvent remedy for mal de mer. Seasickness, Mr. Marshall. I bought it with my own money.
That was very thoughtful of you, Meredith, wasn't it, Mary?
Indeed it was. We'll take good care of it.
And I wish you the best of luck and health, Mr. Marshall. And, you, Mum. And, I'm very much beholden to you. And, Mother says how she hopes I'll grow to be as good a man as you are.
Well, I don't know about being good, Meredith, but if you're half as happy as I am.
Oh, well, I'd best be going, sir.
Meredith, come here. Now look at me. Would you promise me that you'll be a good boy? Always. And here's a present for you.
Oh, thank you, sir. And, Mum, goodbye.
Goodbye, Meredith.
Oh, here you are.
Oh, are the tickets all right, son?
We're all straightened out, but the baggage, I never saw so many bags. They're all in your stateroom, and my pullover's in one of them, and I don't know which.
I'll help you find it, laddie. Come along. Coming, Philip?
I think I'll step down to the lounge and have a drink.
Have one for me, too.
Yes, sir. What's yours, sir?
Scotch and soda.
Scotch and soda, yes, sir.
Well, hello there, Marshal.
Inspector Huxley.
Yes.
Turn up everywhere, don't you?
Yes, it does seem so. Are you sailing or seeing somebody off?
Sailing.
Good. Marvelous country, Canada. I came down to see an old friend off, name of Pennyfeather. Hope you meet him.
I dare say he'll see to that.
What do you mean? Oh, you think he's one of our men?
Of course I do.
Oh, nonsense. Your wife's death was an accident. The case is closed. Well, goodbye and good luck. Oh, by the way, you seen the afternoon paper?
No.
That missing neighbor of yours, Gilbert Simmons.
What about Simmons?
He's turned up at last.
You don't say so.
Yes. Let's see now. What page is it? Here we are. See? A man's body found. A body identified as Gilbert Simmons of 28 Laburnum Terrace was taken last night from the muddy waters of a canal. While first indications pointed to suicide, police believe Simmons may have been murdered.
Dear me. They sure it's Simmons?
Oh, quite. It's him, all right.
Oh, ghastly. Must have fallen in the canal when he was tight.
No, he was thrown in when he was dead.
You mean to tell me he was murdered?
In cold blood. Poisoned.
How shocking. You know who did it?
What?
You know who did it?
Oh, yes.
Who?
His wife.
No.
Oh, yes. Perfectly clear case. She had a motive, you know. He was a first-class rotter, used to knock her about. She admits it. And besides, the stuff they found in his stomach was identical with some sleeping drug that she had in the house, anodyne.
But that's absurd. That woman couldn't have dragged the body to the canal.
Well, why not? It's only a few feet to the end of the garden.
She wouldn't have had the strength.
Oh, my dear chap, when it's a matter of finding strength or swinging on the gallows...
Oh, it won't come to that. No jury would convict her.
They'll convict her without even getting out of the box. Do you realize she hasn't any alibi? Why, she was in the house the whole time. Oh, I say, I didn't mean to upset you. I didn't dream that...
She's innocent.
Oh, really? Have you any proof?
No, but you can't live next door to a person for 8 years without knowing something about them.
Oh, my dear Marshal, when it comes to knowing what's in other people's hearts... Oh, there's my man now. Oh, Pennyfeather, coming. Well, goodbye, old chap. Now, don't let it worry you. It's no affair of yours, you know. Bon voyage.
Your whiskey, sir.
Well, there goes the ship, Inspector, and I must say, begging your pardon, I don't understand your methods.
What methods?
Philip Marshall kills a man in cold blood and we let him sail away. Just like that.
Well, Sergeant, what else could I do? If Marshall killed Simmons, it must have been because he also killed his wife. He was afraid Simmons would testify.
Of course. That's what we hoped for.
Yes, but with Simmons dead, we haven't a chance to prove a thing.
So he gets clean out of our hands.
He never was in our hands. The other way around, if anything. There's only one thing that'll bring him to heel, and that's his own sense of decency.
Decency? A murderer?
Philip Marshall is not a killer, not by nature. He's a man just the same as you and I. That's the reason I gave him that cooked-up story about Mrs. Simmons. He believed every word. He thinks we really believe she killed her husband. I felt sure he wouldn't let an innocent woman suffer for a thing he did himself, but it looks as though I was wrong, doesn't it?
I would have made a bet that you were wrong all the time.
Sergeant, do you still want to bet?
Look, it's him. It's Marshall. My hat's off to you, Inspector.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Shall I grab him?
No.
He's getting away.
No, he isn't. He thinks he's done a pretty big thing. Let's leave him alone. He'll come to us when he's ready. Just keep an eye on him in the meantime.
Cab, sir? Cab, sir?
What? What did you say?
Take you somewhere?
Take me somewhere. Oh, yes.
Where to, Governor?
Scotland Yard.
Well-deserved applause for our stars who have made the suspects so exciting an experience. Charles Lawton, Ella Raines, and Rosalind Evan. You know, Rosalind, you were so convincing that if Charles hadn't murdered you, I think I'd have stepped in and done it myself.
Thank you, Tom. Although it's a sort of doubtful compliment.
Actually, Rosalind is a very sweet and sympathetic lady, Tommy.
Oh, I'm sure of that. Oh, incidentally, Charles, I hear you lost weight making the suspect.
You hear? Wouldn't it be better if you said, I see you've lost weight?
Well, leave it the way it was.
Actually, I did. It was a strenuous party motion.
And Ella put on several pounds. How do you account for that?
Well, you know women, they're always contradictory.
How'd you do, Rosalind? Gain or lose?
Oh, I held my own.
Actually, it was a very great experience making that picture, wasn't it, Ella?
Uh-huh. You know, as manager of a tobacco shop during the picture, Charles could help himself to all the cigarettes he wanted.
Too bad it wasn't a drug or grocery store. Then you could have helped yourself to Lux toilet soap.
You certainly slipped that in fast, Tommy.
Oh, that wouldn't have been necessary, Tommy. We have our own supply of Lux toilet soap, both Rosalind and I.
And use it regularly, I may add.
Proving you're wise as well as charming. And the best way I know of saying thank you is to tell you what we've got for next week, which is something rather special. It's the unusual and gripping universal screen hit Only Yesterday, and we're starring Ida Lupino and Robert Young. This is the story of a man on the brink of ruin, who remembers a girl he once loved long ago, a girl who has carried the torch for him through many bitter years of separation. And with that memory, his hand is stayed from suicide, and his life rededicated to a new goal and an old love.
Sounds like a fine play, Tommy.
Indeed it does. I wouldn't want to miss it.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thanks to all of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Ida Lupino and Robert Young in Only Yesterday. This is Thomas Mitchell saying good night from Hollywood.
Charles Lawton and Ella Raines appeared through the cooperation of Universal Pictures, producers of Walter Wanger's Salome, Where She Danced. Thomas Mitchell appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, who are celebrating their 30th anniversary. He can soon be seen in Captain Eddie. Heard in tonight's play were Dennis Green as Gilbert Simmons, Lester Matthews as Huxley, and Truda Marson, Norman Field, Anthony Ellis, Eric Snowden, Tommy Cook, Alec Harford, Charles Seal, Claire Verdera, Gloria Gordon, and Tom Collins. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Only Yesterday with Ida Lupino and Robert Young.
It's Spry for cakes, Spry for pies, Spry for all you bake and fry. Yes, Spry is top-notch for baking and frying. But have you tried Spry in white sauces for enriching vegetables? Save butter for table only. Use Spry for all your cooking. Remember, there's a word for pure all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Only Yesterday with Ida Lupino and Robert Young. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jell-O program coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I See the Moon at Noon. You know, ladies and gentlemen, along about this time each year, folks seem to appreciate a lovely Jell-O dessert even more than usual. For Jell-O, with its vivid, shimmering colors, seems almost like a preview of spring. Its glowing beauty makes you forget that winter is still with us. It adds a special note of gaiety and good cheer to any March meal. And the refreshing, extra-rich flavor of Jell-O gives you a welcome foretaste of next summer's fruits with all their tantalizing, juicy, ripe goodness. So brighten up tomorrow night's dinner with a brilliant Jell-O dessert. Order several packages from your grocer the first thing in the morning, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. And be especially sure to include strawberry, raspberry, and cherry Jell-O, for each has a new, improved flavor, obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is something mighty swell, a unique and delightful flavor that you'll find better than ever. Enjoy a tempting Jell-O dessert tomorrow. That was I See the Moon at Noon, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after a month's vacation in Palm Springs, we bring you a man who looks a month younger, as if that made any difference, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I may only look a month younger, but believe me, I feel like a kid. If there was anything I needed, it was those 4 weeks on the desert. Roughing it really did me a world of good.
Roughing it? Well, I wouldn't exactly say that you were leading such a rough life there, Jack.
Oh, you wouldn't, eh?
No, I saw you out many a night in Palm Springs, and you were wearing a tuxedo.
Yes, but it wasn't pressed. And if you'd have looked close, you'd have noticed that carnation in my buttonhole was a cactus blossom. And full of stickers. Don't tell me I didn't rough it. Why, I'm as hard as nails.
So you feel pretty rugged now, huh, Jack?
Do I, Don? You remember how soft and flabby my arms used to be?
Uh-huh.
Well, wait till I roll up my sleeve. I'll make a muscle for you. Wait. Huh?
Oh, Jack, you don't have to bother. I'll take your word for it.
No, Don. You know what a liar I am. No, I want to show you. Now watch. I'll raise my arm. There. How's that, Don? How's that muscle?
Where? I don't see it.
Right there on that tattoo. See how fat the eagle is now? See?
Eagle? I thought that was a sparrow.
With E pluribus unum on it? What are you talking about? I tell you, Don, I feel so good I like to get in a scrap with someone. Wait till Dennis Day comes in. I'll straighten him out fast. He'll never know what hit him.
Jack, wait a minute. Take it easy.
Take it easy, nothing. I've got a muscle, and I'm going to use it. That kid has got to learn how to behave himself.
But, Jack, you're being unfair. Ever since Dennis has been on this program, he's been a perfect little gentleman. Well-behaved and well-mannered.
Well-mannered? Let me tell you something, Don. Last Monday, when I gave Dennis his salary check, he looked me straight in the eye and said, "Thank you very much."
Well, what's wrong with that?
Don, with the check he gets, that very much is pure sarcasm. Teach that kid to thank me. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you doing with your fist up in the air?
I made a muscle for Don. I can't get my arm down. See? See the muscle?
Where?
Right there.
Some muscle. Looks like a marshmallow with a hangover.
The hardest marshmallow you ever saw. Boy, there's a real muscle.
What are you going to do, stand there like a baking soda ad?
No, help me get my arm down. Here, pull. Ooh. Well, the eagle's a sparrow again. But just the same, wait till Dennis gets here. I'll fix that kid.
What about Dennis?
I'm going to beat him up, that's all. He's been acting too fresh around here lately, and it's time I straighten him out.
Straighten him out? Why don't you do something about Phil Harris? He's the wise guy.
Mary, Phil is nothing but a big, playful kid. But Dennis is a real troublemaker.
And he's smaller than you are.
That's merely a coincidence. Let me ask you something, Mary. How about when we were driving back from Palm Springs and the Maxwell? All that kid did was complain all the way in.
Well, who wouldn't complain? It's a 3-hour trip, and it took us 4 days to make it.
Well?
4 days from Palm Springs to Los Angeles? Why, it's only 120 miles.
129. We came by way of San Bernardino. Besides, we stopped to enjoy the scenery. It was lovely down with those snow-capped mountains and beautiful orange groves.
Oh, you and your orange grove. That's all we had for 4 days, orange juice.
Never mind.
The sign got 'em. All you can drink for 10 cents.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Wait a minute. Don't give Don any false impressions. There was food, too. What about that delicious pressed chicken we had?
It had to be pressed. You ran over it.
All right, I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident.
An accident?
Yes.
And why did Rochester yell tally-ho and chase it clear through a cornfield?
That never happened, and you know it. Would have been a very pleasant trip if you and Dennis hadn't been beefing all the time. I'll fix that, kid. By the way, Don, how did you come back to town?
Well, the little woman and I took the train. It was a very nice, restful trip.
Oh, the train is swell, Don, but I prefer motoring myself. I don't know, you see more of the country that way.
But, Jack, even allowing for sightseeing, I can't understand why it took you 4 days to come from Palm Springs to Los Angeles.
Oh, 4 days isn't so bad.
That's progress. It used to take the covered wagon 6.
And they didn't come by way of San Bernardino like I did. Anyway, Mary, you had a swell time in Palm Springs. You're back in Hollywood safe and sound, so forget it.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, here he is. All right, kid, put him up. Put him up. You've been aching for trouble, and you're going to get it.
What's going on here?
It's a long story. Jack found a muscle.
It's not it at all. Come on, kid, up with your dukes. I'll teach you to be careful.
Well, gee, I didn't mean to run over that tin can with the lawnmower.
That's not what I'm talking about. A small fine covers that. I just don't want you to go around complaining about your trip home from Palm Springs. I was nice enough to invite you.
Gosh, I drank so much orange juice I feel like a sunset.
Well, let me tell you something, Dennis. Orange juice is not only nourishing, but it's very good for you. It'll keep you from catching a cold.
I won't sneeze till 1980.
Well, that does it. All right, Dennis, put up your due.
Oh, Jack, will you stop being so childish? You're just picking on Dennis because he's the smallest one in our gang.
Mary's right. It's not like you, Jack, to be a bully. Why, in your physical condition, you could mangle the kid.
I could? Gee.
Certainly. You're a gorilla. You don't realize your own strength.
I don't? Well.
No. Now, the least you can do is apologize to Dennis.
Well, all right.
You don't have to, Mr. Benny. I'm a rat, and that's all there is to it.
No. No, you're not a rat, kid.
Well, one of us is.
Look, Dennis, you better sing your song before I lose my temper again. I don't know my own strength, like Don says. Now, what's it going to be?
I'm going to sing In Dublin's Fair City.
Good, good. Oh, Mary.
What do you want?
Help me get my arm down. It's stuck again.
Okay.
Ooh. Thanks, Mary. Sing, kid.
In Dublin, fair city, where girls are so pretty, I first set my eyes on sweet Molly Malone. As she wheeled her wheelbarrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. She was the fishmonger, but sure it's no wonder, for so were father and mother before. They wheelbarrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. She died of a fever, and no one could save her, and that was the end of sweet Molly Malone. Her ghost wheeled her barrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh.
That was In Dublin, Fair City, sung by Dennis Day. And very apropos, Dennis, tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day, isn't it?
Sure it is.
Yes, sir.
You tell me to put up my dukes tomorrow, and I'll knock your block off.
Dennis, I'm not going to all the bother putting my arm up again. So control yourself.
Oh, Jack.
What is it, Don?
Tomorrow being St. Patrick's Day, I have a great treat for our audience tonight.
A treat?
Yes, I prepared my commercial this evening with a Gaelic slam. I'm going to deliver it with an Irish brogue. I do it very well.
No kidding. Well, that really is a treat, Don. Any novelty is always welcome on this program. You say you do it with an Irish brogue, eh?
Yes.
Swell. Now, go ahead. Let's hear it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer, why not ask him for a package of tempting and appetizing Jell-O? It is not only economical and easy to make.
Well, where's the brogue?
But comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Don, where's the brogue?
So always insist on genuine Jell-O and look for the big red letters on the box. Be Gora.
Oh! There it is! Oh, that's it! Oh, I didn't know we were going to have... Well, you did that beautifully, Don. Oh, that's a marvelous brogue. How did you ever acquire it?
Oh, I do several dialects, Jack. Would you like to hear me read the same commercial as the Swede would do it?
Don, if you think I'm going to listen to that whole thing again just to hear you say yump and yiminy at the end of it, you'll say so. Now, go away. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. You back in town already?
Yeah, I got in last night. But you know, I don't know, I wish we could have stayed in Palm Springs a couple of more weeks. It's wonderful there.
Well, personally, I'm glad to be back in the city.
What's the matter, Phil? Don't you like the desert?
No, that fresh air gets under my eyes and puffs them up.
Oh.
And I can't stand that hot sun beating down on my head.
Well, why don't you wear a hat?
Look, Jackson, I got gorgeous hair, and it would be sheer madness to hide it.
Well, that's the most conceited thing I ever heard. You know, Phil, I could have gorgeous hair, too, if I got it marcelled every week like you do.
Well, why don't you?
Well, maybe I will.
If you can get a Marcel, so can a coconut.
What? What did you say?
Should I put my dukes up, Mr. Benny?
Not this time, kid. This is strictly between Miss Livingston and me.
You want to step out in the alley?
Oh, quiet. We're talking to Phil about Palm Springs. Now, how long did it... Mary, put your dukes down. Phil, how long did it take you to drive back?
Well, with all the traffic and everything, about an hour and 45 minutes.
Only an hour and 45 minutes?
Yes, and I stopped for a rumble lesson in Pomona.
Well, I'll be darned. An hour and 45 minutes.
That's what I can't understand, Jack. Why in the world it should take you 4 days to drive that distance?
Well, we had a lot of tough breaks, Don, and hard luck all the way.
I'll say, just as we were pulling into Beaumont, all the tires blew out.
Yeah.
All 4 of them?
All 4 in the spare. They've got a union.
Wait a minute, you're wrong, Mary. We had that tire trouble in Banning. Beaumont is where we ran out of gas.
We ran out of gas in Azusa.
No, Mary, I think it was Arcadia. Yeah, we ran out of gas in Arcadia.
Arcadia's where the top blew off.
The top didn't blow off. It shook off. Besides, it didn't happen in Arcadia. It was Pasadena.
It was not.
It was, too.
Pasadena's where we hit a bump and the headlights changed places.
Oh, yes. We had motor trouble there, too.
Motor trouble? Were you held up very long?
Yeah, we had to stay overnight, so Jack and Rochester made a personal appearance at the theater.
That's right, Don. I figured as long as we had to stay there, we might as well do our act.
How was the business, Jackson? Did you pack them in?
Well, it was on such short notice, Phil, and then it was raining, and besides that, we were bucking a terrific picture that was playing right across the street.
Yeah? What was the name of it?
Puppets of Passion, starring Ronald Glick and Heather Noodleman. Adults only. But we did pretty well at that. Anyway, enough of our adventures getting back home. What do you say, Phil? How about a band number?
Okay, Jackson. What do you want us to play? Something popular or something classified?
That's classical. Classified. Oh, brother, what a dodo.
Well, it ain't my fault. You dragged me down to Palm Springs, and I missed 4 weeks of night school.
Oh, that's right. You did miss night school. Did it set you back any?
Yeah, the teacher's going around with another guy now.
Oh, she is. Say, your teacher must be good looking.
Jackson, she's pretty enough to be a cigarette girl.
I see. Well, Phil, let me know when you graduate from school, will you? I want to send your diploma to Ripley. Now, let's have a number. I don't care whether it's classified or classical. Just play it. Wait a minute. Come in.
Pues bueno, muchachos, estamos esperando aquí mucho tiempo. No vale la pena. Mira la molestia que ya nos ha dado.
Esperamos bastante tiempo. Ya voy a pedir a Jack Benny que nos pague enseguida, pronto.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait, who are these three guys?
Those are the boys that sang on the program last week.
Oh, the Guadalajara Trio from Palm Springs. Well, I paid them their money. What do they want?
More.
More. I gave them plenty. I gave you mucho pesos, boys, remember?
Pero queremos más dinero, por eso estamos aquí.
Look, fellas, if you want more money, I'll straighten it out with you tomorrow. Mañana. Mañana.
Why don't you pay them tonight?
I don't know the word. Mañana, boys. All right, go ahead and play, Phil. Hey, fellas, adios, will you? Adios. I wish I knew a good Spanish lawyer. That was Darling Nellie Gray, played by Phil Harris and his classified orchestra. Classified meaning I'm going to put an ad in the paper. I've had enough of them. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oiga, Jack Benny, ¿por qué no la arreglamos ahora?
Oh, please, fellas, I'll pay you pronto. Pronto.
Pronto means right now.
Oh. Mañana, fellas. Mañana. Adios, will you? And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next Sunday night for our feature attraction, the Benny, We Know Our Business, but We're in the Wrong One players, will present their version of 20th Century Fox's version, of Jack Kirkland's version, of Erskine Caldwell's famous book, that sensational and daring saga of the Georgia Hill Country, Tobacco Road. Thank you, Cupcake. I should have hit that thing. I've got a muscle. Now, this great American classic will be the outstanding effort of our next Sunday's broadcast.
I haven't seen the picture yet, Jack. What's it like?
Well, it follows the play pretty closely, Mary. And just think, the legitimate show is still playing at the Forest Theater in New York. Remember the time I took you to see Tobacco Road when it first opened?
Oh, yes. Gee, that was a long time ago.
Uh-huh.
I'll never forget that night. You wore a derby hat, white spats, and a checkered suit.
And a bamboo cane. You know, in those days, when I'd walk down the street, I wanted people to know I was an actor.
You never could tell in the theater.
Oh, yes, they could.
Say, Jackson, I remember Tobacco Road in them days.
Oh, did you see it, Phil?
No, I lived there.
Oh, that's right. Well, Phil, you can be our technical advisor and tell us when to take our shoes off. You know? Anyway, folks, tonight, as a trailer to this outstanding dramatic vehicle, we are going to present a few of the highlights that will... Pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Bay, guess who this is?
Well, really, I haven't the slightest idea.
I'll give you a hint. Who works harder than anybody in the world?
Not you, Rochester. I bet $12 you're laying down while you're talking to me. You got the phone in one hand and a chicken sandwich in the other.
White meat or dark meat?
Never mind. I'm very busy now, Rochester. What do you want?
Well, I'm over here in Pasadena to pick up the Maxwell, but you didn't give me enough money.
Rochester, I gave you $20 to have that motor fixed. And that's plenty.
I know, but complications have set in.
What do you mean?
You remember how the motor used to backfire just before it blow up?
Yes?
Well, now it whistles 8 bars of there I go and boom.
Well, that's only because it's overheated. Is the fan turning over?
What's that, boss?
I said, is the fan turning over?
How can it? You've been wearing the belt for 2 weeks.
Well, that's your fault. You gave me a buckle for Christmas. Now tell the man to put on a new fan belt and have him fix that little leak in the radiator.
Little leak?
Yes.
Boss, that thing drips like a California sky.
No, it's not that bad. Now have it fixed and pay the garage man. And Rochester, if I didn't give you enough money, pay the difference and I will reimburse you.
I beg your pardon?
I said I'll reimburse you. That means I'll pay you back.
I know what it means. I just want to hear you say it.
You'll get it. Don't worry. Now see you at home.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I read in the paper where you signed a contract to make another picture pretty soon. Is that correct?
Yes, why?
I wish you'd speak to me about those things.
That's none of your business. Goodbye. Should speak to him about it. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I start to announce, we will now have a preview of Tobacco Road. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
Tobacco Road, a few of the highlights from this sensational production. First, romance.
I'll love you, Ellie Mae. What do you say we get hitched?
You mean get married?
No, get hitched. I want to plow the field.
Drama. Hey, Jeter, ain't the clouds fleecy tonight?
That's the mattress. You're under the bed.
Intrigue.
Is there anybody home?
Yes. Come in, Tree.
Comedy. Why does a hen cross the road?
So Jack can have pressed chicken.
Now cut that out.
Suspense. Estamos cansados de esperar aquí. Queremos el dinero.
I told you, fellas, mañana.
Technicolor.
Oh, boss.
Rochester. These are only a few of the highlights of dramatic thrills that are in store for you next Sunday night. Don't forget to tune in, folks. Tobacco Road.
Bigger than puppets of passion.
You said it. Play, Phil.
Many folks find that Sunday evening is a swell time for writing those letters they've intended to write all week but just haven't got around to. So if you haven't yet written for your copy of General Foods' new dessert recipe book, as I know you've meant to, why not do it tonight? Just address an envelope to me, Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Then place a dime in coin or stamps in the envelope, together with your name and address, and mail it right away. In return, we'll send you a copy of our new dessert recipe book, a big 48-page recipe book so beautiful that you'll never tire of looking at it, and so convenient that you'll use it not just once or twice, but all the time. It's a new idea in recipe books altogether because it's designed to give you a different idea for dessert every single day of the year. There are tempting suggestions and recipes for 365 luscious desserts, pastries, puddings, cakes, cookies, and every other kind of treat you can think of, including lots of desserts made with rich, shimmering Jell-O. And this grand book is simply full of colorful, fascinating pictures, lovely photographs, and clever, attractive paintings, page after page of them. So don't wait another day to send for this useful and beautiful book. Tonight, take a few minutes to write for your copy. Just send 10 cents in coin or stamps to Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Be sure you remember the address. Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan.
The last number of the 24th program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So be sure to tune in and hear our version of Tobacco Road. Say, Mary, I'm going to be a hillbilly next week. I better dig up some old clothes.
Why don't you wear that checkered suit? You still got it.
Oh, yes. But the coat is so tight on me now. I'll never be able to get my muscle in it.
Oh, just wear the vest. That hollow chest of yours will fit anything.
Not when I inhale. Good night, folks.